A very warm welcome to the Nurburgring Nordschleife on a beautiful Sunday morning. It's been quite a weekend already, and this race is, of course, as preparation for next month's annual running of the 24 hours of the ADAC, 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Delighted you could join us here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. My name's Johnny Palmer, joined in a moment by Peter Snowden and John Hindhoff, who'll be keeping you company throughout the course of a 6-hour race today. But we've got about 45 minutes of build-up to look back on the sessions that have already happened and also make sense of a grid, which has only literally been formulated as far as the top 30 cars are concerned. The point of this weekend is kind of as a practice run, if you like, ahead of next month's 24 hours of the Nurburgring, which happens in the first weekend of June. And it's almost a full replica of how that weekend will wind out in a matter of weeks' time. So we've had a 2.5-hour qualifying session yesterday, which ran from daylight into darkness. We've had a further 60-minute qualifying session this morning, and those times were combined to then give us the top 30 SP9 cars that went through into a session which lasted 40 minutes, and the cars all lined up nose to tail on the main start-finish straight here at the Nürburgring and were released in timed intervals to do 2 laps, basically, with the car at the front having the best possible situation with a clear racetrack in front of them. 1 or 2 changes have happened through the course of the winter period, and those that have been following the NLS races so far this year will recognise that 1 or 2 unfamiliar names are now associated with manufacturers that they haven't necessarily been in their past. And I'm thinking mainly about a certain Nicky Team, of course, who's been given us somewhat of a free role from Aston Martin, although is still contracted with the Gaydon manufacturer in terms of where he does principally his driving, but making some noises in a completely different car, and we'll move on to that in just a tick because the times have already come through. And good morning to Peter Snowden. The grid is starting to form up already. I'm almost getting a flavour of when the 24 hours ran last, what was it, September? Weird time of year because we had a weird 2020. But yeah, I'm almost as excited as I was ahead of that race many months ago.
Absolutely, Johnny. Nice to be with you again. Yeah, we covered that race, didn't we, last year? As you say, in September, strange, but as you say, slightly older 24-hour races, Le Mans being in that month as well. So it's like running at a sync, and our usual times are sort of June and May for both these races. But you just mentioned Nicky Team there in the Audi, in the Phoenix Racing Audi. He did a round, as you say, sort of kind of like on sort of day release, if you like, from Aston Martin, where just you get drivers associated with certain teams. We always think of Nicky Team in an Aston Martin. Well, we know he's capable of anything, and he proved that in the Phoenix Audi when we did an LS round, Bruce and I, a few weeks ago, and it was his birthday as well, so it was the 17th of April round, and just at the end of the race, he just popped in the fastest lap of the race, literally on the end, just to sort of say happy birthday to myself. He's at the top of the timesheets now in that Phoenix Audi, and it's we always say, don't we, Johnny, about the magnitude, the scale of this circuit, this event, and 4-hour races, never mind a 24-hour race, but around the Nordschleife. And it still beggars belief to get your head around that a 6-hour race is regarded as a qualifying session for a 24-hour race.
Yes.
6 hours around the Nordschleife. It's absolutely incredible. And what will that throw up? What is, as you said, Johnny, is fantastic, is bright sunshine, looks perfect. But we know only too well at the Nordschleife, down there in the Eiffel Mountains, things can change. You can have different weather, different parts of the circuit, 3 different weathers almost all around the circuit, and it can be quite daunting in that sense, as if the circuit isn't enough in itself. You know, we're talking, we say 10-minute lap. We know there are a lot less than 10-minute lap. You told that to a driver, they go mad. But we say roughly 10 minutes, i.e., not normally 1.5 minutes. Most circuits are. It's a 10-minute lap, roughly, a bit under that these days, and so you don't do that many, but it's 170 plus corners.
Yes.
Plus altitudes, all the different bits, through the forest, narrow bits, some bits where there's no runoff. Grand Prix circuit's one thing. We say this time and time again. The Nordschleife itself is very different. You do this tiny little bit at the bottom. If you look at the track map, you've got this little bit at the bottom, which is the current Grand Prix circuit, where they held a Grand Prix last year, actually, in 2020. And then you turn left, rather than going right back past the pits again, as the Grand Prix boys do. You go left and go onto this extraordinary 14 kilometres of the Nordschleife, and it's a roller coaster. It's an absolute understatement of what it is. Quite extraordinary circuit. We just got a little bit of views of it now in the sunshine, down onto the current GP circuit, and as you'd expect, Johnny, you can see there lots of runoff, lots of gravel traps, full Grand Prix level track. And then when you go through the Vidal chicane and go onto the Nordschleife and off down the Hatzenbach, you suddenly see where that narrows. We have maybe a car width of grass, some sides, some places less, few places a tiny bit more, but there's really no margin for error. And this is one of the things we find in this, what we love about this endurance racing and multi-class racing is it doesn't take very long before the top cars, the SP9 cars, the GT3 cars, and there's 31 of this in this category in this race today. There are 85 entrants in total for starting this race. So a bit less than an NLS round. It isn't an NLS round, but it's exactly the same cars and teams ready for the N24. And we see that sort of starting to lap the slower machinery before you know it. And it's then that concentration, it's that traffic management. Yeah. And that's what makes it just so immersive.
The other difference, of course, between a regular NLS round and this event plus the 24 hours is that it's run on a slightly different track. So a longer circuit, because we're doing a whole of the Grand Prix Strecke, as it's called, the Gesamtstrecke, in fact, the whole track. We used to have the Sud Strecke as well, of course, the Sudschleife, which sort of still exists in places but isn't raced on these days. And therefore, the Grand Prix track is completed. Then you get to the end, turn left onto the Hatzenbach, as Snowy was just saying. But it is a slightly different configuration from that run earlier in the year for NLS races. The fewer entrants should mean quicker times than we normally have in the 24 hours because of that lack of traffic. And we'll be looking out for very quick times coming in on the opening couple of laps, probably, before the SP9s start to catch some of the slower production cars. Slower, very much in inverted commas, because the guys even at the back are certainly not hanging around at all. The label qualification race is a slight misnomer in that actually the qualifying for the 24 hours has now been done. There are certain amounts of spots up for grabs in the top 30 lineup for the 24 hours, and that is governed, to my knowledge, because it was done like this 2 years ago, the last time this race actually ran. It's all done on qualifying and the top 30 qualifying. So that means that the cars that were looking to try and grab the top 10 places in the top 30 have already done that, and we will give you a grid in a moment or two. The race, in effect, is just a dress rehearsal for the 24 hours in 3 weeks' time. The result from the race doesn't have any impact at all on the cars that are eligible for the 24 hours itself. So qualification race, I sort of understand why it's labelled as such, but it was more about the qualifying for the qualification race. That was the most important thing. There was also a couple of stories emerging from the first couple of qualifying sessions with the Glickenhaus that happened yesterday, and also a major off for one of the BMWs, which has set a very good time already, thankfully. But Nick Yellerly this morning, during the 60-minute session, had a huge off. You don't normally have a small off at Flansgarten, where he caught the dirt and the car speared off. Now, I don't know how many tyre walls and indeed which sides of the track he collected at that point, but it did do significant damage to Nick's BMW, which is, by the way, the defending champion from last year's race. The 2020 version of the 24 Hours of the Nurburgring was won by Rover Racing, and I'm struggling to remember whether it was the 98 or the 99 car as numbered last year, but either way, it adopts the number one for this event and for the 24 Hours this year, and the lineup is Nicky Katzberg, John Edwards, Philip Eng and Nick Yellerly, and it was the West Midlander who had this incident at Flansgarten, which has damaged the M6 as a result. So a major rush now, and this is one of the downsides, I suppose, Snowy, of having qualifying not only yesterday for a long period of time, but also more qualifying this morning as well. If you have an off, there really isn't much time around, at all to turn the car around in time for a midday race start.
Absolutely, and it's just a shame that these sort of things happen. We saw it in the NLS round last weekend when we had the Triple F Lamborghini go off in qualifying front Priera having a little incident there, and it just puts a whole pressure on the team. That's the problem. It is rebuild. They've always got the parts, provided the tub's there. It is rebuildable, but it is a job. It's something they don't need. It's a headache. The team, you just want to finish qualifying and just be done.
Yeah, I suppose the one benefit you do get during a Nurburgring 24-hour weekend is that qualifying is the day before, so at least you've got overnight, should you need it, in order to fix the cars. So Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer together, I'm delighted to say, with John Hindhaugh, sprinkled through the course of our coverage here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And John, we're still trying to get to the bottom of all of the stories over the opening 2 qualifying sessions. I'm delighted to see, though, that the SCG 004 is out on track after that suffered damage during yesterday's qualifying as well.
Yes, it's had a rough few weeks, that car. I think a couple of incidents that have taken off corners. Nick Yellerly in the 1 did take part, I think, in the top 30 shootout, unless he was listed under another car, because I was fairly certain I saw that car out there, and it's back on track now, and Nick is behind the wheel of it. He was fairly pragmatic about the whole thing when he was being interviewed in the pit lane, about an hour ago, maybe almost spot on an hour ago, actually. And he said it was his mistake, just dropped the wheel off at Flansgarden. It's exceptionally quick down there as you're coming down the hill, and the car swapped ends on him. So the Rover racing guys have clearly been working pretty hard to A, get him out for the top 30, and B, give him a car that he felt confident. They did stick him straight back in it, which is always a good sign, I think. Put him back on the horse that kicked him, as it were.
I'm impressed that Nick was selected as the qualifying driver as well. It's a tough choice to make between Katzberg, Edwards, Eng and Yellerly. And as mentioned, they have a title to defend, not this weekend, but proof that they've got speed anyway. And they're not the only BMW in the field, as we shall explain in due course. BMW topped free practice yesterday, which was a 90-minute session running just after midday through till 1:45, and that particular BMW was the strongest. But looking at the combined time, well, let's deal with qualifying 1 first of all, which happened, as I say, heading into the evening. Why race at night, I hear you say? Well, again, that's in preparation with the 24-hour race, I would suggest, because we're not due to be going much beyond 6:30 the scene. I think 6 o'clock is the scheduled end to the race, but that can often stretch to about 10 past the hour, depending on where the leading car is when the checkered flag comes out. And now here's a question. In the NLS races, the checkered flag waits for the race leader to appear out of the final sequence of corners. Of course, in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, the flag just comes out at the end of the 24 hours. I don't know what format we adopt for this race. I'm going to assume that the flag just comes out, very similar to the main race, in a matter of weeks. So that will just lock cars into position right at the end of the 6th hour. But qualifying 1 yesterday was topped by the Phoenix Racing Audi of Nicky Thiem, who's proven to be very quick into day 2 of the meeting as well. He's joined by Vincent Kolb, Frank Stippler and Michele Beretta in the number 11 Phoenix Racing R8 LMS. That is a full pro car. We do have pro-ams in the entry as well, governed by the drivers you've chosen in your combination. And actually, it was a Pro-Am car that was second fastest in Q1 yesterday. The Conrad Motorsport prepared Lamborghini Huracan of Axel Jeffries. Very definitely now recovered from COVID-19, but I know he was struggling. He was certainly in a team that was struggling with those health problems when we were racing in the World Endurance Championship just last weekend, which meant that one of the cars couldn't take part. That was part of the reason anyway. Michele Di Martino and Tim Zimmerman are the other drivers for Conrad Motorsport, and they said a 8:15.1. Compare that to an 8:14.8 from qualifying 1 yesterday. Rutronic Racing's Porsche of Romain Dumas, Julian Andlauer, Tobias Müller and Tristan Vidas was third fastest, and then the Rover Racing BMW was fourth quickest of Katzberg, Edwards, Eng and Yellerly, as we've mentioned. So we actually had 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 from qualifying yesterday. Then we had Q2 run today, and they put all the times together. We didn't actually get a quicker time in qualifying 2 this morning, so the fastest time stayed at the 8:14.887 for the Phoenix Racing Audi, and that's what gave Nicky Team this brilliant position to start top 30 qualifying this morning with an open road in front. Talk about the NLS races that have already happened this year, Peter, or in fact, in one case, that didn't happen, because we're blessed with fantastic conditions at the Nurburgring today. But the nature of NLS is that it runs from quite early on in the year, from April through to, is it November, the last one, or certainly October?
Yeah, late October, I think, yeah.
So, and you get so many different seasons flung at you, often in one day around this place. And the weather, certainly for one event, hasn't quite played ball, has it?
Well, it was round 1. As you say, Bruce and I in the hot seat for that one. Quite happy doing the pre-race build-up, exactly as you and I are doing now, Johnny. And we were actually talking about the snowman in the pit lane at the time. Even though the weather was bright, they had built a snowman in the pit lane, and that was the closest we got to talking about a driver. It was suddenly snowed off to the point that Bruce suddenly started saying it's been cancelled. It was a message from race control, and it was just NLS 1 cancelled. So talk
Simple
about all dressed up and nowhere to go kind of thing.
Yes.
That's how we felt in the studio. Never mind what the drivers and teams felt there at the Nurburgring. So getting all that done, and then all of a sudden we're not playing.
So that was meant to happen on the 27th of March. And I don't think qualifying happened either that day, did it? Just the whole thing was wiped off the schedule.
They'd had qualifying scheduled for the week before, and that got cancelled because of the weather. So it got moved to the Friday, as you say. Always that danger of something happens in qualifying, which is exactly what did happen to the Get Speed Mercedes for that round. It got taken out, unfortunately, on that qualifying session on the Friday on the 26th. Therefore, couldn't take part on the next day on the Saturday, the 27th, but didn't have to because that race got cancelled before a car left the pit lane.
Yeah, not the ideal start, but not unprecedented, because it's either fog or rain, or we have had hailstones the size of golf balls, if not bigger, affecting a couple of years ago. Many of you will remember the 24 hours itself, and the pause button had to be hit with a red flag probably for about 2 hours whilst the track defrosted, basically. This place, unique in so many different ways, and the weather is definitely up there. So then you had to look forward to the 17th of April, which was round 2.
So first race, round 2. Yes, first actual physical race, but yes,
indeed.
round 2.
And there is a chance of qualifying, of course, for the top 30 of the big race, the 24 hours, via these opening rounds as well. So important, if you can, to attend these early races, even more so when one is cancelled, to get a good position as far as the top 30 is concerned. And that was a good day for Porsche, as it turned out, with Manthey Racing winning a 29-lap race with Kevin Estre, Lars Kern, who I'm a big fan of, and Michael Christensen, who's no longer racing Aston Martins, no longer racing Porsches, I should say. Beg your pardon, get my Danes mixed up there. No longer racing Porsches in the World Endurance Championship, but is very much welcomed into the fold by the Manthey crew, racing a Porsche earlier on in the year.
You just mentioned Kevin Estre there in the Manthey Porsche on that first physical race of NLS, round 2. I know that sounds odd, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Demon opening lap, literally on the Dottingher at the end of the first lap of the 4-hour race. Bruce and I beg to differ out of diplomacy on this one. I say he touched the grass. Bruce said he had 2 wheels on the grass coming up to Tiergarten to get that lead at the end of that first lap. And as we said at the time, the bragging rights for the team, as they saw that Manthey team, saw that car come through onto the end of that first lap in the lead and never lost it, took it all the way to the end. Round 2, 1st of May, early this month, that was a complete Porsche fest as well, with a lovely 1-2 for Fricadella.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, as you say, 2 Porsches in the first of the actual rounds that occurred, followed by 2 Audis, though. So Phoenix Racing showing some strength by finishing 3rd and 4th, and they've replicated that this weekend. The Lamborghini of Conrad Motorsport ended up finishing 6th place, but BMW, the highest of those, finishing in 8th position for Dan Harper. Augusto Farfus raced that 44 car as well. And the best Ferrari coming home in 10th position for Wochenspiegel team Monschau. But yes, Porsche at this stage with a top four or four cars in the top four positions look to be the strong machine, certainly in the NLS races. However, this session today topped by Audi. So question is, how are the BMWs for speed, particularly as BOP maybe seemed to favour them a little bit last year, but obviously they also had a really good driving lineup as well. And the other big brand we're missing is Mercedes. I mean, where are Mercedes in the opening few races? Second round, or round 3 as it was called at the start of the year, best Merc, 10th.
Qualified 13th as well. Bruce and I said exactly the same, that when do you see a Mercedes outside of the top 5, top 10, let alone 13th in quali? As you say, it finished, you say, was it 9th or 10th? You say,
yeah 10th place for round 3.
But the last round on the 1st of May, round 3, second race, was a BMW day for qualifying. They were the cars in BMW, and we thought, oh, that's it. But they just didn't seem to have the pace, or the race pace, and when it came to the bit that counts, and that is, it became Porsche, and 3 different teams of Porsche as well. Top 4 were Porsches, Fricadelli and Manthey in there, and it just became a Porsche race.
Yeah.
Don't forget, guys.
Yes, John.
That don't forget that only having 8 hours, because those NLS races are only 8 hours, that makes it extremely difficult for anybody who's trying to upgrade their licenses to get into one of the big classes for the ADAC 24-hour race, because you've got to do a minimum number of laps. And if you're sharing a car, it's very difficult to do that in just those 2 hours, 4 hours, therefore 8 hours of racing, particularly as you're in one of the restricted cars that doesn't do as many laps as the GT3s. This was, Johnny, you know this. This was Martin Brundle's problem when he was trying to upgrade to get to the Nurburgring to run in the Aston. Their car had a problem in one of the races, and he virtually had to do the second race all himself, just to get the laps in. So there'll be a few people scrambling for that to make sure that their plans for the big race coming up aren't scuppered. The board has gone up for Helfer Raus to ask everybody to leave the grid, so we're not too far away, JP.
Yeah, because it takes, if for those new to this race, or maybe you've just forgotten, a rolling lap here, 20 minutes, amazingly, because it's 25 plus kilometres around this place. And if you're doing an 8-minute 15, you're doing very well indeed. I remember qualifying record from a couple of years ago was an 8:09 on this configuration of track, but we are down in the high 8:14s at this stage for qualifying. I think, actually I didn't make a note of Nicky Thiem's pole lap that he did in top 30 just a matter of minutes ago, but it probably was in that ballpark.
Over 8, yeah, but we're seeing 756s in race still in NLS, which is quite extraordinary.
Which is a shorter track, which we should remind everybody. But you don't have to go all the way down to the bottom of the hill and the hairpin of the Grand Prix track, because you cut through on the shortcut on the Grand Prix track. But an 8:10 is really pushing. Will we be capable of that? Difficult to say, but the indication from today's sessions anyway is that more like an 8:14 will be the times we see. However, start of the race might be a different story, John, when there is open road for everyone.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Because it will take, as Snowy said, a couple of laps before you get onto the back. Possibly even more this time, because of the fact that there are fewer cars, therefore there will be fewer grids. They are split up. But even at sort of the times that we were doing this morning, an 8:14 around here, that's somewhere around 6.5 minutes, maybe a wee bit under, on the Nurburgring Nordschleife.
On the North Loop bit, yes.
Yes. So, when you consider that the all-time competition record is still Stefan Belov's 6:11, and that was in what was effectively in those days a full house, call it an LMP1 car if you want, from the Le Mans era. That's an extraordinary thing to have a GT3 car be able to do that. Now, nobody's suggesting that these are cars you could drive off the showroom floor, and certainly tyres have come a long way. But just have a think about that at a moment. 6:11 for Stefan Beloff, which was a qualifying lap. I think he did something like 6:17 in the race from memory. I haven't looked that up, but I should have. And these cars are doing somewhere between 6:25, 6:30 on the North Loop itself. That's quite extraordinary from these drivers, and it also shows just how much things have come along in those intervening years.
John, it was a 6:11.13, would you believe?
Yes.
Which means it must have been a 6:13 something for the race lap record, because I'm pretty certain one was the opposite of the other, Snowy. I looked it up the other day because we were having a debate. Glickenhaus reckoned that their non-hybrid LMH car will do a 5:30 on the North Loop. And of course, Timo Bernhard did something bonkers, 5:20 or something like that, in that stripped down, changed, souped up, aero optimized, battery optimized, engine optimized 919 that wasn't running to any wrecks. He reckoned there was a bit more left in that, said Timo. But putting that aside, they're purpose-built prototypes. These are GT3 cars, Snowy. I mean, you've driven round here, you've raced round here. The thought of spending only 6.5 minutes on the Nordschleife is quite extraordinary.
It's fantastic. I'd love the opportunity, John. It'd be great. But absolutely extraordinary in the modern GT3 cars. And we say such is progress. That's what happens to GT3 cars. You look at things, they're doing the times of those cars 20 years ago. We're doing GT1 cars. It's quite incredible. Just going back to your very valid point, John, regarding the lack, only 8 hours of running. We missed NLS1. I wonder if, and I haven't looked up and checked, and perhaps one should, whether ADAC have allowed for that, because it's absolutely right. You've got it up. But if a race is cancelled, what can you do?
Yeah, they're very, very strict. We've seen this before, Johnny, haven't we? That, it doesn't matter who you are. Johnny O'Connell a few years ago, when he went over there, top driver, prototype driver, GT Le Mans champion for Corvette, and he did his first race in a Renault Clio to get his permit around here. Changed a few years ago, and you've been talking about the unique nature of this place, JP. I think it's only right that it is kept very much under control about who can and who can't drive. And we've seen people have their permits revoked over a weekend, haven't we?
That has happened in the past, because I think you can never shortcut on safety and the beauty of this place. You may well have raised prototypes all around the world, but I don't think anywhere compares to here. And the fact that how the race runs, I think, is important as well. There is no safety car. It's all done with local yellows, local speed limits, and then, if necessary, infrastructure vehicles on the track with racing cars. So we have flatbed lorries driving around to repair Armco barriers. We have pickup trucks as well, and you've got to experience that. You need to have done a certain amount of laps so that the officials recognise that you are then capable of racing, potentially through the night, when it's even more difficult here. And it's not just a question of learning the racetrack, it is a question of knowing the format of how this is all conducted, how it's governed, how it's officiated, and the safety strategy put in place purely for the safety of the drivers and, of course, the track workers, the marshals as well. So I understand. I mean, Matthias Besch has raced a Clio, I'm pretty sure, around this place as well. That was, a lot of the time that was through choice, though, rather than needing to qualify for the race. I remember he hooked up with a Clio team along with racing prototypes with Rebellion, because he was just that race mad. We should have had 30 cars in top qualifying, which I'll remind you started at 10:30 local. This race is starting at midday local, so a 40-minute session which ended less than an hour before the race was due to start. That's how compact this whole weekend is. But we only had 28 cars compete in qualifying. Nothing was seen, I'm afraid, of the CP Racing Mercedes of Charlie Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis as part of that lineup as well. I don't know whether that's a problem or whether they just elected not to take part in top 30 qualifying. They should still get 29th place, or does that mean they need to start at the back of the group? We'll find that out, but that's the 16 CP Racing Mercedes. Nor did we see anything in top 30 qualifying for the number 23 Uber Motorsport Porsche of Stefan Aust and Nico Menzel, amongst others. Marco Seefried labelled to be in that car as well. So I keep my fingers crossed that we haven't got problems for CP Racing and Uber Motorsport. They just chose not to take part in the final bit of qualifying today. 10Q Racing's Mercedes was qualified by Jelmer Berman. That'll start from 28th place. Thomas Jaeger in the Racing 1 Ferrari, 27th. Vincent Kolb did the qualifying in the sister Phoenix Racing Audi to start 26th. The Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW car 102, I beg your pardon, will start from 25th. The only non-SP9 car to take part in top 30 qualifying was the SPX Mercedes AMG for Space Drive Racing. That was Philip Ellis doing the driving there. Now, I have to admit, I don't know why that Mercedes AMG GT3 is an SPX car, unless it is another iteration of the Merc. We had, of course, a new one of those, well, for last year. So they must be running slightly out of the GT3 normal rules to be an SPX car. Anyway, that car was qualified in 24th position, car number 25. The Get Speed Mercedes will start from 23rd, car number 9. David Pittard qualified the other Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW car 101, 22nd place. Schubert Motorsport for Jesse Krohn's BMW, car number 20 will start 21st. Marco Verpelli was put out for qualifying duties in the Hankook FFF Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan, and that car number 63 will start from 20th place. 19th position for the 15 Audi, another Team Phoenix R8 LMS, car 15 to start 19th. Nick Yellerly's car, you're quite right, John, did do top 30 qualifying and was 3.2 seconds off at the best time, which I'll get to in a moment. But Rover Racing are there in 18th position on the grid. Nico Bastian in the number 6 Mercedes will start from, that's an HRT Haupt Racing Team, Mercedes AMG will start, so 17th place. Fabian Schiller, also in a Mercedes, for car number 8 from Get Speed, starting 16th. Josh Burden, the Australian, for KCMG in a Porsche 911. They used to run Nissan GTRs, KCMG, but have moved to Porsches now. Car number 18 starts 15th. Maximilian Goertz in the number 7 Mercedes will start from 14th position. Matt Campbell qualified the Fricadelli Racing Porsche GT3R for the German squad, and Matt... not sure whether he'd been pulled in for the opening stint. We'll tell you that in a couple of moments as well. But the car qualified 13th. Manuel Metzger in another HRT Mercedes to start from 12th position for car number 4. They've won this race before, the 24-hour race they've won in the past. Klaus Bachler for Falken Motorsports in a Porsche number 33 will start from 11th. Daniel Keilwitz for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, powered by Phoenix, a Ferrari 488 for the German team. Car number 22 starts 10th. 9th position for the number 44 Falken Motorsports Porsche. Remember, gone are the days where we used to have a BMW and a Porsche from the Falken team. They're both 911 GT3Rs these days. 8th place for the other Rover Racing BMW, number 98. So that tells me that the number 1 car for this event and for this year was the number 99 that won the 24 hours of the Nurburgring last year. Therefore, Marco Wittmann did the qualifying in 98, and that car will start from 8th position. Augusto Farfus for the BMW Junior team starts from 7th in car 77. Axel Jeffries qualified the Lamborghini Huracan for Conrad Motorsport, will start 6th in car number 19. 5th place for the 31 Porsche, another Fricadelli Racing team entered 911 GT3. Fred Makovici put that in 5th place. Matteo Cairoli in the 911 numbered Manthey Racing Porsche starts 4th. Luca Ludwig in the number 26 Ferrari for Octane 126 qualified 3rd. And then the front row, Julian Andlauer for Rutronic Racing. We've seen plenty of Rutronic in the 24H series this year as well, the Creventic promoted championship. Rutronic Racing, regulars there, but also for events here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. So that's a Porsche in 3rd position, alongside the Phoenix Racing Audi that topped regular qualifying, and Nicky Thiem was able to do the business in top 30 shootout as well in his Audi R8 LMS GT3, car number 11, and Nicky's time was an 8:15.932. So we didn't quite get to the high 814s that we did earlier on in the weekend, it was about a second slower for Nicky Team, but he was nearly half a second faster than everybody else. So that's boding well at the moment for Phoenix Racing and their Audi R8. But Porsche, Ferrari and Lamborghini very much waiting in the wings, just a couple of spots further down on the grid. We're about halfway round the rolling lap. It feels like that grid took an age to read out, John, but we're only at Brightside.
Reset your minds if you're coming to this for the first time this year. We have to recalculate everything, don't we, in terms of field sizes, how long the laps takes. A couple of updates for you, and I'm indebted to a few people tweeting in at RSL_studio. That lap minimum has caught out the WS Racing team, Pip Mann and Christina Nielsen. They are in the VT2 car. Laura Kreiheimer and Fabienne Volvend has been called up late to the GT4 because they are still requiring, thanks to Matt, some extra laps before they can jump into the cars at the front of the field. The CP Racing car, I've checked, is out there, the number 16. And thanks to Fabian Zimmermann, the SPX Mercedes is not GT3 or SP9 homologated because it doesn't have a steering column. Now, just let that go through your head for a moment, Snowy and Johnny. It doesn't have a steering column. It's a steer-by-wire car. Why? Why would you do that on the Nurburgring Nordschleife of all places? However, that takes it out of homologation. That's why it's in the X.
Okay.
One or two teams use that X to try things, the SPX to try things, or put different aero on the car. But this one is the lack of a mechanical steering column.
Well, they ran it last
that
year.
one out.
They ran it last year, didn't they? In the 24-hour on a Cayman GT4 car to try it, and I would say, John, that it's probably the best place to try the technology, isn't it? I just think Darren Turner's a very brave man and his crew for driving that. We all used to fly-by-wire throttles, but fly-by-wire steering. I have asked Darren about that, and his reply on text is it's not broadcastable, but it's there. It's there. They're going to try it.
I do want to be the crash test dummy for that. If I'm
I
honest.
wasn't going to use any terms like that, John. You're a braver man than me. Sorry, Darren.
Right, fellas, I'll see you later. I'm going to settle back with a nice warm beverage and watch the start of this race. Good to see we've got the helicopter up again, which we've had for all of the races this year. Nice bit of extra coverage, which will make our lives in the booth a wee bit easier, JP.
Well, it depends how good your eyesight is, really. But yeah, it's very welcome indeed. I agree. You might need the binoculars from the helicopter. And this is a proper helicopter rather than in other events you get drones hovering above certain corners. I'm not sure a drone would quite do the job around the Nordschleife somehow. So the leader, who is the Phoenix Racing Audi car number 11, just heading out now of the tricky right-hander that leads up to the Caracciolo carousel, that concrete strip on the inside of a tight left-hander, heavily banked. But I noticed that the pace car isn't going anywhere near the concrete, nor is the green Phoenix Racing Audi, but a couple of cars immediately behind that machine, which will be Julien Andlauer's Rutronic Racing Porsche and the Octane 126 Ferrari, have taken to the lower section of the track. The higher bit, where the asphalt is naturally where the production cars may go if they feel like they're about to be lapped deeper into the race, just to stay out of trouble, basically, go nice and high and closer to the Armco barrier to allow the way through for the quicker SP9/GT3 cars. And this is where there is a massive incline, increase in gradient. The old track, the very, very old track, used to actually not turn right and instead go dead straight all the way to Hoher Acht. But it's been many, many decades since we ran like that on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the carousel installed as a way to get the gradient in the most kind of compacted way. And that gives you this then, it's very rewarding when you get the exit of the carousel right, especially in a GT3 car, because that corner sort of spits you out. And there's some very dramatic photographs that have been taken through the years of cars with often two wheels off the ground, one front wheel, one rear wheel off the ground, as it levels out and flicks onto the asphalt from the concrete, and you apply the power through definitely not a straight bit of racetrack. There's a kink to the right, there's a kink to the left, there's another one to the right before you finally get to the highest point on the whole of the track, which is Hoher Act. Then the full commitment section through Wipperman, past the campsites, which sadly were completely empty when the 24-hour race ran last year. Brunchen is a well-recognised spectator point, and let's keep our fingers crossed that certainly we get a crowd in for next year's race. And I'm not sure actually what the plan is for this year. Might be a bit too early, depending on how this area of Germany is doing, because the 24-hour race due to be held at the start of June. I think there's potential, though, to get crowds in before the end of this year for a few of the NLS races. Snowy.
That would be great again. Sad not to see spectators at the 24-hour. I know Le Mans are taking a bit of a lead in that because that's in August, isn't it, this year? And I think they're doing sort of bubbles of 5,000, aren't they? It's sort of like villages, I think they call them at Le Mans. So you've got an Arnage ticket, you're at Arnage. A shame not to see this with the 24-hour. It's the most extraordinary race. I mean, to me there's Daytona, there's Le Mans, the Spa, and then there's the Nordschleife. Any of those first three would be fantastic, but the Nordschleife, it's the holy grail. It is, you say 170 corners. You just mentioned a minute ago, and we're so used to it, Johnny. It rolls off the tongue. You said, well, the formation lap takes 20 minutes, and you stop and think, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Because it's, as you said, over 25 kilometres. And it's still hard to gauge that. We talk about it on a regular basis. We just go, it's the Nordschleife. But you stop and you see it there on the helicopter, on the view there, and it's absolutely brilliant. And you just realise how big it is. And it is this ribbon going through uphill, down-dale, through the forest, Adenauer Bridge, Adenauer Forest, over a town, literally a flyover. There's the town below you.
Yeah.
And it's everything, and it can throw the weather at you.
It's almost like a kind of link road between several villages, isn't it? Not that it was built for that. It was built to test cars on, and, that was the sort of idea of it when it was first born.
And it still does.
And it's still, it's still right at the forefront of car development. That's the reason why so many of the key teams that are racing today, their base is literally just down the road.
Yeah, and as you said, quite right, like some of the earlier circuits, we go back to Brooklands in the United Kingdom, the world's first purpose-built motor circuit. We always think of ovals, which is what Brooklands is, and banked ovals. We always think of it being an American thing, and the Americans quite openly admit they came across and saw that and thought, great idea, and built Indianapolis. 1907 Brooklands, 1911 Indianapolis, and then they made it theirs. But we still did it, and it was to test the new motor vehicles at the time. And the Nordschleife here, it's 98 years old, coming up to a century in obviously just a couple of years' time, and it's been testing cars all that time, and which just goes to say exactly what John Hindhaugh just said about driving these cars different classes. It's not quite homologated. They're trying things fly-by-wire steering for this one in this race. 6 hours with your steering not connected. Sounds bizarre, but we're used to fly-by-wire throttles. It is still a technological development, and it is a place to do it. It is the best testing ground in the world. Our field, Johnny, are now coming out into the famous long shot of the Dottinger Höhe, which is that long, long run down, which seems to go on forever. We'll talk about the cars when they get up to speed down there, getting their final bits of heat into those tyres as they come up to Tiergarten for the start of this 6-hour race, which is the qualifying race for the 24-hour next month.
It is. And as I say, those qualifying spots in the top 30 effectively have already been won. They've already been allocated from top 30 today. The race, if you like, is a bonus for everyone, but it kind of doesn't really matter where anybody finishes. However, this is much needed track time for all of the teams. As we've stipulated, losing a 4-hour race will very much put the teams on the back foot, so they'll be grateful to have 6 hours of running. What you don't get is any experience of evening running, but that, I suppose, was covered to an extent yesterday with a session that ran through till 9:15 yesterday evening local time. So I'm expecting the cars to start to get to something resembling 2x2 formation as they approach Antonius Bucher, which is the left-hand kink under the bridge. And yes, that's sort of what's happening. It will rely, or it'll be down to an extent, the Phoenix Racing Audi just backing off the pace a little bit. The pace car, of course, governing the speed that they should do, but that's exactly what's happening now with the public road running parallel to the Dottinger Höhe. They're heading into Tiergarten now then, and many stragglers actually that are having to motor their way through that left-hand kink at the end of the Dottingerhoor, then into the Tiergarten sequence of chicane that sort of gets tighter and tighter as you get closer to the end. Track feels very narrow indeed, with you've got the Armco barrier immediately to the right and the red and white paving to the left, and then the track becomes 4 or 5 wide potentially. I wouldn't be surprised to see this sort of bomb burst of cars right in the middle as the pace car now peels off to the right. 6 hours on the clock for this year's annual 6-hour qualifying race ahead of the 24 hours, and we're underway at the Nurburgring Nordschleife for 2021 after a year's absence when this race couldn't happen last year, and already making its presence felt is the Ferrari, fully alongside the Audi then for Phoenix Racing. Couldn't quite make that outside line work, but will get a better exit out of the Haug hook for the opening lap. This first batch of SP9 cars is led then by a Ferrari, and the car that qualified in second place for Luca Ludwig and the 488 GT3, a blistering getaway. The Lutronic Racing Porsche has been, I think, put back a position. After that was qualified in second place by Julian Andlauer, down in fourth position, I reckon now, for the number 3 car. But it is the 26 Ferrari that will head into the hairpin at the bottom of the hill and around the Dunlop scoring tower. Everybody safely through the first part of the Grand Prix track, and they will follow out, taking plenty of curb as they do so. The SCG Glickenhaus machine, the 004, having been fixed after an accident yesterday which tore off a wheel. So plenty of work for that team to do overnight, but great to see it taking part in the top 30 qualifying this morning, and now the race itself. And this opening stint will take probably 7 laps, because you've got to take into account the fuel that was necessary for the rolling lap as well. So I'm expecting roughly a 7-lap stint for the opener. After that, 8 laps, and the cars will stop basically around the hour mark. But the question will be whether anybody will need a splash very close to the end of the race in order to do maybe an extra lap or a couple to get them over the line. Onto the hats and back for the first time. It is the Octane 126 Ferrari that leads the Phoenix Racing Audi then, number 11, with Porsches in tow beyond that, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, we've seen this many a time, haven't we, Johnny, at the start of NLS races, that not quite qualifying, not quite sort of following, not saying everybody should follow 1, 2, 3, 4 after you gentlemen, Claude, sort of thing, into the first corner, but quite a few changes there. Very, very punchy, as you say, from Jonathan Hershey in the Octane 126 Ferrari there to get it up into the lead. But it was the car that seemed to lose a little bit of pace there. It was Romain Dumas in the Porsche. Just didn't seem to... It was almost like it was in the wrong gear. I'm not suggesting it was for a minute. It just didn't seem to pull away as the Phoenix Audi of Nicky team did so. And that gave the Ferrari that opportunity. And so there they did it onto that first part of the GP circuit. They're off onto the Nordschleife it is, but it's the Ferrari at the front. It's a long way to go, though.
It is, but yeah, I had to look twice about where Romain Dumas was, having witnessed the Rutronic Racing Porsche qualify nicely on the front row. It's now running in 4th place, and as you say, didn't quite get the momentum it required coming out of Tiergarten and then down the start-finish straight. Now, again, something highly unusual in the rest of world motorsport, but commonplace at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, is that we have a couple of starts in groups, Startgruppe, Gruppen, as they're called in Germany, and this is the second of them, which contains a number of BMWs from the Cup 5 category. There's the odd TCR car in the field as well, and it will be TCRs at the sharp end to head across the line to begin their race. The 173 is the first of those then, which is a Cupra, and nice bit of car placement from car 173, I think, to fend off the 2 eggshell blue cars right behind. 173 being the entry from Matilda Racing, the Cupra Leon, for Michael Patz and Andreas Gulden. But he has very much in tow 2 more TCR cars from the Hyundai N entry. So there's an i20 in there for Kai Jordan, Marcus Lungstrauss, Mark Ehret and Guido Naumann. Down the hill they go for the first time, and first, second and third right together, as if it is the start of a sprint TCR race. and the booted Hyundai in second position, right behind the Matilda Racing entry. Bonk Motorsports Cupra running in fourth, but just losing touch with the top three as they head back up the hill now. And this tricky opening lap, when, particularly on a front-wheel drive car, you're probably struggling for tyre temperature. I mean, you've done your level best to get some heat into the rears on the 25 kilometres or so that you've had to try and heat up the tyres, but it's very tough to do until you really get up to racing speed. So the Engstler entered Hyundai, flashing the lights now, feeling that it is somewhat faster than the Matilda Racing car. Down the hill they go. So, and this is towards the Dunlop curver. So it is Goulden that leads. It's Peter Terting in the Hyundai Elantra N, which runs in second place, the booted Hyundai as I described it. And then in third position is Engstler in the i30 N, beg your pardon. So two Hyundais running second and third. Then the Bonk Motorsports entry for Max Partol in the Cupra Leon competition. But we've seen a Leon Cupra competition running in the 24H series as well. Car number 171, just not quite on the same pace as the top three in TCR, at least for the opening couple of corners, Snowy.
Well, you said that it's a sprint race. It's almost a sprint race.
It's broken out like one, yeah.
It has. And they will maintain this for 6 hours. It is a 6-hour sprint race. It's madness. I was watching a little bit on old footage there with the 831 Hyundai i30 of Verne Still and Engster down through Hudson back, kicking up the dust, car in front. And as you said, it's broken out like a sprint race. They are TCR cars, they're touring cars, effectively.
Yeah.
But it's madness. They're all over the back of one another, trying to defend and attack at the same time. And it's the very first lap of the race. They've got 6 hours of this to maintain, but it is utterly relenting right down through the classes. It doesn't really matter whether it's SB9 or TCR or whatever. Everybody's having a battle, and that's what we love about multi-class racing. In fact, the Honda try to go around the outside of the left-hander there and just filling the mirrors and squirreling under braking there as she tries to get by. You cannot believe, Johnny, that this is the first lap of a race. Where are they now? They're at Arenberg?
Just coming out of Arenberg.
Yeah.
This is down to the foxhole. Peter Terting knows he's got the speed here on the Matilda Racing car and doesn't want... When you're in a good phase of the race, you feel you've started well, you've got the heat in the tyres, and you feel like you're faster than the car in front of you. You've got to get by. I realise what you're saying about 360 minutes. The thing is, the race could almost be won and lost at this point, because if you can make a break of about 10 seconds, you can importantly gap the car behind you, because you remember Dottinger Hoor, it's a great way to end the lap, I always feel, because you've got that drag effect. But if you can snap that drag, even on the opening lap, which is what Peter's trying to do, then that could really bode well much later on in the day. The Matilda Racing car almost being driven on its door handles here, clipping the dirt through Schwedenkreuz. They've done exactly the same thing as well coming out of Metzgersfeld on the opening lap. And Peter Terting can almost put that car wherever he wants, this second place Elantra, and it is reacting very nicely indeed. So I like the setup on that new car. They really seem to have hit the sweet spot, but they don't want to waste any time in the overtake.
Well, you say he's all over him like a rash, isn't he, on that first lap? But that is the lap to do it, because they've got clear traffic relative. You two get on with it before the faster cars start to come through and you start looking on the mirrors or two. So you're absolutely right. Get in there and try and get it sorted. It's quite extraordinary opening lap from these TCR cars. A great footage we saw there. Meanwhile, back at the front, Johnny, we're coming up to Tiergarten at the end of the first lap.
Well, I spoke about the draft effect down the Dottinger Hoor. That's exactly what Nicky Team just used to get by Jonathan Hershey's dark blue Ferrari of Octane 126. So Team has had to sit in the draft of the prancing horse for pretty much the whole lap. The timing screen won't know any different, though, because the first lap is led by an Audi. I tell you, for 9.5 tenths of the rest of the lap, that wasn't the case, as now the Fricadelli Racing Porsche of Fred Makovici gets a very good run on Jonathan Hershey, and the Swiss cannot hold the Frenchman back. So Makovici up into second place. Patience is a virtue around this place, isn't it? You wait 25 kilometres for an overtake, and then finally two happen at the end of the first lap.
And what have we said about this being a 6-hour race? Anything can happen. But it starts and it goes all the way through the 6 hours. There's always something happening. That first lap, Ferrari, P3, Jonathan Hershey, up to P2, up to P1.
Always something happening. The two leaders in TCR have tangled, and that I think was always going to happen. And this is on the run up towards the carousel. So it's on the very fast track. And Dumas spins at the bottom of the hill as well in the 4th place Porsche from Rutronic Racing. And I have to think, although I didn't see all of the incident, I think Dumas was given a helping hand into the hairpin at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix track as well. But that is a monster accident that's happened at the head of the order in TCR between the Matilda Racing gold, white and black Cupra that was battling with Peter Terting in the booted fastback, the Elantra from Hyundai, and they both hit the wall big time there, Peter Snowden.
Well, I said we just saw the trailer, but we saw mostly the dust, didn't we, coming up, and a car in the air in the midst of dust is never a good sign. So let's hope everybody's okay there. Obviously, very strong cars at this day and age, and unsurprisingly, we're going to have a code 60 there at Castleton. Really just not surprising. Well, hopefully everybody's okay on that one, but what we were talking about, a great battle there coming out on that very first lap. It's ended in tears, trying to capitalise. It did look like the Hyundai was quicker, to be honest. He was, as we said, I use the phrase, all over him like a rash. He was dodging either side and the car having to block him. So that's a great shame on effectively the opening lap of the race for the TCR cars to have the two leaders out of it straight away. But code 60 it's going to be as they approach that part. Our leaders are on the just coming up onto Hatzenbach, going onto the Nordschleife. Of course, the big news there, the number 3 car, Roman Dumas. I think you're right, Johnny. You usually are, but I think it might look like from what I saw on the camera shot, maybe a tiny bit of right rear damage on the bodywork of that Porsche, which would indicate, if that's correct, that it's been helped into a little bit of a turnaround. But we don't know for yet. We don't know for certain, but we will keep an eye on that one to see what's happened.
I just know about the talents of Romain Dumas through his many years doing the 24 hours of Le Mans for various manufacturers. He's been involved in the Pikes Peak initiative more recently as well. And Romain Dumas does not make errors like that. So I think to have found himself in a spin at the bottom of the racetrack, there needed to be some helping, somewhat of a helping hand. Following him at the time was the Axel Jeffries Lamborghini Huracan, and Martin Tomczyk wasn't a million miles away either in the best of the Rover Racing BMWs, car number 98. Yeah, I mean, Fricadelli had already got, the Fricadelli Porsche had already got through into second position. Whether Dumas had made a pass on Jonathan Hershey and then the Ferrari and the Rutronic Racing Porsche tangled, difficult to tell. But the number 3 car facing the wrong way was the net result of that. And my, what on earth happened as far as the Goulden/Terting battle was concerned? Andreas Goulden was doing the driving in the Matilda racing car and trying to stave off the approaches of Peter Terting in the Hyundai Elantra, and it has ended in tears, as Peter mentions, at Kesselchen. And I think that will have done significant damage to the Armco barrier on the left-hand side of the racetrack, which means that speed restriction could be in place for quite a while now between Kesselchen and Klostertal. You are back to racing speeds at Klostertal itself, the left-hander, but there are a couple of code 60s, then into a code 120. I think that's the order, although on the tracker it's being displayed as the other way around. Normally, when you go into a full 120 kilometre speed limit. No, that is the right way around. My mind's somehow frazzled already. So 120 down to 60 is the way that it is laid out, and across 4 marshal posts. And everyone's getting the warning as well at the left-hand kink between Bergwerk and Kesselchen. So about 5 different marshal posts actually affected by this incident. And there are also intervention vehicles out on the circuit as well to deal with what remains of Cupra number 173 and the 830 car, which, as mentioned, is the first of the 2 Hyundais that entered by the works crew. And actually the leaders in SP9 have now got to that part of the racetrack. So the beauty of these speed restrictions is that generally the gaps between the cars should be retained. However, of course, the first marshal point, which just displays a yellow flag, doesn't have a speed limit there. So you do have an opportunity to close up on a car in front of you so long as you don't overtake it. So if there's a 5-6 second gap there, close it up.
Which is absolutely great for everybody apart from the leader.
Exactly, yeah.
The leader does all that hard work, you say. You said quite rightly, Johnny, at the beginning there, talking about the TCR cars that have actually caused this incident, if you like, this code 60 now. opening lap, time to do it, get a gap, make a break, get your 5-10 seconds if you can. And that's what our race leader's trying to do. And of course, that's all suddenly closed up now, so it's a bit of a respite. You mentioned about Romain Dumas, I call him Mr. Porsche, and you were saying about his history, he doesn't make mistakes. I remember well being in the 2003 Spa 24-hour, which was, in those days, 2 categories, FIA GT1 cars and NGT, obviously the slower category.
Yep.
And it rained, let's just say in biblical tense, for 20 of those 24 hours. And Romain Dumas was part of the driver lineup with Mark Lieb and Stefan Ortelli in the Freisinger Porsche, number 50 car, that won it outright. And I remember us being lapped by an NGT car because it just worked in the wet, but that absolute stellar lineup. But it was an NGT car. Nobody could like, they're leading it. It's all right, it'll work out, it won't happen. And it did, it just kept going.
Fade.
And we all sat there at the end just went, no doubting the driver lineup. As I said, Mark Lieb, Stefan Ortelli, Romain Dumas. No doubting Freisinger Motorsport. But it was an NGT car just won a 24-hour race against GT1 cars outright.
Yeah.
Nobody could believe it. That's the level of the skill. So we'll see what happens there with Romain Dumas if we can find out why that car had a rotation, you say, 180 degrees facing the wrong way.
Yeah, concerning, certainly for Rutronic Racing, who had qualified very nicely on the front row, and their number 3 car has showed speed in the sort of standard qualifying sessions we had as well. Julian Andlauer did the top 30 qualifying earlier today, but an 8:15.247 they managed to do in Q1. Not many cars managed to improve on that in the second qualifying session this morning. I don't think conditions were necessarily in the cars or engines' favour, because some good times punched out late into the evening yesterday when the air is of that quality where it's a little bit cooler on the racetrack. The tyres like that, as do the engines too. And the more quicker times of the 2 standard qualifying sessions appearing yesterday rather than today. That traditional hop at Flansgarten has just been performed by the Mercedes and the BMW that are contesting the lower order positions. Car 101 being driven by David Pittard, and he is pursuing Philip Ellis in the Space Drive Racing Mercedes. So that is the one with the fly-by-wire steering. I was about to say steering column, but there is no steering column present in that car. But at the moment, all the electronics are talking to one another, thankfully, and Philip Ellis is punching out some good times in the opening phases. And now the Lamborghini Huracan of Conrad Motorsport's got a very good run on the Ferrari of Octane 126. So that is Axel Jeffries gaining 3rd position from Jonathan Hershey. Gone from the opening the first top 10 cars is the presence of Romain Dumas, sadly. We'll get a figure of exactly where he is in the order at the end of this, the second lap, and also an idea of race pace as well, because this is the first flying lap, remember, minus any traffic as well. We're not quite at the point where leaders, SP9 cars, are catching the tail enders. As out of the Nordschleife itself and back onto the Grand Prix track come the race leaders of Nicky Thiem for Phoenix Racing in that very nice looking Audi for 2021 in the green for the Grüne Holler. Let us not forget Fred Makovici in 2nd in the Fricadelli Racing Porsche. Axel Jeffries, Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, the new car up to 3rd, having just overtaken Jonathan Hershey's Ferrari in the second part of the Dottinger Höhe. Then it is the 44 car of Falken Motorsports. Now, which of the Mullers is in car 44? Because there are often several of them. Car 44 has Sven Muller in the lineup, to be joined later by Klaus Bachler, who qualified the car, Martin Raginger and Lance David Arnold. So it is Sven Muller 5th, ahead of Matteo Cairoli for Manthey Racing, and Klaus Bachler in the other Falken car. But already there is a Porsche Cayman in the pits, a Cayman GTS. So this is one of the second group cars, I think, which must have pitted at the end of the first lap with a tyre that has let go already off the rim. And the car is in the garage already being fixed. So a far from ideal start for that sky blue Cayman.
That's the number 86 car, Johnny. You said quite right, into the pits, the SP4T 718 Cayman GTS into the pits there. As you say, we have a little bit of footage for a moment there, just of the tyre, left rear tyre completely off its rim, but also working on the left-hand side of the car. So some damage gone on there. So don't know which is cause and effect, whether the tyres deflated and caused the problem, which way around it's then. But there's certainly that car was completely in the box, having to work on the left rear sorted out there. The Copper Motorsport car.
It is car number 86 from the SP4T class. So many different classes in this race, and there are 2 SP4T entries, so that rather opens the door for the number 87 crew, who also have a 718 Cayman GTS in the SP4T division. And the 87 car is running in 56th place, but crucially now leads the class with their nearest rival, their only rival, class-wise, very much on the back foot at this early stage of the 6-hour qualification race. Run to slightly different regulations from a normal NLS round, as there is a slower car now for the leaders in SP9 to negotiate. So what's that been? 2 pretty much clear laps, and on the start of lap 3 they're already catching the tail enders, including the Dacia Logan of number 118 in the SP3 class. That may well have been the Logan that was being lapped just after the run through Hatzenbach. So car 118 has at the wheel Oliver Creaser with Harry O's and a driver simply known as Doom on the entry list, which I love, DOOM. Probably not his real name, but we do often have these slight adjustments on the racing license to various competitors, the pseudonyms, no stranger to the racing here at the Nordschleife. Oh, a little bit wide there for the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Now, that wasn't the 33, so therefore has to be the 44. 33 being driven by Klaus Bachler, but it was Sven Muller who caught the dirt at Adenauer Forst. Now heading through the double left-hander at Metzgersfeld. And then the Callenhard right-hander comes next, but amazingly, the first of the 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsches didn't lose a spot there, despite the Grello Manthey Racing Porsche being right on Sven Muller's tail. Matteo Cairoli couldn't take advantage because it's basically single file stuff there through the Fuchsrohre into Adenauer Forst and then on towards Metzgersfeld. You're doing very, very well to be able to overtake a fellow class runner in that section of the track. It's more of a case of hanging on for dear life, frankly, out of Arenberg and thundering your way down into the foxhole through the trees. So those that batch of Porsches have got through safely, at least that segment of the track. This is playing nicely into the hands of Nicky Thiem, who has a 2-second advantage over Fred Makovici. And it's an even bigger gap then back to Axel Jeffries in the 3rd placed Lamborghini Huracan. Nearly 5 seconds, the gap between Makovici and Axel Jeffries. And that will be a concern for those that are a little bit bottled up behind Jonathan Hershey. It's not a surprise, Snowy, for me to have cars that qualify well and then that don't necessarily carry that single lap pace into the race, as then there are cars now thundering back into this code 120 followed by a code 60. There was a little bit of brief overlapping there between Matteo Cairoli and Sven Muller. I hope that's not been spotted by the race officials, because we don't often count a full overtake to be breaching the regulations. It's just a mere overlap that can be judged as being an infringement.
Yes, I hope that I'm going to have to take a benevolent view on that. That it's a natural concertina effect. And
yeah.
It gives and you take, as long as you give it back and don't gain advantage from it. I think that's the point. It's not getting advantage performance-wise, position-wise, but more importantly, is it safe? And that's what's happening. We've got the 2 marshals on the side of the track there. We can just see those 2. There was different cars I'm looking. There was a pink-coloured car there, which is not quite.
No, that's the fastback Hyundai part behind the Matilda machine, and I think wedged between them is actually an intervention vehicle, desperately trying to tow one or both of them from the grass verge.
But we say they've gone off together. But my point is that they're still very much together at the side of the track. Normally, at the beginning of the accident, they might obviously have made contact. If they have, they've gone off and they separate, end up different pits, possibly different sides. Not there. It seemed like they've come to a very, very sudden halt, and I wasn't sure from the tiny bit of footage we saw for a moment, as if one was going end over end, because we saw that shot of dirt just very quickly, but with the car in the midst of it, and it didn't look to be on its 4 wheels, put it that way. It wasn't just bringing up dirt. It looked like it was rolling from end to end, which I seriously hope not, from a driver point of view, as in everybody's okay.
Yeah. I certainly saw rear wheels of one car several feet in the air as the contact with the Armco barrier was made. That area of the track, no stranger to big incidents, and often actually in the supporting World TCR races that we've had in the last few years. As part of a regular World Championship round, they run 2 and sometimes 3 races around the Nurburgring Nordschleife. That started off as a World Touring Car event, and then when the TCR rules were adopted by that particular championship, it became known as the World TCR Series, and we've had at least a couple of rounds as part of their championship here at the Nordschleife. But I do remember at the sharp end, in one of those races 2 years ago, I think, a big crash at Kesselchen and Klostertal, very similar actually to the Andreas Goulden and Peter Terting incident. There has been a rescue unit, by the way, on the scene as well, because that's now making its way further around the track. And I wouldn't be surprised to see both drivers taken to the on-site medical centre to be checked over, because it can be a very hard stop indeed when you reach the grass verge, and then it's a matter of feet between the edge of the racetrack, that white line, and something very solid indeed. And even though the driver might have been able to get out under their own steam, very sensible to take them to the medical centre to check them over before they then can be released. But unfortunately, 2 very damaged race cars, and it's taken away from the race 2 potential winners there, certainly podium finishers in the TCR division, who they both performed very well in standard qualifying earlier on in the weekend. So a real shame, just because we're now minus 2 very strong cars there.
Meanwhile, back at the front in the GT3 class, or SP9 category, the Falcon Motorsport with Muller at the wheel, having a great draft, as you've mentioned many times already, Johnny, with the Jonathan Hershey run 126 octane Ferrari, getting a run on that, taking that position back. So that's the Hershey-driven Ferrari, the octane 126 car that started 3rd, got up to 1st, dropped back to 3rd at the end of that first lap, is now just been 4th, and now just Muller in the Falcon Porsche has just come past it, as you said, using that classic Dottinger-Hohe draft, and sat there, pulled it, just all ready for him, pulled out, went past it. So the Ferrari now down to 5th as they'll cross the line. But it's all starting to warm up, and we're only half an hour in. We've got 5.5 hours to go, Johnny.
We have, as another Ferrari, this time the number 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau entry, powered by Phoenix, by the way, as they are for this year, heading a couple of Mercedes in day-glow yellow colours. So 22 with Indy Dontje at the wheel of the Ferrari heads Fabian Schiller, and the other Mercedes, Maxi Goertz, I reckon. Yeah, Dontje's got ahead of Goertz on that lap. Now where's Goertz tumbled down to? A little way away from that scrap. Actually, did Goertz come in the pits? That's why I missed him.
Yeah,
okay.
Along with Nicky Katzberg and the Rover Racing BMW in the pits as well.
So that was the other yellow Mercedes that I was scrabbling around for. I'm very confused because it didn't come through then at the end of that lap on the timing screen, but it's because he darted to the right. That is an early stop after just 3 laps.
Indeed, and also Audi Sport Phoenix have gone in with Marshall Backler in the Falcon Porsche, and indeed Kolb into the pits as well. And so a whole bunch there, 25th, they're in that order. That group of cars together, 5 of the SP9 GT3 cars straight into the pits.
Big dramas for Axel Jeffries. Is that a puncture, or is that? I think it's a rear right that's gone. A Michelin tyre that's being run on the Lamborghini, or is it suspension failure? No, the tyre has gone bang on the rear right, which is strange on a clockwise circuit, but maybe he's had some contact there. Thankfully, it's happened on the Grand Prix Strecker, so he can duck into the pits via the back door. It will mean, though, that this Grand Prix lap won't count to his tally.
Yeah, as you say, one of the great things about the way the organisers run this, you don't have to go and do the whole Nordschleife. You can come back in a safe route into the back, so that will save time. Frustrating though it is. And it looks like a quick spot there of yours, John. It's the right rear that's down, but it's the inside tyre, the inside wall of the tyre that's failed.
Yes. And
it's pulling out. So I would suggest not contact. That's just a tyre failure, which is a little bit concerning this early into a 6-hour race. It does, at this point, I would suggest no contact, maybe just a tyre failure, but might have picked up over something, might have picked up a piece of debris, so it may not be the actual tyre fault. So we don't know the ins and outs. I'm sure they will look at it for us. But the Lamborghini... Yeah. Not what you want, but you've got 5.5 hours to recover. I'm sure they don't look at it quite that way.
You make a good point about debris, because the marshals are doing a stonking job down at Klostertal and Kesselchen, but there's every chance of a bit of TCR car being in the middle of the track, and Axel Jeffries when you are behind another car adhering to the 60 km/h speed limit, you're probably not going to spot bits of metal, bits of carbon fibre, quite possibly on the track, and it'd be very easy indeed for something like that to work its way into a tyre, and then for the full deflation not to manifest itself until the end of the lap. Massive race right off pit road here as the Porsche number 33 muscles its way up the inside of Maximilian Goertz in the number 7 car. So I don't think we will have done any driver changes here. There simply hasn't been the time to do that. Need to explain how pit stops work, but let's just enjoy this battle which has emerged back onto the racetrack for the moment. Only 30 minutes in the book, but that was like the race start all over again between a BMW, a Mercedes and a Porsche, Peter.
Well, you say three German manufacturers there.
And an Audi, actually, right behind them.
Audi watching as well. I said 4 German manufacturers coming out there. It wasn't in the pit lane, but it was within the blend line, perfectly within the rules. Maximilian Goertz in the yellow race taxi Mercedes there, number 7. And all of a sudden, this Falcon Porsche is diving up the inside. Had that been an NLS round, he'd have got away with that because that first turn is that acute right. He'd have got through the inside and had the run for the left-hander. Of course, it isn't in this 24-hour qualifying race because they flick a little bit right, then left straight away. As you said quite rightly, they use a different layout here. But that was a gutsy manoeuvre, and let's just say elbows out is perhaps the politest way of describing the Falcon Porsche there, trying to get up the inside. Maximilian Goertz, though, in the race taxi, did shut the door very fairly, very cleanly, but the door was shut, as in, I see what you're trying, nice try, but no, door shut. This taxi's not for hire.
Indeed so. Well, he held the advances of Klaus Bachler back very nicely indeed in the number 7 Mercedes, did Maxi Goertz. No stranger to success here, and in fact some difficult races in recent years as well. He is racing for Team Get Speed this weekend. So Maximilian Goertz, Daniel Juncker-Deher and Fabian Schiller are the lineup there. So Schiller down to race a couple of cars, therefore, because I've seen Schiller in another Mercedes in this race. Yeah, he's in the 8 car at the moment. So he is due, therefore, to get into the number 7 as well at some point. That could be a very busy afternoon for the young German, but nothing to stop you effectively taking 2 steps of the podium by the end of this race if your team is that successful. Particularly when we get to the 24 hours of the Nurburgring, when there are regularly 4 drivers in every car, we certainly have seen a driver featuring in at least 2 cars. I don't think any more than 2, as again the concertina effect kicks into action. And this is tricky for some of the SP9 cars because they've caught a lower order Cayman, I think that is, and a TCR car as well, so they have to go the speed of those machines directly in front of them with no overtaking permitted.
Variables, isn't it? It's just all the time. There's always something. You just never get to lose concentration. But this goes back to your saying about drivers having 2 different drives, 2 different cars in one race. That's one way of getting your laps up. You say we're talking about this. John Hind was saying earlier about getting your laps in, and Martin Brundle being able to qualify for that. But it's a way of the regular. It is quite regularly controlled, properly regulated. And to get to drive 2 cars in one race, but it keeps you busy.
So the incident that we described about 15 minutes ago, for the race lead in TCR, it was Andreas Gulden and Peter Terting. They'd already touched before the big off. So there was the warning for Peter Terting, who we'd already described was wasting no time at all. I mean, he almost had a monster shunt at Schwedenkreuz on this lap as well. Eager to try and get by. They move to the right. Andreas Gulden kind of makes one defensive move, and then after he drifts right across the nose of the Hyundai for a second time, that is where the contact is made, and effectively he's nerved into a spin. First of all, makes contact with the Armco barrier on the right-hand side, and then I guess that breaks the steering at the very least, and they both end up in the barrier on the left-hand side.
Looks exactly spot on there, Johnny, but just a little enough, they say, just coming out of Bergwerk and that run down up towards what is eventually going to be the carousel there. But just that little touch, it's gone off to the right, it's clipped the barrier, and I think you're absolutely spot on there, probably disconnected the steering, which is not ideal in a race car at speed at that part of the track anyway. Anywhere on this track, I really kind of want your steering connected. Although we'll talk about that separately in one car that hasn't got its steering connected physically, mechanically. But he's come back, and the problem is, you say, he's bounced off the right-hand side, and unfortunately come across him because he can't steer the car. It's taken out so it can hit him, and the pair of them are out. So that's a great job, and that explains why the 2 cars are side by side stopped on the track, because they've just taking each other out side by side and stopped physically on the left-hand part of the track. Which, great shame for our leaders. That was a battle royale. And we did say when we first witnessed that they were all. He was literally over like a rash, and it was trying to go either side, and I think there was a little bit of frustration there potentially. As we said, that's what you want to do on that first lap of the race, get that advantage while you can, but that one's ended in tears for the leaders, what were the leaders of the TCR class, but a great shame there.
It's really unfortunate. Now, Andreas Gulden is labelled as a bronze driver by the FIA precious metal grading system. I'll remind you, it's 4-tiered from bronze to silver to gold to platinum. So you've got a bronze driver leading that class, being pursued by a gold. Now, Peter Terting is a very good driver indeed. He's fast. And clearly he spotted an opportunity that he wanted to get in front as early as possible. However, is there really that much of an impetus to get through on the opening lap, quite to the extent that he was doing? If that's the final lap and you're gunning for the class lead, I could almost forgive it. But the opening lap of a 6-hour race, why not concentrate on getting a good run out of that right-hander that leads you onto the Dottinger Hoor? And you could probably very easily pick Andreas Gulden off at the end of the Dottinger Hoor. I don't understand why you need to do it there and then, when they'd already had an incident before the big one. You know, there'd been some contact already. That's surely Peter Terting's warning. However, there may be an argument to say that Andreas Gulden was blocking Peter a bit too much as well. I think that's an incident that can be seen both ways, and I'm sure both sides of the argument will be presented to race control in the next hour or so.
Well, one thing we know for guaranteed, Johnny, that two racing drivers will never have the same view on the same incident.
Yeah.
It's always going to be the way. It's a difficult call. We're sitting here in the luxury of an armchair, effectively calling it. We've got one camera angle and a little bit of footage to see it. You never really know. It's difficult. The pursuer wants to get through. The leader wants to not lose that
Obviously
position.
want to defend
exactly that first lap. Err on the side of caution, yes, but as we've said already, it's that first lap is the chance to do it. What is interesting, though, we commented before on the number 86 Cayman that was in the pits, the Coffin car that we saw with the tyre damage. That indeed was collateral damage from the TCR incident. Picked up some debris, shredded the tyre, and then we said it was working under the wheel arch at the time. It's actually fractured a brake line as well. So that it wasn't the tyre that had done that. That tyre got deflated, it's gone around and done that. So that's why that car's in there. So a flat tyre and no brakes is not the best combination on the Nordschleife.
Certainly not. So that's a real shame, and very much a double whammy for that team. We're hearing some good news, by the way, from Mark Basseng, who is very much part of the Hyundai initiative, the organisation that gets those two cars actually in the entry. Basseng down to drive at least one of them today as well. That both drivers, both Andreas Gulden in the Cupra and Peter Terting in the Hyundai Elantra, are okay. So that is the best news that we could possibly have had from that incident, which looked horrendous to describe to you for a second time. Only caught the back end of it as it was happening in real time, but good, therefore, to sort of fill in a bit of a gap as to how the cars ended up in that scenario. And the fact that there'd already been a touch and some bent bodywork prior to the far bigger off, which took them into the barrier on the right-hand side at Klostertal initially, and then eventually to the left-hand side, which has brought out a code 60, which is still in place, by the way, and the code 120 and 60 segment of the racetrack still covers 4 Marshall points, to give you an idea of how much Armco has been bent out of shape. The track staff here, the repair teams, are very, very used to having to repair various levels of Armco. They'll put new struts in if necessary, and that might also involve actually cementing the support struts in place, depending on how much of that has been torn out. An Armco barrier is designed to basically contain the cars within the racetrack so that they don't flip outside of the boundaries and potentially cause issues not only for the driver and the car, but also for spectators who won't be very far away either. But it is designed to give, rather than a concrete wall when there's only one winner between a race car and a concrete wall, the Armco barrier is designed to bend back, it's designed to bevel in places, and that's the reason why it might take a little bit longer yet, probably even another hour or so, for all of that to fully clear. But the beauty of this track is that it is 25 and a bit kilometres in length, so you could race on the rest of it whilst that one segment is being seen to. In all of that, we have a new leader, Peter Snowden, in the form of Fred Makovici now in the Fricadelli Racing Porsche. He is somewhere in the middle sector of this basically 9-sector racetrack. So he's right in the middle of sector 5 currently and leading the race by 7.8 seconds over now Matteo Cairoli, with in 44 Sven Muller, who didn't pit, remember, ahead of Martin Tomczyk in the number 98 car. But we have had stoppers already, and I just wonder whether doing a stop after just 3 laps, they're dealing perhaps with the splash that they foresee will be to come much later on in the race. So does that now mean that they can do even 7-lap or even 8-lap stints from this point all the way to the finish? I'll remind you that there's quite a complex table determining how long the pit stop must be, and it is all at this part of the race, the early part of the race, governed by how long your stint has been. So if you've done an 8-lap stint and you come in for a pit stop, it's going to have to be quite a long pit stop whilst the car is refueled, maybe a new driver and quite possibly a new set of tyres as well. But it is the pit stop is governed by a minimum pit stop time, so you can't do it as quickly as the pit stop is performed, as you might find in Formula One, let's say. You know, pit stops are just as quick as your pit crew are. That's not the case in the Nurburgring racing. It's all dictated by the stint you've just done, and if you've only done 3 laps on the stint, then your pit stop can be very quick indeed, compared to maybe a pit stop you do after a 7 or 8 lap stint, where your pit stop's got to be much, much longer. And there's a complex table which is actually done on a minute-by-minute basis, basically. So rather than the number of laps completed, it's down to how long your first stint has been, determining how long you have to spend in the pits, and that is time from pit in to pit out, where there are timing loops in both locations. Double waved yellow flags on the approach to Kesselchen out of Bergwerk, which will affect the race leaders. And this, of course, may be emphasising or lessening the lead gap, depending on when you're catching the code 60. So Fred Makovici, actually this time shown as being 8 seconds now in front of the Matteo Cairoli Manthey Racing Porsche. So Fred Makovici showing very good speed and maybe being helped a little bit by where the code 60 is falling for the red and white Fricadelli Racing Porsche number 31 as well. But talked about the strength that Porsche seemed to have in the NLS races leading into this event, Snowy. It's now a Porsche 1, 2, 3.
It is mentioned of Porsche there. Earl Bamber in the number 30 Fricadelli racing car, the car that did so well, won the part of the 1-2 at the NLS just a couple of weekends ago. He's had a run into the pits. That's back out again. He's running down in 29th at the moment, so we'll see that car going back up the order. Meanwhile, this battle royale still carries on between the Octane Porsche, the Octane Ferrari, my apologies, with the Porsche behind it. It's just looks like he's trying to get down the inside, might not make it stick on this occasion. Jonathan Hershey defending strongly there, but he's had a great run at the start of this race, into the lead of it to start with. On that first lap, the opening lap, we saw that with the Ferrari, which is was great to see. It had an agonising win in one of the NLS rounds late last year. Well, I say agonising win, it won it, and then had the win taken away by an incorrect compound tyre that wasn't permitted on the back. And all it was, unknowingly it was permitted, but the team just hadn't submitted the piece of paper to say that tyre was, right. Therefore it hadn't been approved. It was nothing illegal, no real performance advantage. It was purely administrative. Talk about the eights of motor racing. You go and win a race, and then just a piece of paper says you're allowed to use that tyre, but you hadn't signed it effectively. And that's all it was, and the win was taken away. So Jonathan Hershey and the Octane 126 Ferrari, the Swiss team there, keen to make amends for that. However, they've got a Mercedes right behind them at the moment, and a number 4 car. And that's they're not going to let that go away in a hurry. That's the Team HRT car. I think it's is that Adam Cristodola at the wheel? That's in the opening stint of that car.
It is.
Johnny? Yeah,
indeed.
Now they're coming up to the code 120, as I say, the little bit down here to come down the hill towards Bergwerk. Again, once behind a lower class car, so they've got to sit there. nothing they can do about it, and it just slows down. It seems agonising, doesn't it? 60 kilometres, and it's pit lane speed, isn't it? Expecting 60 k's, and it does seem agonising. But that's what they've got to do. And so they sat behind one of the lower class cars. I think it might have been a TCR car. I'm not sure. I just caught it at the corner of my eye. But Fricadelli at the top again. It's Porsche 1, 2, 3 again. We mentioned this, or I mentioned this earlier from the last round of NLS last weekend with Bruce, Johnny, that we had Porsches at the top of the 3 different teams. Again, the only thing we're missing here, we've got Manthey. We've got Fricadelli leading the Makoviecki car number 31, the 911 race number of the Porsche 911 GT3 of Manthey, and of course Muller in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche in third. Now Makoviecki, as I said, he's just dived into the pits, exactly as I said, right on cue. So that promotes Martin Tomczyk in the Rover Racing BMW up, but it's all changing order now because we've got 6th and 7th in again. So the Manthey Porsche and the Falcon one are into the pit. So Fricadelli is leading. BMW's now in 2nd and 3rd place. It's all going to change order now, and we haven't even got into the first hour yet, Johnny. We haven't done the first hour.
Very good run from 3 cars on the Wochenspiegel team. Monschau Ferrari there, and a shuffling down the order, sadly, for car number 22, which is being driven by one of the Donchers, and I automatically said Indy. It is Indy, thankfully, rather than Milan Doncher, who's the younger brother of the Dutch family. Milan Doncher in his Ferrari. He's in the clutch of cars that suddenly enter the pits, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars all moving off. Yes. So 5 laps done, and again, this seems to be a very popular time to be making a pit stop. It will leave us once more with a Porsche out front, by the way, but a car that we didn't necessarily label as a potential race leader, Nico Menzel's Uber Motorsport Porsche. That's the one we expected in qualifying for the top 30 at 10:30 this morning and didn't appear. I remember mentioning 2 cars that were not present, one of which being the CP Racing Mercedes. I'm pretty sure the other one was the Uber Motorsport Porsche number 23. The fact that they didn't enter top 30 qualifying doesn't seem to have mattered a great deal, though, because that Pro-Am entry for Nico Menzel, who's doing the driving, Stefan Aust and Philipp Neufer, now leads the race ahead of the SCG 004C of Thomas Mutsch. And that car hasn't yet pitted either and goes through in 2nd position as a result. So the cars that have made their stops, and remember, it's shared garages, as it always tends to be at a Nurburgring Nordschleife event. So many cars entered. We simply don't have enough garages to accommodate them all. So it is very much a kind of a matter of choreographing your movements around fellow teams that occupy the same concrete floor as your team, and fingers crossed not pitting on the same lap, because that becomes very complicated indeed. But the cars will stop at their allocated garages straight on, sort of 90 degrees to the, well, not 90 degrees, 180 degrees to the garage floor, and then they're put dolly jacks underneath them, and they're spun through so that they then sit at 45 degrees to the garage mouth, and that means the exit from the pit stop is as easy as possible. They're almost lined up to have to focus entirely on the pit exit road, which is exactly where 3 cars burst from a lap ago, and those are the 3 cars that are just completing a lap now for Maximilian Goertz, Klaus Bachler, who was trying to do the overtaking, and there's 2 Mercedes side by side as well towards the end of the lap into Tiergarten. Can they go fully side by side all the way through that sequence of corners? Well, certainly trying to do that. One of which is it's not the 7th car, I don't think, of Goertz, or is it?
It is, I think it is, yes.
Okay, so that's Goertz pursuing. I'll tell you in a moment exactly who that is, because we'll get them on the timing beam. Certainly the Octane 126 Ferrari is tucked in behind as well. So the 126 car is right behind Fabian Schiller and Adam Christodoulou in the more of a amber or golden coloured Mercedes with the blue detailing. So it's the 8 car, beg your pardon, not
just
the 7.
Say, yeah, Schiller, number 8.
So it's Schiller, that's all right. It's Schiller in the very similarly coloured to Maxi Goertz's car. Very tough to tell those 2 machines apart. I hope they're going to be slightly different when we get to the 24-hour race next month. But Christodoulou, Schiller, and then the Octane 126 Ferrari of Simon Trummer involved in this race. That tells me that Jonathan Hershey got out at the first stop and Swiss driver Simon Trummer took over. And they are right on the tail of Alexandra Imperatori, by the way, in the KCMG Porsche number 18. So this is a dice for 21st position at the moment. It will become higher up the order than that because all of these 4 cars have made their stops already, the first stops. And a lot of GT3 cars, a lot of SP9 machines pitting far earlier than I'd expected, some of which pitted after only 3 laps. And I think that is, as I say, to kind of bolt on the extra bit of mileage that they expect to do at the end, get that out of the way at the start of the race, so that you can do 8-lap stints probably all the way to the finish now.
I know you have various skills, Johnny. One of them is obviously mind reading, because I hadn't written down exactly what I was just thinking, which is exactly what you've just said. So you did look inside my mind. And look at that, I was thinking,
it's a scary thought.
It is indeed. Yeah, don't dwell in there for too long, mate. It won't do you any good at all. But you'll come out harmed, traumatised. But I thought exactly the same. The very early stops. I'd have thought, if anything, that they'll have their own strategies, their own reasons for it. But I'd have just thought, if anything, for a 6-hour race, settle down, let things see what happened. We saw that with the TCR category, how that's changed the form of the race. And I just thought, I'd just settle down and see what happens. But they've obviously got different ideas. So only a 3-lap stint. It's not very long,
no,
which is
not.
What, 30 minutes in the car, isn't it? A bit less.
Unless the drivers that pitted after just 3 laps felt they weren't going anywhere in the race, as in they were wedged behind slower cars in SP9, couldn't find a way through, and the team have worked out that if they pit then after 3 laps, they can be brought back onto the racetrack in a much quieter area, if you like, with a clean racetrack in front. So they might have some time to inherit by doing it that way. And just getting them out of trouble, effectively, out of the bulk of the queue of SP9 cars and into a quieter part of the race.
Now, our code 120 is now ended.
Oh, has it?
So the track is now clean, so full course green. We're back to a full clear track again, so no slow zone at all there. So that's the front-running cars, everybody in the field will be happy about that, but the front-running cars not having to do that bit of approaching out of the exit of Bergberg and suddenly slow down. So we're back to full course green, full racing on once again, and it's still Porsche at the head of the field. To say the Menzel run Huber Motorsport car at the front of the field there, with technically at the moment the 704 Glickenhaus in second place from Much, as Johnny had said. Mercedes AMG in the CP Racing entry in 3rd position. So it's Porsche, Glickenhaus, Mercedes and Ferrari. And at the moment, a couple of KTMs up there. That's, of course, until the order settled down. That's because at one point we had cars 2nd place to P2 to P11 all in the pits at one go. So that'll all shake down and settle down at the end of this lap. So it'll be a very different order by then. At the moment, it does look like Porsche is the car to have still on the Nordschleife. But who knows what's going to happen? It's a long race. We've got 5 hours 7 minutes left of this race to go, Johnny, which is it's another round or so of we've got 2 hours, and then we've got a whole round of NLS as well. So it's 1.5 NLS races basically, isn't it? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
In a very, very convoluted way. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. I told you not to get inside my head, didn't I?
I'm trying not to. I'm really trying to stray away from that, I promise you.
Just stop it. I'm trying. It's fine. That's a full stop.
I'm also trying to work out. There wasn't a full stop there, you'll notice. The cars that did make their stop after just 30 minutes. And, right, here's the list. 33 Falcon Motorsport Porsche for Klaus Bachler, who stayed on board. The 7 Maxi Goetz Mercedes from Get Speed, who also retained Goetz at the wheel, but he stopped after 3 laps. Nicky Katzberg's BMW number 1, the M6, and they did a driver change there as well, so that might have been a slightly longer stop actually for the Rover Racing BMW, depending on what the minimum stop time was for 3 laps. But I mean, can you easily do a driver change and presumably new tyres for Philipp Eng as well in the number 1 Rover Racing BMW? That car pitted after just 3 laps. There was also a 3-lap stop for the 15 Audi for Team Phoenix, which is their Pro-Am entry. I think I'm right in saying. No, it's not. That's beg your pardon, that's the Dennis Marshall, Marcus Winkelhock and Mike Rockenfeller Audi, an all-pro lineup, and they also stopped after a very short time. Now, the cars that stopped after 4 laps, Nicky Team And now you've got to think that the Phoenix Racing number 11 car is going to be there or thereabouts purely because of its single lap speed. Topped the main qualifying session today, the top 30 shootout. And Phoenix Racing do know several different ways of winning a race around here. So you got to think it's sensible to pit after 4 laps if a team as big as Phoenix are doing it. And they switched to a new driver as well. Nicky Team to... who's in the number 11 now? A bit further down the order. It is Michele Beretta. Yes, in the number 11 car now. With also Frank Stippler and Kim Louis Schramm still to come in that car. Matt Campbell, I'm being told, in the 30 machine was also a car to stop after 4 laps. Link also into that Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes, Fabian Schiller's Mercedes, Jonathan Hershey's Ferrari. And another car to stop after the 3 laps was the number 5 Phoenix Racing car. So interestingly, Phoenix are sort of splitting their strategy a touch, with Vincent Kolb coming in after just 3 laps, a lap before the sister car for Nicky Team. I like this because there are lots of different strategies being utilised even before the first hour is done, as now the second place machine for Thomas Mutsch comes in. This is the repaired 704 numbered CSG 004 from Team Glickenhaus. Looks glorious, doesn't it, this car?
Absolutely, and right behind it was the Racing 1 488 Ferrari of Köhler, one of the SB9 category cars, up from the 5th place, and number 14 car 14. That's into the pits as well. So all change at the top there. The Glickenhaus just being worked on, driver change for that car. So Thomas Mutsch out of that, of the SCG 400 Glickenhaus. Menzel is still at the head of the field in the Hubert Motorsport 911. CP Racing second place with Espenlaub on board now in the Mercedes. I'm just looking, I think it's one of the KTMs that was quite up at the top there in that order, also into the pits, just in our background of our shot there. So that's, I think that was the, which order that was, I think that was indeed, that's the number 6, sorry, the 75 car from 16 plate. That's the Menzel car that was leading a moment ago. That's now into the pits as well. New fastest lap of the race set by the number 30 Fricadelli Porsche. Unsurprisingly, Earl Bamber at the wheel set a new best of an 8:22, 6:96.
Very good times coming in, certainly, and perhaps more so from the cars that changed drivers after 3 or 4 laps, because you've got to think when you put a new driver in, you give them a new set of tyres as well, because it's a little unfair to keep with a set of tyres that maybe the previous driver, your teammate, has abused around this place. So give them a new set of boots, and then you can judge how the tyre wears over, well, might be as long as an hour-long stint. This, for me, the early stops have to be to get the cars off sequence, and deliberately so for a number of teams. You wouldn't be doing 3 and 4 lap stints ordinarily because it's just not using enough fuel. You're going to have at least half a tank still in a lot of these SP9 cars after just, well, 3 laps at the start of the race. Remember, you've got a rolling lap to factor in as well, so that's almost like a 4-lap stint. For those that pitted after 4 racing laps, that's more like a 5-lap stint. You wouldn't have been able to go much longer than 7 racing laps for this opening run, and then after that you can comfortably do 8-lap stints. But an NLS race, 4 hours, runs to 28, sometimes 29 laps. I think obviously we had one round that didn't happen, but the first proper round, which was round 2, that was a 29-lap affair, and then the one the following, so 2 weeks later, was 28 laps. So yeah, there's often a little bit of extra tacked on, but I reckon, well, for 6 hours, we're looking at more like in the 40 marker somewhere, or around the 40 laps completed by the time we've finished.
You were talking, Johnny, earlier about strategy and drivers thinking and what they do in the opening lap, and the opportunities you want to make on the opening lap, and what you've got to think ahead. We just had a perfect example there of Frank Mercavizzi in the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche. I was just watching a little bit of it on from the above camera there, and it was definitely using a bit more of the track, throwing the car around quite a bit on the GP circuit. And I thought, it caught my eye. Then I realised why. There was a 718 Cayman ahead of him just as they're coming to the end of the GP circuit, and he's got a few cars behind him of the same class, and it's exactly what he wanted to do, that advantage. He wanted to get past that 718 Cayman GT4 car as quick as he can before he gets onto the Nordschleife. And it's what he managed to do. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini number 19 again with the right rear failure.
It's exactly the same issue.
Axel Jeffries once again.
It's exactly the same problem for the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Same driver as Snowy says. And I'm now starting to think cambers on this car, because we've seen it before on Lamborghinis, not necessarily at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. We've seen it many times in the Dubai 24 hours, where Lamborghinis have been in great positions, i.e. pole position, leading the race, and the rear tyre goes.
And you said quite rightly, accident damage potential. Has there been contact? Your first thought. I said maybe not, because the inside wall appeared to fail as in the tyre was coming out over the rim. But going back to your original thought, Johnny, that might be that there's been a little bit of contact and it's knocked it and given it some negative camber that's making it overheat the inside wall, therefore the tyre's failing. I don't know. We're second guessing. We're not the engineers down there, but the same tyre, same failure on the car twice with the same driver. It points, as you say quite rightly, Johnny, to there's something's not right about the angle of that wheel. What's caused it, we don't know. We are naturally second guessing, but it's something's not making that right wheel happy.
But it hasn't done enough. In each case of the two individual punctures, they haven't done enough miles for a tyre to wear to that extent, because these are brand new Michelins going on, a durable tyre designed for this place. Remember, because a lot of the big tyre companies also have factories or bases further down the road, not a 2-minute drive from here, and these tyres are deliberately designed to go well in a 7 or 8 lap stint. So to have them fail after just 3 laps, there are big question marks there. Whether it's contact and therefore something out of Conrad Motorsport's power, or whether it's a way that they've decided to set the car up to make it fast, only they will know. But 2 very similar tyre failures going for Axel Jeffries. A real shame for the UK-based Zimbabwean.
Conrad Motorsport, too experienced to make mistakes like that with the setup, but I thought, unless it's highly unlikely.
Unless they need the time. They're that desperate to match the speed of the German cars that they've had to take a gamble on setup. But as I say, very tricky to tell from our perspective. There is now an hour completed. Have we managed to find any answers so far for this race right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels? I would suggest no. Therefore, you need to stick with us for the next 5 hours of the qualification race for the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Nico Menzel for Uber Motorsport in the number 23 Porsche leads the way after just over an hours running, and we've managed to complete 6 laps of the 25 kilometres around the Nurburgring Nordschleife, with the whole of the Grand Prix track as well. And amazingly, that gives Nico Menzel a full 60 seconds as an advantage. That does rather skew the narrative of this race a little bit, though, because we've had pit stoppers, and a little earlier than most of us had expected. I actually revisited some of the last time this race happened. You're going to go back to 2 years ago, because there was no qualification race in 2020 for all the reasons that are obvious. But in 2019, you can't really compare the strategy, because there were horrible conditions for the opening hour of that race. A drying track in places, but raining in others. And actually, we had pit stoppers after the rolling lap 2 years ago, because cars had gone out on wet tyres and decided this was very much the wrong tyre to be on. We need to be on slicks, and cars, including the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, pitted after just the rolling lap to get onto slicks or cut slicks, knowing that those would be the better tyres to have. So that race 2 years ago, the strategy was sort of torn up at the early possible opportunity. Whereas in this race, which is being held in glorious conditions pretty much all the way around the racetrack, some stops happened after just lap 3, more after lap 4, and several after lap 5, which means there are many different approaches now being taken. Now, a story from the opening hour, sadly for Conrad Motorsport, is that their very pacey Lamborghini Huracan has had 2 separate punctures both on the same corner, the rear right, and that car has now made its way back to the pits again, having done, well, now on 2 separate occasions, just a Grand Prix lap, which will be wiped as far as the timekeepers are concerned. You have to complete a full lap for it to count to your tally, and they are way down the order as a result. But I noticed that one of the engineers was straight underneath the car there, looking at that rear right suspension setting.
Well spotted, Johnny, and it was also a slightly different failure this time. It was the outer edge of the tyre that had gone in that way. So we quite rightly pointed towards camber, as in it's running on the inside edge of the tyre. Would be too much negative camber. Therefore, the tyre overheats the sidewall, goes out that way. This time, it was the opposite way. It was the outer edge that's failed, and the tyre's gone in. As you say, the first thing the engineer did was get straight under there and have a look at it. So it would suggest, as you initially predicted, Johnny, that it looks like there's something wrong in that suspension angle, geometry, corner. Something's going on the right rear of that number 19 Conrad Huracan, which is, you said, it's got the pace, but it's no good if it's not there in the race, putting it bluntly.
Exactly.
It's a great shame, but it's been turned around. Of course, driver change done straight away on that car, ready for the next one to go out. But our race leader came in, Menzel. We've got Macavezzi is now up into second place in the Fricadelli, and it's the Phoenix Beretta-driven Audi that's leading currently, so it's 11 and 31 at the top. Falcon Motorsports Porsche is in third place, number 33 car with Bachler at the wheel. Fourth place is Maximilian Goertz in the team Get Speed Mercedes. So a bit of a change up front there. So Audi, 2 Porsches, Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Audi, and 2 Porsches, Mercedes, BMW. So it's a gem car fest, isn't it, basically, at the moment, with the top 10?
As this race so often is, yeah. But what I'm not spotting is any pattern as far as when these cars stopped, because the race leader, Michele Beretta, Nicky team in that car stopped after 4 laps. Fred Makoviecki, who stayed at the wheel after his pit stop, well, that car came in after 5 laps and is now second. The next 2 cars, third and fourth, pitted after 3 laps. For Klaus Bachler, who stayed at the wheel, Maxi Goertz, who did exactly the same thing, the number 7 car. So there doesn't seem to be an immediate answer here for which is the best strategy, because you've got a car leading the race 4-lap pit stop, 5 laps for the second place car, third and fourth both pitted after 3 laps. Matt Campbell, who runs now 5th in the 30 Fricadelli racing car, the second of the Fricadelli racing entries, Matt Campbell pitted after 4 laps. I can also give you some information on who leads each of the classes, for which there are several of them. SP9, unsurprisingly, led by Phoenix in their number 11 Audi. SPX, there's a couple of cars in that, namely the steering column-less Space Drive Racing Mercedes for Philip Ellis in car number 25. He's 16th overall, but leads SPX. Cup X for Reinhard Koffler's True Racing KTM Crossbow. Cup X, of course, exclusively for the KTM cars. You've got the Bonk Motorsport entered Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car number 58 leading SP7. Remember, SP7 in Nurburgring Nordschleife Racing is for Porsche Cup cars and nothing else. Car 58 being entered by a team with no name, basically. A nameless team is what I was trying to get to there. Peter Bonk and Marco van Ramshorst. And it is Peter Bonk doing the driving at the moment. The 350 car leads SP Pro. That's the Black Falcon Team Identica Porsche 911 GT3 Cup MR for Rivas, 29th place. SP8T is led by a Mercedes from the Schnitzelalarm Racing GmbH entry for number 34. You've got Gabriele Piana leading GT4, or SP10 as it's known in this race, for Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. That's a BMW M4, which is 37th overall, but leading the SP10 category. 831 in the TCR division, sort of given the race lead and then some, because of the dramatic crash between the Matilda Racing Cupra and the Hyundai Fastback, the Elantra, as it's labelled on the entry list. Those 2 cars getting together, and that rather parted the waves for the Hyundai Motorsport N Target competition entered number 83. Now, is it 831 or is it the 830 car for... Yeah, I think it'll be the 830 car for Jean-Carl Vernet, Henrik Still and Luca Engstler. Car number 830 leading TCR. 43rd position for car 301. That's the Cup 3 leader, Porsche Cayman GT4 for EPS Rennsport. The GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8 leads SP8 number 53. In Cup 5 for the BMW M2 CSs, CS racing cars, Adrenaline Motorsport lead that in the 240 numbered car. So Florian Naumann drives the M2 CS racing car. That Cup 5 is exclusively for that type of machine, by the way. SP4T Porsche 718 Cayman leads that. Number 87 is out front. Now, where is 87 overall? 57th place for car number 87, and driving that is Stefan Branner. We've got another Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman leading class V6 for the fastest of the production cars. All of the V classes are for pretty much street cars turned into racing machines. Car 131 for the Cayman that leads V6. V2T, so for hatchback but turbocharged cars. Well, not really hatchback, actually. It's a BMW 330i G20 that leads that class. Need to fully get to grips with V2T, but certainly turbocharged. That's what the T stands for. Car 330 is a 330i and leads its class from 59th position. V5 is a Porsche Cayman formed from Pro Sport Racing, and car 144 leads V5. 165 is the SP2T leader for another Hyundai i20 for Hyundai Motorsport. Number 165 is 62nd overall. It's a BMW M240i for Avia Zorg Rennsport in the lead of that particular class for the 240s. V4 is led by a BMW 325i for M Racing by Plusline. That car is 69th overall and leads V4. The alternatively fueled category, the Ford Mustang, which missed a qualifying session earlier in the weekend but is in the running now, car 109 leads class AT. SP3 is led by the Dacia Logan for Creaser currently, SP3, car 118. And finally, car 105 is the SP4 leader, which is another BMW 325i, an E90 iteration for Schoenfelder. And SP4 is being led from 79th position overall, as the spaceship lookalike KTM Crossbow comes down pit road. That wasn't the 70 car though, nor was it the 114, I don't think, but from 41st position that machine heads back into the race. KTM Crossbow's taking on a slightly different look for 2020. It's the 75 KTM Crossbow, so therefore not the leader in Cup X. That honour goes to the 114, but that 75 car is also in the same bit of the race. So 75, I'll go down the various bits of timing screen to get you a driver on that. Meanwhile, the 11 car for Phoenix Racing, Audi R8 LMS in the green colours, leads the race, but now only by 4 seconds. So Frederick Makoviecki pushing incredibly hard in the second place Fricadelli Racing Porsche to close up the gap here, and the lead that Nicky Thiem had built is steadily ebbing away purely because of the Frenchman's pace. And this is mightily impressive, Snowy, from Fred Makoviecki, who can probably now see the green Audi further down the road.
Yeah, and it's Jens Droll at the wheel of the number 75 KTM.
Thank you. But what about Fred's pace here? I mean, you know, he's shown it through the years in Aston Martins and Porsches at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but he's also a bit of a specialist around here, having won this race a few years ago as well. So the gap's coming down, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, Snowy, by the end of this lap to see both those cars together on the Dottinger Hoor. In fact, they're piercing their way back onto the Grand Prix track and occupy half of the start-finish straight together.
And what a phrase it is, though, those cars together on the Dottinger Hoor. That is that incredible long shot when we have the Helicam as well, and we get to talk about it. Those cars dropping down that, they get almost a moment's peace, but they get the draft. You get the double toe. Some of them we've seen that before with the Mercedes. They get past a couple of cars in one go, and then that rise up, and you arrive. It is real roller coaster stuff, because you suddenly arrive at Tiergarten, which is a fast left, then a right, and then a left onto the Grand Prix circuit straight. The Grand Prix straight, and it's suddenly arriving there, and you've got all that work to do, and you're arriving flat chat. And you commented earlier, I think it was a couple of the Mercedes, wasn't it? Can they go side by side? Well, they can, if the drivers consent and allow it, and they both did. Rival teams, there's no point in taking one another out. That's not what racing is about, endurance racing. But they did do it. Quite extraordinary. And great to see those cars on that part of the circuit. One of my favourite parts, you say, at the end of the lap. Huge draft there, and usually different sorts of cars. At the moment, we've got Mercedes BMW battle. Right in front of the Rover BMW in second. It still sounds wrong when you say Rover. For being an Englishman, I think of Rover cars, and it's not, is it? But it's Rover Oil.
Yeah, Rover, to my knowledge, in their long history, most of it out of Longbridge in the West Midlands, never built any BMWs there. Although subsequently, there is the Mini connection, I suppose.
There is the Mini connection now, and of course the Rover SD1s that are in European touring cars and whatever in the day, run by Tom Walkinshaw. So a great deal of history there. However, we're talking about the Rover-sponsored BMW.
Rover with a W, yes. Or Row, as people ordinarily call it, as English speakers, but Rover, as it's correctly pronounced in German.
Nothing silent in German, as they say.
That's right. So the white, yellow and black Rover BMW now heads down the hill on the Grand Prix Strecke. And the BMW that won the 24-hour race last year, not necessarily going to have its own way for this season's running of that event at the start of next month, purely dictating that, or judging by the speed of both of the BMW M6s from that team, currently 6th and 11th. But again, could their route through the strategy actually eventually manifest itself into a race lead? It's very tricky to say at this point in time, but I'll remind you that there are a number of different ways to cut this cake, and the Nicky team Audi currently leads now with Michele Beretta at the wheel, but he is being caught, there's no doubt about it, by Fred Makovici, who stayed on board. Now that will mean, from a Phoenix Racing point of view, that they'll be able to look to Nicky team towards the end of the race potentially, and maybe put the Dane back into the number 11 car to bring it home. He's just about the fastest driver in there, having set the pole position time not only in top 30 qualifying, but also in the standard qualifying session yesterday as well, producing an 8:14.8. Now 831, which is the car that I was talking about as a potential leader in TCR. Now, I got confused earlier on because this car on my entry list is labelled as the Hyundai Elantra. Now, that's the car that was crashed by Peter Terting on the opening lap. So that clearly wasn't the 831. I wonder whether they've done a number switch from the entry list that I printed off from the 3rd of May. And actually, 830 is the Elantra that was crashed, and the 831 has been adopted by the Hyundai i30N, which is the engine you can hear in the background, the turbocharged 2-litre Hyundai engine for Jean-Carl Vernet, Hendrik Still and Luca Engstler.
Now, don't agree too quickly, but I thought I was going mad earlier, and I'm glad that you've got the same thing, because I printed the entry list off at the same time.
Yeah.
And I've got 3 consecutive car number 31s at one point on my entry list, which completely confused me. I thought exactly the same about that Hyundai earlier, that Vernet Still Engstler car, and I was thinking, why is he talking about that? And it's, I think there's a slight anomaly there for us, Johnny, and we'll do a little bit of catching up on that one.
Yeah, that's why I got...
This is the 831 car, but it was the 830 that crashed earlier, wasn't it?
That's right, but that's why I got briefly confused during my rundown of the classes, because I read 831 as the class lead, and I thought, well, that was in the wall with a Matilda Racing Cupra, so it can't make any sense. But apparently on a website elsewhere, there's obviously an updated entry list which says that the 830 was definitely the Elantra, or in some countries where that particular car is sold, it is simply called a fastback, but it's definitely down as a Hyundai Elantra N on my entry list, car number 831. Well, that has been changed. The two Hyundais switched around, and 831 quite clearly our class leader in TCR, although I think even that has changed since I read it out, because it's now the Bonk Motorsport Cupra Leon Competition, or Competición, I should say, in a very Spanish way, for the German Bonk Motorsport outfit for Max Partel, who leads from Hendrik Still, and there's a gap of, well, about 3 minutes, but that's probably because the Still car 831 has pitted, and the Max Partel car hasn't yet come down pit road. Yeah, that is correct. So as soon as the Bonk Motorsport, the green Cupra Leon, makes its pit stop, that will even things up and put the 831 back into the race lead. I have no problem with the Matilda Racing Cupra. That was always 171 down on the entry list, so I didn't have an issue with identifying that. But 830 and 831, for whatever reason, they've decided to switch the numbers in the Hyundai Motorsport N ranks. But that's quite all right. We could do a little bit of scribbling out and rewriting. Used to that from many days at club racing, where you get the sheet of amendments at the start of the weekend and you have to fill them all in.
Absolutely.
I do that religiously, don't you?
Absolutely. The thing is, you keep them all as well. You've got them historically going back. Those early ones.
I have, unfortunately, yeah.
My early ones are still on parchment, of course, being far senior than yourself. I thought I'd say that before you did. I could see that glint in your eye. I knew exactly where you were going with that one, so I'll just preempt that one. Thank you, Johnny. So Phoenix Racing, it is still at the front. Frickadelli not far behind, 4 seconds still after an hour and 20 minutes of racing. It's still only 4 seconds. You said something a few moments ago, Johnny, that it still makes my brain think about this. 1 hour completed and 6 laps covered. And you think, why have they only done it? We know it's a Nordschleife, of course. It sounds ridiculous, but it still doesn't seem to tally up, does it? 1 hour's racing and just 6 laps completed. That is the scale of this circuit. That's what puts it into perspective.
All of that effort for just a minuscule amount of mileage, it would seem, but you are really putting in the miles, or the kilometres, should I say. Many, many clicks being completed as the BMW gets fully off the ground at Flansgarten. That was the 98 car, I think, just ahead of the 77. Yeah, so Tomczyk having almost a check up there. I was really hoping those tyres would land on the ground in order for him to slow the car necessarily for the next section, effectively heading towards Eisbach. So Flansgarten, then you've got, Eisbach they've already gone through. So Brunchen is the big hop, of course, then Eisbach straight afterwards, and then that long run through Flansgarten where Nick Yellerly had his moments this morning in qualifying, with the car spinning a couple of times and doing a fair bit of damage. But amazingly, the team, Rover Racing, were able to get the car back out into the session. I think there was a bit of contact, quite possibly, from Martin Tomczyk there on the eggshell blue 831 that we've been talking a lot about as they come through the right-hander and onto the Dottinger Hohe, Peter.
I'll tell you what, Johnny, if there wasn't contact, it was the thickness of a fag paper between them. Martin Tomczyk there, if the revs didn't jump on that M6 BMW at Flansgarten, then his heart certainly did. Because like you said, it looked like it was maybe not the front wheels, but certainly the rear wheels were up in the air as it jumped over and landed. And you said, it's got to land straight, it's got to land square to pull that thing up. And that was it was a definite moment there as he's chasing the Mercedes now at the end of the Dottinger Hohe, coming into Tiergarten. So the Rover BMW not quite close enough to do anything, but he might get a run down here onto the pit straight. So we'll keep an eye on these two. But Martin Tomczyk there, extraordinary run. They're staying out. Yes, this is for 10th position. Bastian ahead in the Mercedes HRT car, and Martin Tomczyk in the Rover BMW right behind it. A little bit of traffic they've had to engage there, so they've had to go around that. So that's denied us any opportunity for Martin Tomczyk, or any opportunity for him to get down the inside of the Mercedes. So they start once again onto what I call the current Grand Prix circuit, or most of it as it is. They'll complete this bit and then get back out onto the Nordschleife. The Mercedes got a little bit of a gap at the moment as they deal through it and just get their way through that opening part of the GP circuit. One of the other BMWs now starting to join in with it as well. Of course, that's Augustus Farfus in the BMW Junior Team M6 is now joining into that. These three has went across the line, 0.5 and 0.7 apart for 3 places. This is for 10th, 11th and 12th position. Overall, obviously SP9 runners.
Augusto Farfus surely a bit too old to be part of a BMW junior team, without wishing to be rude, but that's more a case of the drivers that he's in with, like Dan Harper, who has been welcomed into that initiative for 2020 actually. I remember him signing that deal at the start of last year and briefly having a chat with him at the Daytona 24 Hours, having come out of doing very well in Porsches in the UK and being a champion, in fact, in Porsche Carrera Cup GB. But after all of that experience in a Porsche Cup car, signed by BMW as one of their future talents. Max Hesse is in the number 77 car along with Neil Verhagen. And Augusto Farfus, of course, been racing BMWs for, well, a decade or more when you go back to the World Touring Car Championship exploits, although I do remember him in Alfa Romeo 156s in the mid-2000s, the tail end of the European Touring Car Championship when it became the WTCC. And Farfus sprang to my reckoning even in those early days, young kid out of Brazil, but he's now in his mid-30s and racing Aston Martins in the World Endurance Championship with Aston Martin Racing. Paul Della Lana's run as far as a customer program is concerned in the WEC, but also clearly strong connections with BMW as well in both his DTM action and in GT3 running as well. DTM very much becoming a GT3 championship for season 2021, although GT3 on steroids, I think is well, that's a phrase I've just coined, but it's not far off that. Side-by-side BMW action, and that is the Shell-backed machine overtaking the Rover racing car. So, was that the 98, Peter, or the 99 being overtaken? I'm struggling to tell from the distance.
So I've got the helicam shot, though. I'm not sure which way it was, but they just got caught up a little bit behind a backmark. I think it was a Cayman 718.
It will be Farfus, I reckon,
I think
getting ahead of Tomczyk. Yeah, so that's for 11th position. The 77 BMW that I've been talking quite a bit about, getting that move done. And that's the regular livery, actually, that I recognise for Augusto Farfus. They took loads of curb there on the run up the hill out of Bergwerk and at Kesselchen itself. Happy to straddle the small amount of curb there, quite a narrow red and white curbing, which they're happy to plonk the car right over the top of and not fear that it'll get too unsettled. So M6 from M6, but now in a different order. Martin Tomczyk not able to hold the Brazilian back.
Classic draft, wasn't it? Just a slower car that he just read it that little bit ahead, saw his opportunity. I think that's possibly Johnny why he's using that extra bit of curbing on the way ahead, because he's on what having got in front of him, he wants to now capitalise on that and keep it there. So just that little bit of extra, and it's all these things you've got to be thinking of all the time as you're driving through this. Getting past one thing, you say, following somebody is one thing, catching somebody is another. Getting past them, he's used the traffic perfectly there, and then just a little bit of a. You always leave yourself a bit of margin, especially somewhere like the Nordschleife and such a long race. So you're then just taking up a little bit of that, little bit of margin, and getting himself just capitalising and maintaining that lead he's got.
Threading its way through the Mercedes, not quite arena, the left and right, the Mercedes chicane, because the arena traditionally not in operation during the 24 hours of the Nurburgring, purely because of the amount of paddock space that is required with the 150 or 60 odd entries for the main race. But you also have the young timer event, which is a 3-hour race, I think, on the Friday afternoon, and that's got about 200 cars in it. And then there's also sometimes support races on the Grand Prix Strecker as well. So you need all that paddock space, which is effectively the Mercedes arena during an NLS round. And that's the reason why it's a very tight first couple of corners here, isn't it, at the Nurburgring? You're chuckling.
No, I just laugh at the way it just slips off the tongue. We just say it so naturally. Young timer race, so, sort of 200 cars in a 3-hour race.
Yeah, that's a Friday night entertainment.
That's Friday night. Yeah. What are you doing Friday night?
Frankly, most of the crowd couldn't care less because they're tucking into their burgers, their hot dogs, and mostly the beer.
So 200 cars doing a 3-hour race on the Nordschleife, it's the warm-up act. Don't worry.
It is.
Yeah. Have a burger and a beer, as you say quite rightly, and that's the scale of it. It's absolutely hilarious.
It's a full-on motor racing festival, and deliberately timed through the course of the year to fit into one of the German bank holidays that annually falls on a Thursday. I think it's closest as possible to Ascension Day, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, for which there is a German public holiday. And with a Thursday off, and then obviously Saturday and Sunday most people have off, why not make it 4 days of a motorsport festival? And that's the reason why the Nürburgring, the 24-hour date, switches quite a lot through the course year to year. And we say this every year, but I think it genuinely is next year that the Le Mans 24 hours and the Nürburgring 24 hours are due to be on the same weekend. This year it got close because the original Le Mans date wasn't quite the first weekend of June, but Nürburgring 24 would have fallen just before the Le Mans 24 hours. That's, of course, now subsequently fallen and been postponed to August. But 2 years ago, they were a week apart. And we are in for a year where they're going to be held on exactly the same weekend. Is anybody going to be brave enough to enter both races and fly between the two, I wonder?
It's a great thought. It's possible. Why ever not? I mean, at the end of the day, it just proves the adage.
Hans Stuck apparently has done that in the past. Quite what his results were in that year, I don't know. But yeah, to be able to say that you've competed in two separate 24-hour races in two different countries on the same weekend is quite an accolade.
Deserves a trophy in itself, and it just proves the adage. You can never have enough motorsport. Two 24-hour races on the same weekend, 48 hours of racing at the same time. Oh, you need two TVs for that, don't you?
Isn't it great to have Tracy Crone back in a motor race, by the way, racing with his long-term driving partner, Nicholas Jonsson. Tracy, as far as I can tell, didn't do any motorsport last year, certainly nothing of note. Now, he might have been able to get into a race car for the odd test session back home in the US, but travel from the United States, very, very difficult in the calendar year 2020, and he's had to wait well over 12 months in order to get back at the wheel of an SP7 Porsche, and the car 68 is his mount for this weekend. Now, currently at the wheel of the 68 is the Swedish driver Nicholas Jonsson, and I think Nicholas has been at the wheel of that car since the start of the race, so Tracy yet to come, although I'll admit I have to just check a bit further down the order to confirm that. Car 68, yes, was started by Tracy, beg your pardon. So he did an 8-lap stint, did the American, and his Swedish teammate took over after those 8 laps. SP7 cars, Cup cars, remember, so they don't carry anywhere near the aero advances that the aero benefits that a GT3 SP9 car carries, but it does mean that they're very, very good down the straights. Therefore, they're also much better on the fuel consumption, so much so that in the odd VLN race of the past, NLS race these days, at the end of a 7-lap stint, it wasn't unusual to see an SP7 car actually leading a lap because it got there purely on its much better fuel consumption. Adam Christodoulou continues to pursue the best of the KCMG Porsches, and it's Alex Imperatori in that car. Actually, only one KCMG in the entry. They have run with 2 in the past, 18 and 19, but it's just the 18 car that is in 13th position, with behind Adam Christodoulou. And again, I'm slightly concerned by the lack of speed by some of the Mercedes that we'd often see at the sharp end. HRT only as good as 14th. Best of the Mercedes is Maximilian Gertz for get speed, and that's a slightly more respectable 4th position for Maxi Gertz in car number 7. But Mercedes do seem to be having to really roll their sleeves up to find any ounce of pace, certainly in the first few races around this particular track.
Well, one thing I can guarantee that Christodoulou will be able to report to his team at the end of this run is exactly what the back of a KCMG Porsche looks like, because he's been close enough too long. If he doesn't know the exact layout where every sponsor, every bit of dirt, every tail light, LED and the light is on that car, I don't know what. He can't get any closer. Simple as that, without touching it. Quite extraordinary. They're just finishing the Grand Prix circuit and jumping onto the Nordschleife now to go off down the Hatton back. That's Adam Christodoulou right on the back of Imperatori's KCMG 911 Porsche. It's still Beretta at the front though, with the Phoenix Audi. Ficadella, Frank Macabezzi in second place for that Porsche. It's as you say, Johnny, the Mercedes. I don't like using the phrase lack of pace, but it just outside of that. I think it was Bruce that said on our last NLS round. When do you not see a Mercedes currently in the top 5, let alone inside the top 10? And they were just outside in qualifying. They got into the top 10 just for the race, but for this one here at the moment, they're sitting here in 14th and 15th, which is just and 16th as well for the Space Drive columnless car. Presumably that's quite a weight saving as well, not having a steering column in the car.
You would think so, yeah.
Logically.
Very good point. But there'll still be a minimum weight that you have to adhere to, won't there? But like you say, less cumbersome because there's less moving parts. And, does power steering just automatically happen with a fly-by-wire system? I suppose it does. So you would think it's going to be less straining on the old biceps as well as you motor your way around here. A reminder that the big race, the 24 Hours in 2020, was run by BMW. 2 years ago, it was Audi taking the victory, the Phoenix Audi of Pierre Caffa, Frank Stippler, Fred Vervies and Dries Van Tor. Porsche victorious the year before that with the 912 Manti Racing 911 of Richard Leitz, Patrick Pilet, Fred McAvicky, who's going so well in today's event, and Nick Tandy. And in 2017, another win for Audi in that famous victory for Team Lant when they didn't really know what tyres they were putting on the car for the final couple of laps. And so it proved that they chose intermediates almost randomly, and that was exactly the right way to go for Conor De Filippi, Chris Mies, Marcus Winkelhock and Kelvin van der Linde. So it was BMW really that were waiting for a race victory for a long, long time. Although I do notice, of course, that Mercedes have been waiting a fair while as well for their last victory, which I reckon, therefore, was 2016. Audi 19, Porsche 18, Audi in 17. And yes, the last Mercedes in the 24-hour event was a win. And that was also pretty controversial and headline grabbing at the time, because there was a side-by-side move on the Grand Prix lap, on the very last lap, I remember, for Bernd Schneider, Mauro Engel, Adam Christodoulou and Manuel Metzger in the number 4 AMG Team Black Falcon Mercedes. That was a win in 2016. Well, 5 years on from that, Mercedes continue to wait for a race victory, and at the moment, judging by their form, it looks like season 2021 could be barren for the three-pointed star as well. There is a BMW very much crabbing down the Dottinger Hohe with at least one puncture.
242.
242 is the car's number.
Adrenaline Motorsport car.
And I'm not sure whether either of the front tyres is down, or whether that's just the amount of steering input that the driver's having to put in because of broken suspension on the rear. But there is definitely, there are about 3 wheels on that car that are deciding to turn independently. And whoever's at the wheel, did you just say a name? Sorry.
No, I didn't say a name.
Okay, fine, I'll find that.
Adrenaline Motorsport car. It's number 242, which is the Cup 5 class car.
Well, whoever is at the wheel is doing an incredibly good job to try and keep it on the straight and narrow down the Dottinger Hohe. 242 is a Cup 5 entry, so it's one of the BMW M2 CS racing cars. And yes, Andreas Weiland driving that. 4th place in Cup 5. So it was up there. It might have been in the top 3, actually, and this latest issue has really taken it out of the reckoning. I don't know what's happened there, whether it's tagged a barrier, but there is, interestingly, now a yellow flag. Oh, that's just to cover the car, though, isn't it? So the yellows will move along with the car.
Yeah, exactly. They'll just move in sequence down the marshal post, just to cover, to cover that car for safety for everybody else. So everybody can go by at technically unabated speed, but with care. So yellow flags there on the Dottinger Hohe just at the end. As that number 242 Adrenaline Motorsport M2 CS is brought back to the pits, Andreas Weiland at the wheel of that, and in fact it's pulled off onto the right side. It hasn't made it to Tiergarten. To that car, it looks like it's going to be out for the moment, and there's I can't really see with it tucked away behind the barriers there, but there was some significant damage to what looked to be the right-hand side of that car. So you say, Johnny, whether it's tagged a barrier or not, I don't know. Whether it will get pulled back or not. There's an intervention vehicle arriving on the scene now to see to that car. It can't make the climb up to Tiergarten, and it was travelling exceptionally slowly. And I just wonder whether it was okay under its own power. Had it just not got enough? It's so badly damaged that the bodywork, so the wheel was dragging on the bodywork, which looked like the front right. So not sure what happened to that 242, but for the moment that's me out of that class. That's the M2 CS.
We may get some information on the very informative ticker system, which details some contact through the course of the race, if it's been caught by a marshal or several marshals. It will have done. The incident itself will have been clocked by the track staff because repairs may be necessary. But whether that's contact with another car or with some of the circuit scenery, we can't tell you just yet. There was also, though, a slippery surface / debris flag being flown, which is the red and yellow striped flag. So along with the double waved yellows, in order to cover the very, very slow car. Debris flag as well, indicating that maybe some rubber had been shed, or perhaps there was a a part of that BMW lying in the middle of the track, which is never ideal down the Dottinger Hohe. But yeah, it's an interesting point you make about yellow flags, because that's, strictly speaking, no overtaking. And whilst the BMW was out on track, some might have read that you're not allowed to overtake a BMW that was doing pretty much walking pace. But they were choosing to show a yellow rather than a white flag, which normally indicates a moving, though slow, car on the circuit. And actually now we have code 60s on the Dottinger Hohe, and that is whilst an intervention vehicle is on the scene to recover the 242 BMW. One of the Porsches from the Falcon team having to serve a penalty before it actually got to the team there. That was the 33 Porsche of Klaus Bachler having to come into the box at the start of pit road, where there is an official from the race control, but also probably a member of the Falcon Motorsports team as well, timing the stop. So whether that's an infringement to do with track limits, or maybe something that was done in error but outside of the regulations into one of the slow zones, maybe a bit of overlapping. Well, we did talk about that, didn't we? There was a Manto racing car overlapping a Falcon Motorsport Porsche, I seem to remember, rather than the other way round. Anyway, Klaus Bachler has to soak up a bit of time in the penalty box. Meanwhile, the 44 car has been taken over by Martin Ragginger, and that was the car started by Sven Muller, number 44, also for Falcon Motorsports. So 44 up near the sharp end. Sven Muller to Martin Ragginger, and we haven't yet seen a driver change in the number 33 for Klaus Bachler, but I think we will now. And I await to find out whether it'll be Dirk Werner, Thomas Preining, or a man I'm a big fan of, Alessio Picariello, after his exploits in last year's European Le Mans Series Championship, taking the title in GTE. So the Belgian is yet to come for Falcon Motorsports. There's finally a change between Adam Christodoulou and Alex Imperatori, I notice. Now, have they done that via pit stops? No, because the car stayed out at the end of lap 11. So Christodoulou, still only one stop to his name. Alex Imperatori's just been overtaken by the Brit, though, to put the KCMG Porsche down to 10th place. And they're heading onto the Hatzenbach now. And we'll get to see whether Adam was actually being held up in the number 4 Mercedes, Snowy, or whether that Porsche stays with him, Imperatori for KCMG.
Yeah, it was an interesting dynamic between those two, and it's something we spotted before, didn't we? We said it a bit earlier in the show, Johnny, that the last NLS round, which is in the same category of cars, obviously, just a week ago, it was BMWs in qualifying, but it was Porsches in the race, as it was the race before. Mercedes just slightly out of it. The Mercedes here pulling ahead of the Porsche, and I'm not sure which has got the better there. And it's quite a warm day to by the look of it today, nice and sunny out at the Nurburgring. So you know, no track temperature issues, no weather, no wet, no damp. It's interesting that Mercedes just seems to be pulling away, but Adam Christodoulou, the Brit there, say at the wheel of that car. Metzger and Nassenheimer, his teammates, out in the Team HRT entry, just having finally got ahead of Imperatori's 911, and does seem to be pulling away. Of course, the moment I say that, it's going to change, isn't it? Let me look at our next sector time, it'll pull away. But just to mention, though, yeah, Beretta at the top here in Phoenix Racing in the ADAC, but look what's in second, third and fourth. 2 Fricadelli Porsches and the Mantide Porsche. Seems to be a very, very strong car at the moment, the Porsche on the Nordschleife. It is only the moment. It might be flavour of the week, flavour of the month. Who knows? But it does at the moment. We have got, whilst I say that, I must counter that with 4 hours 17 to go. So we've got basically a warm-up lap and an entire NLS race to go yet. Yeah.
But the Porsche, I think, traditionally has been very good through the twisty stuff. Audi, likewise, really, with a relatively short wheelbase and rotation slightly easier, I suppose, in a traditional layout of the engine gearbox in a Porsche, rather than what we've become used to in ACO rules racing, where the engine is in the middle of a Porsche. In GT3 global racing, it's still exactly where it is on the street car, hanging out over the back of the rear axle. So that might also help with the rotation of the car. You've got many Porsche specialists in this race who are contracted to Porsche to race only their cars and are experts in their field, having come through the various Carrera Cup championships around Europe and indeed globally. Across the line then go a couple of GT3 cars, including a Ferrari, although we've got 488s, I think, outside the SP9 division in this race as well. And that's the CP Racing Mercedes that should have been taking part in top qualifying, just heading through the Howard Hook as well at the start of the lap. So good to see that the 85 car has taken part in the race. The CP Racing crew, CP standing for Charlie Putman, who is part of the driving lineup and the team owner. Also running with Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis.
The number 242 BMW M2 CS that pulled off on Dottingerhoe and caused the yellow flag became a code 60. That car is now being pulled behind the barriers. Normally we say, Johnny, the cars get pulled round to the track. It didn't get pulled up the hill. Obviously, we don't know what's gone on with that car there, but it just wasn't able to make the ascent to Tiergarten. And the officials in between them decided that car is actually pulled back, as that car is clearly out of the race now. Pulled back, safely behind the barriers now. It's out of the way, and we're back to full green flag lap. So shame to see the 242 car completely out. We do like to see this with the Nurburgring and the Nordschleife. We always try and get cars back, don't they? There's always quite often you say, where's the point? Well, the point is we've got 4 hours, 15 minutes to go. If you could get that car back and repair it within half an hour, you still get 3 hours of data collection information to go out onto the track. So it's always worth doing. And as John Hindhaugh said at the beginning of the show, it's also, not in this particular case, but it can be important the drivers get their laps because it's all regulated. It's almost like your private pilot's license. You've got to keep up your hours. You've got to do it. It is very, very well and correctly and properly regulated here at the Nordschleife. So there's always information. There's always a reason, not just the sheer fun of it. There's always a reason to stay out there and keep driving the car. Unfortunately, the 242, unless they're going to do something with it at the side of the track, then unfortunately it does look like that car has retired permanently. But we're back to full green for the rest of us, and it's still that Phoenix Racing R8 at the front, but a menacing team of Porsches behind it. Two of them together, Frank Mexivecchi and Earl Bamber in the Fricadelli cars that won the last round, 30 and 31 entries. Won the last round of the NLS together. Other way around at that time, Earl Bamber. 3.4 seconds off the lead of the Audi for Frank Mexivecchi in the first of the Fricadelli cars. The second one, Earl Bamber at the wheel of that, is 10 seconds further down the road. And then Christensen in the 911 numbered Porsche of Manthey Racing for the 16 seconds down the road. So, and then of course we've got the Ragginger in the Falcon Porsche just behind that as well. So it's Porsches, might be Audi at the front, but it's Porsches 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the moment, Johnny.
Yes, and now we need to try and work out who's going to be pitting next, because Nicky Team pitted after only 4 laps. And speaking of his car, now being driven by Michele Beretta, that was an 8-lap stint. You can't go any further than 8 laps for the number 11 car. So in it comes for Michele Beretta, potentially to hand over to one of his co-drivers. That will leave Fred Makovici out front, therefore. And of course, Makovici taking the pain early on, having pitted after 5 laps. So it needed to be a longer stop at that point in the race compared to Nicky Team's one after only 4. But the gain that you get now is by leading the race by virtue of the fact that this car can do another lap yet. So this will take it to 13 completed, 8 plus the 5 at the start.
And Earl Bamber in the number 30 Fricadelli Porsche into the pits as well at the same time. So Makovici at the front in the Fricadelli car, Manthey in second place with Christensen at the wheel, the Phoenix Audi of Beretta and Earl Bamber Porsche of Fricadelli both into the pits at the same time. So that'll take us another 12 laps completed, and our gap between first and second, it's Porsches 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Fricadelli, Manthey and Falcon. 3 different teams running what is clearly a very efficient car and a car to have at the moment. I'd like to be out there. Well, I'd like to be out there in anything, to be honest. I'm sure you would too, Johnny.
I'd give it a go.
Absolutely. I like your style.
Yeah, well, I like the fact that there's an Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio in the race as well, although they weren't doing too well in the SP8T division, but at least 2 Milan-based drivers out in the first time I've seen a Giulia as part of the 6-hour race anyway. I don't know whether it's featured in any of the NLS events, but it's a wide and varied field, and that's always been the case at this event, and even more so for the 24 hours of the Nurburgring itself. A lot of work being done down in the garage for the number 11 car, namely cleaning the screen of any grime, tyre pickup, using a lubricant to do that. Bit of detergent to clean the screen rather than the tear-offs that can be used on GT3 cars, removing basically the whole of the windscreen, a large perspex sheet, plastic sheet that can be torn off. But Audi have the time in hand to be able to do that manually, and the pistol grip fuel rig, which all of the teams have access to, being utilised, as well as that fuel is pumped in for another 8 laps for the number 11 car. But unsurprisingly then, the race now starting to go in the direction of the cars that pitted after just 5 laps at the end of a fairly short stint. They could have potentially gone 2 more laps than that, but I think Fricadelli, Manthey, Falcon and HTP have all worked out that there's going to be a bit of change at the end of this race, so why not get that out of the way at the start, if you like, when the penalty is less severe. And remember that in the final 70 minutes of this race, the reference point as far as your minimum pit stop time is concerned flips from, rather than being the stint you just completed, it reverts to how much time there is left in the race in the final 1 hour and 10 minutes. And the difference in the pit stop time changes minute on minute. So you really do have to be on the ball as to when your car comes in and how much time is left in the race. Every car in the field, well, SP9 wise anyway, will have to pit somewhere in the final hour and 10. Now, absolutely nose to tail between the Mercedes and the Porsche, which is on the grass. That's the 33, I reckon. So not the 44 for Martin Ragginger. It's the 33, also from Falcon, which is right behind the 8 car of Fabian Schiller. These two cars have been locked together for many laps, and still, after 7 laps completed, have enough fuel in the tank to go round once again. So Klaus Bachler in 33, tailing Fabian Schiller in the 8 car, and they head down towards the first corner once again. And actually, they're not quite on the same fuel strategy. So 8 laps completed for Bachler. No, it can't be on to a 9th lap, though, for the 33.
Isn't it Piccarello at the wheel of that?
Of the 8.
My fault. No, Muller, Piccarello at the wheel of the 33.
Yes, it may well be now.
Yeah.
Yeah, beg your pardon. I was looking at. I'm looking at the blocks from the race, which actually detail Bachler for the last stint, and Picariello. Yes, so this is actually the start of the next stint for these cars. So the 33 Porsche, the 2-tone blue car, pitted after just 3 laps, then did an 8-lap stint, and now we're starting lap 2 of their 3rd stint in the race. So we got to the bottom of it eventually with Snowy's help. Thank you for that. So who do we put into the number 8 car at the stop? If Picariello is in the 33, he
Muller
is therefore chasing one of the Mullers, of which there are about 17 in this race.
I can only guide. I thought I'd narrow it down for you, John.
Yeah, good. I'm grateful for that. The only problem is I've now got slightly more questions than I did at the start, and all my sheets have very quickly got out of order, so that doesn't help matters. Anyway, one of the Mullers is right on the tail of Alessio Picariello, or Picariello's chasing the Muller, rather, in the number 8 car. And I'd beaver away for the exact drivers involved can relish in this scrap, which is about to head out of off the Grand Prix track and now onto the hats and back for their 13th lap of the race. And through this never-ending twist and turny part of their lap, it is Dirk Muller who drives the number 8 car. Fabian Schiller did the opening stint. That means we've still got Mathieu Vaxivière to come. And Muller just able to edge a little bit away from the Porsche, I notice, of Klaus Bachler. Now, is that Picariello? And now is that Picariello choosing just to get out of the warm air, which will be being shed from the 6.2-litre V8 in the front of that Mercedes. It also, for Alessio, gives him that bit of extra time to think about the traffic. If you're right behind another car, there's a strong chance of you approaching a scene completely blinded by a very yellow Mercedes, which occupies the whole of your windscreen.
It's an excellent point, Johnny, that you sit there and you focus on the car in front, where the big picture, as you say, sit back a little bit, read the traffic and find your opportunity. And you want to get past that car, but you almost, I know it sounds almost strange, but you don't want to race it. You don't want to get so involved in racing it at that moment. You've got to pick your place where you're going to do it and see where its strengths and weaknesses are. Of course, that can change so much on this circuit because of traffic, but that's what it's all about. And I think that's probably what Picciarella's just doing, just sitting back a little bit, just reading it, seeing what happens, get out of the draft of that Mercedes, have a sort of almost a little breather for a moment, and just read the situation, sit back, relax, regroup, and rejoin. And I'm sure he'll be back in attack mode very, very quickly.
Well, that is a genuine problem, that your engine temperature will start to be getting worryingly high because you are in the wake of a very hot racing car in front, and sometimes it's just best to just stay a couple of car lengths away, knowing that you've got the Dottinger at the end of the lap. As long as you get a good run out of Galgenkopf, the right-hander that leads onto there, that is your real opportunity then to draw alongside and potentially get in front of the car you're chasing. So Frederick Makovici, as part of the Fricadelli racing lineup, sharing the number 31 Porsche this weekend with Maxime Martin, Dennis Olsen and Patrick Pilet. And interestingly, both of the Fricadelli Racing Team Porsches entered as pro cars today, and I assume have been in the past in NLS races as well. There was a time when the 31 was always the full pro lineup and the 30 car was Pro-Am with often Klaus Aberland in the lineup. That's not the case for the 30 car today. Mathieu Jaminet, Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, Matt Campbell represents again a monstrously strong lineup for Fricadelli Racing. So down the Dottinger Hohe goes this scrap between Porsche and Mercedes. Blue flags are being waved as well for some of the lower order cars, including an Opel Astra. Two cars getting very close together indeed. This is for third and fourth places. Martin Rackinger, who is tailing the all-black number 6 Mercedes from HRT, with the blue dive planes for Nico Bastian. And Bastian and Rackinger almost coming to blows there as they reached Antonius Bucher. They were completely door handle to door handle. But the Mercedes stays in front and both cars are down pit road, as are the two leading cars of Frederick Makovici and Michael Christensen. So Makovici, at the end of a long stint, that will have been 8 + 5, 13 laps in total for the Frenchman. He'll be getting out for a well-deserved glug of water, and we may well see Fred a little bit later on in the piece. Then again, there are 4 drivers assigned to that Porsche, so that might actually be Fred's work done and dusted for the afternoon, and he'll leave the rest to Patrick Pilet, to Maxime Martin and to Dennis Olsen. Also on that lap, Michael Christensen in the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche, Nico Bastian and Martin Rackinger. So the top 4 cars, the top 8 cars, all pitting after their 8-lap stints, Noe.
Indeed, and just going back to your comment about the Fricadelli team, when normally traditionally one was a Pro-Am, just looking back at the entry list from last weekend when they were 1-2 in this as well, they are both pro cars in the NLS as well, so you're absolutely right. Just to confirm that, it's as in it's slightly different to normal. That's not what they normally do.
Well, not in previous years, but no. it may well be the focus, certainly for these races that are so important ahead of the 24 hours, and then afterwards they might change how they adopt each of the races, and there may be the opportunity as well to welcome 1 or 2 customer drivers in as well. But it's very impressive as far as Fricadelli are concerned. Often present with 2 cars and 2 incredibly strong lineups for both of their 911 GT3Rs today, and therefore also for the 24 hours at the start of June. The France Conrad Motorsport Run Lamborghini is about to complete a racing lap on the full track. It hasn't done a great deal of those, unfortunately, because of the puncture problems. But Tim Zimmerman, who runs in 37th position in the number 19 car for Conrad, about to come through. 2 laps down. That might become 1 lap down once this lap is ticked off. But 11 laps so far for the number 19 car. And there is quite a queue emerging as well on the Dottinger Hohe for the number 30 Fricadelli car. Where is that in the pit stop cycle? Is it due a stop at any moment? 8 laps completed for Earl Bamber. So this is the next stint, in fact, for the Kiwi. So Earl will stay out, as will the Mercedes behind, who is now Daniel Juncadella in the 7 car, it's number 7 car, and the BMW, who has at the wheel at the moment Philipp Eng, who took over at the start of the previous stint. Manthey Racing Porsche back into the thick of things as well, and that's the car that's just made a stop for Michael Christensen. So an 8-lap stint means that it's a fairly long pit visit for the 911, and it has delivered the Porsche right into this fraught area of the racetrack. He's tacked onto the back of the BMW, number 1. So we've got 4 cars right together, 2 of which are Porsches, 1 is a Mercedes and 1 is a BMW. And this will all unwind to be, well, not far from the front actually. As they cross the line, Juncadella timed us in 5th position, ahead of Philipp Eng. And in the 30 car, it's Nick Tandy, I should make the point actually. So there was a driver change in the last stint as well, which got Elbamber out.
Elbamber out, yeah, Tandy in, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and fairness, we've been saying about these Mercedes not being up at the front. Juncadella there in 5th. So that they are in the top 5 again, where they should be. But it's with 2 Porsches at the front there, and at one point there, a great part of the race here, just 4 hours to go, 2 hours in, so 1/3 distance covered. We had the top 16 runners all in the pits at one point, one way or the other, all illuminated in the pit. So a great lap to shake out now and see we are in 10-15 minutes time.
Yeah,
we're going to get a much greater read on the race. The Porsche there, the 911 number Porsche there, the Manthey car right on the back of the Rover BMW Philipp Eng. They're 6th and 7th currently on track. Just 2/10 apart, literally, and it looked a lot more visual than that. And they, of course, are chasing Juncadella in the Get Speed Mercedes just ahead of them. That indeed then got Nick Tandy ahead in the Fricadelli car. Frank Stippler at the wheel of the Phoenix Racing Audi R8 now. Patrick Pilet in the other Fricadelli Porsche, and Siegfried in the Huber Motorsport leading car at the moment. 13 laps completed, Johnny, in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
doesn't sound too impressive at all.
Quicker, because you said six laps in the first hour, so they've done 7 laps in there, so they're getting quick. You see, it was a rolling lap start, I guess.
There was, and that's what creates the slightly slower, or what appears to be slightly slower start. But we're really churning through the laps now, and 8 laps after 60 minutes is about right. But what we do have now is cars on different ages of tyre. Some full of fuel, others that have burnt off 1 or 2 laps, and again this very early chance to get cars off strategy. So although, as Snowy mentions, Marco Seyfried leads the race for Uber Motorsport, he's due in the next 2 laps, which will leave the 11 car of Phoenix Racing in a strong position. Fred Makovici has just made a stop, and he, of course, rejoins the race in what looks like second, but he will have tumbled down the order a little bit. Very tricky to read, but that's why we love endurance racing like this. It's got muddled very early on. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We are 1/3 of the way there, with 4 hours still to come of this year's qualification race for the Nurburgring 24 hours. I'll step away for a little while, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of course, Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh. Make sense of this, John, whilst you can. It's difficult to read, but we love races like this, don't we?
I'm just trying to untangle this massive ball of string, mate. You might as well ask me to do that. Thanks, JP. Next hour of racing starting right now here on the Sunday 6-hour race for the total 24 hours of the Nurburgring 2021. If you're just joining us, you've missed all kind of incident and accident early on, including 2 of the TCR leaders getting together at Mudkurve at Kesselchen, going up the hill. First lap, I think that was. BMW's having a battle under their hats and back at the moment. We'll get to that in a wee moment. 1 or 2 bits and pieces of tape and debris lying about as well. Beautiful weather, that's not been a consideration. But the split strategies through the field are, I'll give you a field rundown in a moment or two, with still a tad under 4 hours to go. It is Marco Seyfried at the wheel of the number 23 Porsche for Uber Motorsport that leads from Patrick Pilet for Fricadeli's number 31. That's one of the red and white cars. The 11 Frank Stippler driven Phoenix Racing Audi is about 15 seconds further back, and then about 15 seconds further back, and then 9 seconds further back from that is the recently installed Nick Tandy in the second of the Fricadellis, the number 30 car. Top 5 made up by Bruno Giancadella in the number 7 Mercedes Team Get Speed AMG GT3. He's right on the tail of Tandy, who has Rover Racing's BMW, the Thomas Eng driven car, right up his tailpipe. So that's 4th, 5th and 6th absolutely together. Matteo Caroli for Manthey is next up in 7th. Then it's Mike Rockenfeller with the Audi in 8th. Then it's Mercedes Team HRT in 9th, and the top 10 made up by the first of 2. Actually, they're together 41 seconds. 3 minutes apart, the 2 Falcon cars, Muller and Piccarello behind the wheel of the 44 and the 33. I said I'd bring you up to date with 1 or 2 of the other things, as the Tracy Chrome Porsche just disposes of one of the KTMs, rather in sort of Siberian camouflage, that number 60, as it passes the start-finish line, and that is the Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow GT4, running in its psychedelic colours down towards turn 1. These cars with that distinctive clamshell opening front. It's got Stefan Brodmerkel, Karl-Heinz Teichmann and Erkan Kara Osman as its team, and that car at the moment as it heads out onto the Grand Prix track.
John Snowy here. I was just thinking, what a fantastic place for you to join this race. It's basically the opening lap of an NLS round, isn't it? 4 hours to go.
Well, yes, except we've sort of got, in some ways, we've sort of got a handicap going on, haven't we? Because of the way that people are due to come into the pit lane. Before Johnny left, he was mentioning where people are in their fuel run. Marcus Seefried in that Huber racing car is on lap 7 of what will probably be a 7-lap stint. That car did a 7-lap stint at the start of the race. Fred Markovecki's just got into the Fricadelli number 31. The Phoenix car is the number 11, and that car's due in at the end of this lap, I reckon. I just said that for Markovecki. No, I think that he's coming in as well. Then we've got Earl Bamber's car that's got Tandy, who's just got into it. Then in Philippe Eng, who has been in for 2 laps in the Rover Racing number 1. Giancadella is been in for 2 laps. So it's all mixed up at the front of the field. There goes the Phoenix Racing green Audi right in behind the Fricadelli car. So that is a battle for position. Frank Stippler in that Audi, and whilst they're battling on the Grand Prix circuit, and as Snowy said a couple of times, why are they battling now? Well, because any advantage is still an advantage. Quickly give you some of the class leaders. The 109 alternative fuel Ford Mustang is in the pits at the moment in 78th place. SP4 is the BMW E25 E90, the number 105 car, and that is in 76th position, leading its class. In SP3, the Dacia Logan. I'm sure I've had that exact car as a hire car at an airport at least once or twice. That's leading the SP3 class in 74th position, the 118 car. The 230 BMW 240i category car, there is a full class for that. 69th position for Aviazor Grensport. The V4 M Racing by Plusline AG BMW 325i, that's the 153, and they're in 65th, leading their class. SP2T, the Hyundai Motorsport NI20 is leading SP2T, 64th position overall for the 165. SP4T, 788N Capeman GTS. It's the 87 car in 56th position. It wouldn't be a race around the Nurburgring without an Adrenaline Motorsport leading something, and there is one, a 330i G20. That's V2T. That's just pitted actually in the 51st position. Cup 5, Schubert, M2 Club Sport. It's the 890 car in 47th position. Leading Cup 3, APS Rennsport. That's another GT4 Cayman 718. That's the 301 and 42nd. One place ahead is the GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8 GT4. And they lead the SP8 class. That is the GT4 category in 41st position. That number 53. 831. The magnificent number-changing Hyundai Motorsport i30N, which has confused us all. Well, that is still leading the TCR category in 39th position. The 68 SP7 leader is a 991 Cup car in 34th. Johnny, I think, said earlier on that that's a category for 991 Cup cars. It has become that, although there are other cars are available, but frankly, the 991 Cup car just suits the regulation so well that nobody's bothered to try and enter anything else. So that is sitting in, where's that, 34th position. Hoffer Racing by Bonk BMW M4 GT4 in SP10. That's the number 70 car in 33rd. One place ahead of that is Black Falcon. And that is a 911 GT3 Cup MR Manthey Racing car in SP Pro. That's the 350 car. Two places ahead of that in 30th is the SP8T leader. That's the Schnitzelarm Racing GmbH BMW AMG GT4. That's the one that is advertising 100 different types of schnitzel in those restaurants all around Germany. All schnitzel all day. So that's 34, of course, in 30th. 27th is the Cup X True Racing Crossbow GTX, and that's just leaving the pits, or has just left the pits. The spacey Space Drive unconnected to the front wheel steering wheel Mercedes AMG GT3. Darren Turner behind the wheel of that SPX leader in 20th position. So those are your class leaders at the moment. And a couple of other that I want to bring you up to date with. We talked about Christina Nielsen and Pippa Mann. They're in the 169 BMW, the WS car. Christina started that race and did 6 laps. And I think Pippa's been in ever since. She might even have jumped out by now, actually. They were circulating, getting their laps in, which is exactly what they've got to do. Yeah, Pippa still in that car, the GT Tyre Motorsport BMW F30. 68th position and 6th in V2T. And remember, we were talking at the start of the programme about how difficult it is to get your laps in to get your big licence. And both Christina and Pippa are supposed to be driving together in a GT4 car in the main race, the Total 24 Hours of the Nurburgring. And so they need to get the next level of permit. Therefore, they've got to put a certain amount of laps in. I've got a feeling it's 13 or 14 laps. I haven't looked at it for a while because I know I'm not going to get the opportunity to do it. I very nearly did it a few years ago with Aston Martin. David King offered me the opportunity to do it, and for a number of reasons that seem rather pathetic now, frankly, it never happened, which has slightly annoyed me. The 831 i30N TCR leader is heading down the foxhole at the moment. Big, beautiful day today, Peter. Considering what you and Bruce have been talking about in the NLS this year, the weather could not have been any better.
Well, exactly. As we said at the top of the show, John, the round 1 that never took place. We were 30 minutes into the show because we thought we were going to have a race. And as I said, we were talking about snowmen in the pit lane. The test day had been moved from the week before to the day before, which isn't ideal. That then got cancelled. It was Juncker Deyer during that test session for NLS 1 that had a big off and took the Get Speed Mercedes out of contention for the following day's NLS 1 race, which then never happened. We had a few laps of qualifying and stuff, and that was it. But nothing was ever run of the race. So we're actually on round. We've had three. We're on LS 3 rounds now, but only two races. And as we've always said, John, about the Nordschleife, haven't we? The weather is just one of the variables. We've got 170 laps on a circuit, sometimes 150, 160 cars, nearly 90 in this race. And it's all the variables, but the weather is one of them as well. Just when you're going down the running order there, John, we don't often mention a car that's last in class, but as a matter of interest there, it's Tim Zimmerman in the SB9 category, which is the number 19 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. The reason I mentioned that is, we mentioned earlier that if a car goes out, you might lose a load of time. You think, where's the point? You're not in contention. But there's, as you said very early on, there's the gathering of the information, the laps, and for the drivers as well. Not that Tim Zimmerman needs it, but that car currently in 36th overall. It is last in SB9, but I would keep an eye on that Lamborghini because it's going to pick its way up through the order. So whatever was the issue with that right rear corner and tyre on that, it had two consecutive tyre failures in virtually 2 laps.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there was 4 laps that had 2 punctures, hadn't there?
Yeah, so it's great that car, we spotted it earlier, it went into the box, and I think Johnny that said there was a mechanic under it straight away once that wheel was off, having a look at something. So that looks like it's corrected now and putting in good laps. So let's just keep an eye on that. It's not going to get right up to the front, but let's see how far that Lamborghini can get. It is good to see it back in the race, and say just data collection, isn't it, John?
It is indeed. Second and third coming through. There was a little intake of breath here as they came through some of the slow traffic. They streaked back off the end of the Tiergarten and through the final chicane onto the start-finish straight. The white and red Frickadelli car, if that makes sense, because it's actually more white on the front in its new livery. Number 31 is in fact the leader, because Marcus Seefried pitted in the Huber Motorsport Porsche at the end of that lap. So this is now the battle for the lead between the white and red Porsche and the Phoenix bright green Frank Stippler driven number 11. They're back onto the Grand Prix circuit. I know that you and Bruce talked about this at the second round, but my first opportunity to mention the untimely death of Sabina Schmitz. Great to see Frickadelli out, honouring her in the best possible way, and of course won the third round of the Nurburgring Längsstrecke series, the long distance series here.
Well, 1-2 as well, John, not just a winner, 1-2.
Yes,
with her name on the roof of the car as well,
which was a lovely touch. Yeah. I talked to Tandy about that, and he was, and the rest of the team, as you can imagine, were quite emotional. Klaus Abelin, Sabina's partner in life and in racing, determined that it would carry on, and nice to see Porsche getting right behind it as well with the factory drivers. And I know Tandy's now a General Motors man, but still Porsche very close to his heart until he stepped into that C8R in IMSA at the start of the season. His professional career had been completely Porsche based. And he started his career, of course, in mini stocks and stock car racing in the UK. Less than traditional run to professional circuit racing.
You mentioned a few minutes. Sorry, John. Sorry, you mentioned a few moments ago a sharp intake of breath. As I had a simultaneous one for a different reason, having just explained quite happily about Tim Zimmerman in the Conrad Lamborghini, getting that car out and running exactly as you were taking your sharp intake of breath. I took one because that Lamborghini returned to the pits. I'm hoping it is just for a routine one, so I hope we haven't given it the curse of the commentator. And if we have, or I have, then my apologies unreservedly now on air recorded. I feel terrible for Conrad. I feel awful. As soon as I said it, goes into the pits. Tim's on my apologies.
Down in 28th in class, that number 19 car, 37th overall. Well, let's see if we can spin down and have a look at that and see. Well, he's done a 7-lap stint, so that kind of make that 8 laps actually, because of course he'll click over when he pulls back out the pit lane, depending on where his pit stall is. So Tim Zimmerman in there for a sharp end of an hour and 9 minutes. And the pace has dropped a wee bit, but there was a couple of laps in there where we had some slow zones and code 60s on the circuit. So I'm not going to read too much into that, as much as to say you're off the hook, Snowy. I don't think you have cursed him.
I hope not. It's not what we want to do, is it?
No, indeed not. I heard you talking about Andreas Gulden earlier on being a bronze driver, which he is, but he does happen to be chief instructor at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. So bronze he might be, but round here he's nigh on unbeatable. At least there's very few people I would suggest that has any more experience than him. Carousel slow zone.
Yeah, just spotted that actually for just trying to see what's it's just a yellow flag though at the moment, John. I can't see
code 60 now.
Yeah.
So yellow flag at the Steilstrecke, just coming up towards the carousel. Slow zone at carousel, and then code 60 beyond that.
Was an intervention vehicle there already, John. I'm just can't find which car it's for at the moment.
We'll have a look. Chris Suku, hello, at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. Can't think of a more civilised way to enjoy Sunday afternoon than listening to the cars go around the Nurburgring Nordschleife, prepping for the N24. Not going to find any disagreement from Peter or me there, Chris. Welcome to the broadcast, live in sound and vision, of course, as we will be for the ADAC Total 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Nice to see it back at its more normal time of the year. Peter beavering away diligently as across the line comes the 131 Nexen tyre sponsored Porsche Cayman. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Alsner automotive car. And that is a 981 Cayman S, looking, other than its purple and white colours, pretty stock. Has a fixed rear spoiler, but other than that, if it was either white or purple, one or the other, you would look at that from afar and think that that was a fairly street stock car. And that is, at the moment, the Eichstein domicile driver Lutzreux. He's sharing with Christian Bullisbach, Guido Heinrich and Uwe Eberts. So many of these cars, of course, put together by teams who run them as a business, and then basically you buy your seat in it. And yes, it might be people that you know of, race with regularly, or might just meet on the weekend of the events. There's an element of that which I really quite like about the Nürburgring. There is a championship, of course, what used to be called VLN. In fact, VLN still administer the series, but the NLS is the championship. But the 24 hours is not part of that. It's a standalone event. And the Dacia is still running, the 118 car, although flashing its left-hand indicator on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, down at the bottom of the hill at the Dunlop curb. It's Harry Oates behind the wheel of that at the moment and leading in SP3.
Perhaps it's a requirement to prove it's a production car, John. It's got to put its indicator on for a certain part of the lap. Just a thought. I'm sure it isn't real, but a little bit of levity there. Quick update for you. The carousel is now clear in its green flag. The reason we couldn't find a car there was no car. It was to pick up debris from on the track. So that's why there was no car there. So we weren't going mad. It's just I thought there must be a car involved in that. There wasn't. It was debris picking up.
We talked about some of the class leaders when I came to take over. The alternative fuel entry, 79th for the Mustang, which is rocking a very eye-catching colourway for the number 109 car. This is Oliver Sprungmann, who is driving at the moment. Ralph Carber is the second driver for that. Long history here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and at the 24 hours of alternative fuels. Get back to that at the moment, because the battle for what is now the lead is right on, and Patrick Pilet having to defend coming to the end of the Dottinger Höhe And as they come through Nurburgring and onto the start-finish line, Frank Stippler making his intentions absolutely 100% clear, and his intention is, I want to be through if you don't mind. And Patrick Peely actually does quite mind, clearly, with still 3.5 hours plus to go. Down into turn 1, tricky downhill braking area. Go past the BMW. And that was the number 238, Hoffa Racing by Bot Motorsport, the red and blue car. So easy, I think, for people, Snowy, to look at the Grand Prix circuit. Nobody sets their car up for the Grand Prix circuit when you're doing these races. You set it up for the Nurburgring Nordschleife. Easy to lose concentration. We've seen some very good drivers drop the cars on the Grand Prix track because they almost know that so well and think it's relatively benign, but there's some really nasty downhill and off-camber braking areas on the Grand Prix track.
It's a very good point, John. We do constantly refer to the Nordschleife as if it's the only part of it. Of course, it is the bigger part of the lap. I think it's some 80% or 70% of the actual lap. But as you say, it's very easy to disregard or forget the Grand Prix circuit, which is in itself it ran a Grand Prix last year, so it's a state-of-the-art, up-to-speed circuit, and no pun intended there. But it's something you've got to take just as seriously. But you do get to the end of that and sort of start thinking, right, we're going to go on to the Nordschleife now. It's a lap of 2 circuits, one, albeit quite small, standard size, if I dare say, circuit for F1 terms. Then we have this extraordinary Nordschleife bit in the background, off into the mountains, some 14 odd kilometres round, which is 14 miles round, which is ridiculous to think about it. Bright sunshine it is, though, here. Frickadelli Racing at the front. Phoenix in second place, just 0.4 of a second as they cross the line there. As you pointed out, little battle there between Patrick Peely and Frank Stippler. Nick Tandy, it is in the second of the Frickadelli Racing Porsches. Some 15 seconds drift in third place. Rover Racing BMW, Montenegro in fourth position. And Juncker in the Mercedes for Get Speed. Currently in fifth. The Manthey Porsche runs sixth at the moment. Then we've got second of our Audis there, Rockenfeller at the wheel of the Audi Sport Team Phoenix car. So Mercedes looking a little bit stronger in race pace this time around. You said quite right a few minutes ago, John, that this isn't part of the NLS round, but it's the same teams, the same cars. For them, it's the same sort of thing. No, it isn't part of it isn't classified as a round of that, but to those teams out there, it's no different. It's racing an SB9 GT3 car on the Nordschleife. Let's face it, with a slightly different configuration on the Grand Prix circuit for this qualifying race.
I do think this race has taken on perhaps even slightly more, this race in particular has taken on slightly more importance this year because of the fact that we lost those 4 hours early on. The NLS's races after the Nurburgring 24, one or two of the all-star teams perhaps won't be there, so that all of the build-up comes in the first part of the season. Hankook Lamborghini going through to complete another lap, and that car resplendent in its white and orange and black Hankook colours. Been absolutely brilliant this afternoon, the number 63, and that is the Triple F Hankook Racing team. That car, the 63, is what we're talking about, currently leading a little gaggle of cars, which has the Ferrari right in behind it as well, and those guys are in 22nd and 23rd position. The WTM powered by Phoenix car sitting in behind it. That's the number 22 with Jochen Krumbach driving the Ferrari, and the Triple F car, which I should have said before, took Marco Mappelli at the wheel the last time I looked at that. Oh no, he's changed over, sorry, my apologies. He's put Frank Pereira in it, the French driver. Actually, on the back of that BMW's in the same fight, I think, there as well. That's the Walkenhorst 102, which has Jörg Müller behind the wheel. He's sharing with Sami Matti Trogen and Kuba Giermaziak. Sami Matti, the Finnish driver, absolutely superstar status in the esports world, has done some racing in his native Finland, notably some rallycross and some circuit racing, and has starred in the DNLS that we've covered. We covered the first season last year as part of the VCO esports competition, and Sami Matti really showed himself well in that, and there was talk of him getting a drive in the real thing, and this is the car that he will be driving. And I don't know is if he has already been in that, but I can quickly check. And great to see his name on the list. I spotted it earlier on when I was skimming through, and then completely forgot to mention it, of course. Yes, he did the first 5 laps in the race, which interestingly was exactly the same tactics as they use in the digital version. Sami often opening the first 5 laps of a 4-hour race, and then Agustin Canapeno, who's also a real-life driver as well as a very, very highly rated iRacer, both of them involved in esports teams, Williams Esports, if memory serves. And Agustin Canapeno has driven for Junkos Racing in IMSA. Those two make a formidable team. Another puncture in the pit lane, and this time it's the Krone Porsche, Snowy, but it's another right rear puncture, and that has been totally shredded, and that may have done damage underneath the right rear wheel arch. It was Nick Johnson who brought that car in. That's not a good look for that Krone green yellow Krone Aviation number 68 Porsche.
Now, a great deal of work going on under the right rear wheel arch there, with tape and all sorts being applied. That might just be that we never know cause and effect, do we, John? What's caused one, what's led to the other? But tyres, certainly a tyre failure there. It looks like it's done some damage to the inner wheel arch, etc. there, and you never know. We saw one of the other Porsches earlier on today picked up some debris which damaged the tyre. That then, the flailing tyre, then broke a brake, or destroyed a brake line in there, which is not really what you need, no braking to that wheel, let alone an open brake line. So there's something else gone on underneath there, and that number 68 car, that'll be out again, I'm sure, very, very shortly. The wheel was ready to go back on, fresh tyre. Driver, I think there wasn't a driver change for that car on that one, but we'll keep an eye on that for you as it reappears. Patrick Pillay it is at the head still, 16 laps completed and just a 0.2 of a second. The number 31 car with Frank Stippler right behind him. They crossed the line last time round 0.2 of a second apart. Now they are side by side on the Dottinghoe coming up to Tiergarten, squeezing one another. And who's it going to be coming up to the top of Tiergarten at the end of the lap? Is it going to be the Porsche relents and allows Patrick Pillay relents and allows Frank Stippler to retake the lead in the Phoenix R8 Audi? The two were literally side by side. He got the draw, but didn't pull past it. They sat side by side. Great footage for us from that helicam that you mentioned earlier for us, John, just in that race lead. Meanwhile, behind it, we then got BMW, Fricadelli, Rover BMW, Fricadelli Porsche, Getspeed and Grello Porsche behind, coming in to Tiergarten now to start their lap, or end their lap and start their next one. 17 laps completed, and Frank Stippler takes the lead by 0.3 of a second.
That was a classic Dottinghoe overtake, planned from a long way back, right underneath the rear wing, coming out of the Gallows Hill corner, and eventually it was that pass was made. Now I've just checked to see who brought in the Krone Porsche, and
now we've got the race leader off. Sorry, John. The number 11 Audi is off. It must be somewhere.
Just what we were talking about on the Grand Prix track.
Exactly.
He's gone straight on at the bottom of the hill, hasn't he?
He has. He's got it. It's gone right through the gravel, not to the barriers, mercifully. So not quite sure what's happened there, but he's gone completely off. You're absolutely right, John. All the way off there, not to the barriers, turned it round and rejoined. So quite sure what's happened there, whether it's a driver error or I think it's one corner before that lead, isn't it?
It's the Ford curve, it is, yeah. It's that tricky downhill right-hander. There's a left and then you set up immediately for a right. I'll put my money on the fact that Pillay or somebody else decided to get back up the inside there and has ushered him off. It may be that Frank was going around a slower car and it looked like he'd gone straight off rather than being able to make the turn. It's exceptionally quick through there in one of these GT3 cars. There's not many places that aren't quick actually in the Grand Prix circuit, or indeed on the Nordschleife in these cars. We talked about it earlier on. They spend something under 6 minutes 30 on the Nordschleife itself, which is an extraordinary feat when you think about it. So Stippler has rejoined, but he's in behind the Manthey Porsche, so that's dropped him way back down. He's got, I reckon he's dropped into 6th position, because that's Matteo Caroli that's ahead of him in the 911 Manthey Grello Porsche. So Juncadella's gone through in the AMG GT3, Tandy's gone through, Eng's gone through, Pilet leads from Rover Racing, Eng in 2nd, then it's Nick Tandy for the 2nd of Fricadellis, Porsche's 1st and 3rd, and in 5th position. And Frank Stippler will be fit to be tied after that. Seldom makes mistakes. He takes his racing very, very seriously indeed. It's going to be a back marker as he went round. He got on the dirt himself.
He did connect the barrier. He just got on the dirt going past the back marker, just got the right-hand wheels on the dirt there and just swapped ends, as you said, John. So very, very rare mistake from Frank Stippler there. Just got on the dirt, ran it to the right, just swapped ends, and it did just connect with the soft part of the barrier. So I would hope there's no damage done to that car, but I'm sure he's going to be spitting teeth there, isn't he, John?
Well, he just got the right-hand tyres on the dirt as he was trying to squeeze down the inside. I think it might have been the 153 M Racing by Plusline gate BMW that he was trying to get through. Just trying to remember the colours on the top of that. I mean, it doesn't have quite enough red on the top of it. Could have been the Bonk Racing 238 that has a bit of red along with the blue. But he's still in there. There was a slight touch, I reckon, to the barriers, but it doesn't seem to have slowed him down. He's right in behind the two bright yellow cars, one of which is the Manthey Racing Porsche. Ahead of him is the number 7 Mercedes AMG of Team Get Speed, and that car at the moment is in the very capable hands of Daniel Juncadella. He's dropped a bit of time though, hasn't he? I mean, he's dropped 20 odd seconds there. Just goes to show you, Peter, that a slight misjudgment, and that was a tiny misjudgment. There will be people shouting at the radio and television now saying, why didn't he just wait? Why didn't he just wait? Because he had Pilet right up his tailpipes.
Exactly, and I'd almost say it wasn't even a misjudgment. It was just bad luck. I know somebody might disagree with that, but it was just purely unlucky. Just as you said, John, just touched those right wheels onto the dirt, and that was it. It just swapped it round, and it would be going around the outside on a little bit of braking there, and into there, round it went. You're absolutely right, John. There was a slight contact with the barrier, but I think it was inconsequential. It's not enough to have done any problem to that. It's probably moved the barriers, the soft part of the tyres there, more than anything else.
Well, all to play for, still with just over 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Let's remind you what this is all about. 6 hours of racing, a little bit of practice, basically giving everybody the opportunity to get back into the groove of a slightly longer race rather than the 4 hours. Plus, we had top 30 qualifying as well, which is given those cars at least the opportunity to do a bit of practice. Now, at the front of the field, Patrick Pilet is on his 5th lap of what may well be an 8-lap stint. Fred McAfee, Frank McAfee as well probably did an 8-lap stint, but just not here today. Fred McAfee did an 8-lap stint. That equates to just under 70 minutes, about 68, 69 minutes, depending on how you've gone. So maybe 3 laps at the end of this one for Patrick Pilet. In the Rover Racing BMW, Philippe Eng is 2/3 of the way through his 2nd of a double stint. So he's completed lap 5, so he's on lap 6 of what again could well be an 8-lap. He did 8 laps before. Tandy's on lap 6 of an 8-lap stint. It was Matt Campbell who started that Fricadelli number 30, the Antipodean, Well, we've got two Antipodeans, an Aussie and a Kiwi there, plus a lad from Bedfordshire. Not sure how Nick fits into that. But it was Campbell for 4, Earl Bamber for 8, Tandy now 6 in. 7 in is Daniel Juncadella in the Mercedes. Matteo Caroli is 5 in. Stippler is 6 in. Rottenfeller is 7 in. And, which Muller did we put in the 44 of all the Mullers? I think we put Sven in that, didn't we? Yes, we did. There's a Porsche Muller and a BMW Muller, of course, that has been down through the years. Just a little bit of a stutter for the Get Speed Mercedes as it went past the slower car out on the circuit. That was the Allied Racing Porsche Cayman GT4 that it went by, and that's allowed the leading Porsche in that gaggle of cars, Frank Stippler, on the back of that in 6th position, and it's Tandy who's leading that little group of cars with Daniel Juncadella, Matteo Caroli, and then Stippler, Rottenfeller a little bit further back for Audi Sport Team Phoenix, but Audi's up by 20 seconds at the moment. Patrick Pilet, that car has done the fastest lap of the race in 18.7, 8 minutes 18.7 in the traffic last time around at 24, but that is a good 3 or 4 seconds quicker than anybody except Frank Stippler. And this lap for Stippler, of course, Peter, is not going to be a good lap in that green Phoenix Audi.
It certainly isn't. He's got to compose himself, hasn't he, John? That's the point. The mistakes happened. You've got to just move on from it, whatever the reasons. I'm sure he will have had a bit of a word with himself, the wheel of that Audi R8. It is what it is. It's not what we want, but it's done. Just move on and get back on it and reconcentrate. The worst thing you can do actually is just berate yourself at that point and just make it worse. It just compounds the whole thing, as we've seen before. Somebody of Frank Stippler's level, I don't think he'll do that, will he, John? He'll just settle down and say, right, I'm done, move on, back on the trail. At least he's there. It didn't actually cost him 20 seconds. It's not the end of the world. It could have been far worse. As you say, a slight little sort of kiss of that barrier. I don't think it's caused any problem. He's back in the race, and probably the best thing he can be doing now is he's got cars and peers to race with. Lights flash, so just get on with it now.
Yeah, I like that. He's got something to aim at. Also, the other thing is he's got the BMW, the Porsche, the AMG, the Porsche, all going past the traffic before he gets there. So any dozy so-and-so like me driving around has been already woken up by 2 or 3 cars going past him before Stippler gets to him. Although how you can miss the 2 bright yellow and the bright green car being behind it, I'm not entirely certain. But, to be honest, on the Nordschleife, you're fairly well concentrated, aren't you?
You're kind of busy, aren't you? I think it's a fair point, John. But look at the gaps there. Ficcardelli, Porsche in P1, the Rover Racing BMW, Pilet and Enger in P2 there. The gap between 20 seconds between them. But then we have to Nick Tandy, 1.5 seconds. Juncadella, 0.8. Carioli, 0.3. Stippler, 0.7. That's what it's like up there at the front now. As you say, Frank Stippler, he's got his racing head back on again. He'll have kicked himself, and I'm sure there'll be the person most likely to berate him is himself.
Hello to Ian McCarthy. Weather here, he says. I'm not sure where you are, Ian, if remind me on RSL_studio. Says weather here same as the Nurburgring, so sunny and bright. As we've got the Ficcardelli car now challenging that Rover Racing BMW. So that is Tandy looking for second position. That 1.5 seconds has disappeared to half a bonnet's width of the 911. So Ian saying the weather here, same as the Nurburgring, presenting the time-old strategic conundrum of do I listen in the garden or do I watch in the house? Hang on a second. I'm going back to the house. I've just seen the pictures. Well, that's the beauty, you see. If you do have to move around this Sunday, or someone else has got the big screen, RS1 will describe the action for you all the way through the next 3 hours and 18 minutes. So it's Eng, Tandy, Juncadella, Cairoli, Stippler, those cars from second down to 6th, fighting their way through. This is absolutely classic Nürburgring with a group of GT3 SP9 cars coming up on the other classes, always told in the driver meeting, if you are in a slower car, you stick to the line. If you have to use your indicator, indicate it to the side you are moving to, not to the side you want people to drive by. But they'd rather you just didn't use your indicators and confuse people. Stay on the racing line, let the faster cars go through, although that's easier said than done, where this group is now heading down through the Foxhole and up to the top of the hill at the Forest.
It's a very good point you make, John, and we've said this a few times, haven't we? You and I ourselves, and Bruce and I have covered it quite a few times in this NLS series. Of course, multi-class racing, which means multiple variables, multi-speeds, closing speeds, etc. But the faster cars in the top class here, the SB9 GT3 cars, as they are, what you want from a slower class car is they've got every right to be there, just as much as you have, and they've got their own race to run. But what you want them to do is just stay where they are. And you will get around them. It's very simple etiquette, but it's not a lot simpler to say than it is to actually to carry out sometimes practically. It's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car, but they can help you with that. And it's, I guess, some of the newer people do it, and this is why this is so well regulated. You mentioned very early in the show, John, about sort of laps and building up to it. You need those slow cars not to be gracious. Actually, don't say, I'll get out of your way. Oh, you're in a quicker car, get out of your way. No, stay where you are and we'll get round you. And that's part of this training and part of the philosophy that you need for this race. And this is why it does work so well.
How many times, Peter, have you seen, either as a commentator or in a race, somebody has tried to help someone else out, got offline onto the marbles, particularly in long races, even on long circuits like this? Eventually there will be corners that builds up the rubber debris, the marbles on the outside. Somebody tries to help, gets on the marbles, gets it all wrong, and ends up either taking themselves out, or worse still, the leading car that's trying to get through them. And it's nearly always in the last few minutes of the race as well.
Absolutely. And case in point, I mentioned a little bit earlier about Roman Dumas in the 2003 soaking wet Spa 24-hour.
Yeah.
The team we were involved at the time, we were taken out that in exactly that situation in a GT1 car just coming up towards Blanchimont, when a car moved out of the way on an in-lap, lights being flashed to come through, just moved out of the way, clipped it, took it off, and that was it. Game over. And once the car was on the wet grass, we all know what happens. It was exactly that, on an in-lap, as you say. That was about midnight, I think, so early bath and an early beer, which is not what you want in a 24-hour race, though. Beer at the end, yes, not during the race.
I was going to say, the old adage that Hugh Chamberlain used to use is not quite the same now with 24-hour opening, but he always used to say at Le Mans, if we're going to go out, can we make it before the pubs and the restaurants close, please? I don't want to go out at 4 o'clock in the morning, or at 10 o'clock in the morning, or at midday, when you've got all that hope and expectation. Let's make it at 5 o'clock so we can get packed up and get downtown for a few beers. The world of racing, according to Chamberlain.
If every man got his priorities right, eh?
Huge, absolutely. So second, third, fourth and fifth together. Hello to Konstantin Jakob, who sent our live stream to someone who is on the other side of the world, down under, watching for the first round, delighted by the race, giddy to come here and run in it himself. Didn't tell me who that was, Konstantin, but whoever it is, thank you, at RSL_studio. A little bit of a gap for the Rover Racing BMW, the #1 defending champions for the 24 hours last year. Philip Eng, straight off the back of winning, we talked about Sammy Matty Trogan earlier on. Philip Eng, straight off the back of winning the GT Le Mans category in the IMSA iRacing Pro Series on Thursday night, that we covered on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. Just 3 races this year, but Philip taking that with a hard-fought podium finish at the virtual version of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, proving his skills are as silky in the virtual world as they are in what Bruce Jones beautifully coined last year as full metal racing. And Eng has cleared off from this battle now. It looks to me as though Tandy's fighting a slightly rearguard action as he comes down to the Kleiner Carousel. So towards the end of the lap now, with just the tricky triple apex right-hander onto the Dottiger Hohe, that long long straight where you might as well get out your Kindle and read 2 chapters of your favourite novel. Tandy got a decent run, but behind him, Juncadella got an even better one. Let's see if the AMG's got the ponies. Front engine, V8 versus flat 6 right over the back axle. Closes up within half a car's length. Daniel looks to the inside. Pops back out to the right, coming up to the Bilstein Bridge. Barely have to turn the wheel for that. You just look across the corner and the car sort of follows it. Now quite steeply downhill. Through, under the bridge. Onto the brakes, just a dab before you turn into Tiergarten, and then through the final chicane. These 4 absolutely together. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Stickler on the back of this. And Juncadella goes to the pit lane and looks like Eng's in as well. Yes, he is. Philip Eng and Juncadella diving into the pits. And I'm pretty certain that is spot on time. Yeah, they're coming to the end of their 8th lap. So they're breaking this up quite nicely. Both did a 3-lap stint at the beginning for Maxi Kurtz and for Nicky Katzberg in those 2 cars. So that leaves Tandy then in 2nd place, the 2 Fricadelli cars. But of course they have to make the requisite pit stop that we've just seen those 2 cars. This is not over yet, Peter, and I've been doing some very basic arithmetic, and I'm still not sure who has the advantage here.
Well, like you, John, I'm not sure who's got the advantage here, and I can't even do basic arithmetic. So you're ahead of me. You're a pay grade above me on that one straight away. So I'll bow to your experience and knowledge of that one. But there's everything to play for at the moment. What I will say is I know there's a couple of cars in the pits. I know there's caveats here because Assenheim has now got into the HRT Mercedes. Enger's doing a driver change. So he's going to stay in the Rover BMW. But just a quick look at the timing screen at the top with 19 laps completed. It's Fricadelli Porsche number 31 at the top. Fricadelli Porsche number 2 right behind. Sorry, number 30, 2nd place right behind it with Patrick Pillet and Nick Tandy there. Manthey Racing Porsche in 3rd. It has a familiarity to it, doesn't it, John?
I don't see that nobody in a race of this length is going to save a pit stop here. That's not going to happen because they are all pushing so hard and it's so difficult to make fuel around here. I know that's physically impossible, but Peter knows what I'm talking about. To make mileage and to try and eke out another lap here is a fool's errand. So what you're looking at is strategy rather than the issues of trying to find a little bit of lift and coast as they go past the KTM. That's the 70 car.
Yeah, I was just wondering, was that me or was it going particularly slowly there, John? Or was it just keeping out of the way?
Slowly.
Yeah, I think it was going slowly.
Might have been a bit of both.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying a few minutes ago of not keeping out of the way, not being courteous, which sounds a very odd thing to do. We are just approaching half distance now. We've got both of the race taxis, number 7 and 8 Mercedes, in the pits side by side. They'll be rejoining us very shortly.
On the rank, obviously.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Wait for a fare. You say you wait all day for a taxi and then 2 come together.
Not for higher reward. Exactly. And it's obviously a set amount of time here because they're just seeing it. It almost looks casual. They've even got the guys wiping the screen just like you would when you're sitting in the traffic lights, haven't you? In central London or
There'll be
Paris,
somebody along in a moment trying to sell him a rose. There's no doubt about it. That was the Teichmann Cup X crossbow, by the way, the 60 car. I think I said the 70. My apologies. It was the 60. It was 60 in my head. It just came out as 70. No hurry in the pit stops if you are just joining us. There are mandatory pit times, and I know that some people don't like that. There's a very good reason for that here. In fact, there's a couple of very good reasons. The first is there's a safety reason, particularly when you're changing tyres and drivers in a very busy pit lane. You've seen that there's not a lot of room. Sometimes you'll have 4, 5 or 6 cars to a pit when we get to the ADAC 24 hours in a couple of 3 weeks time, and therefore you've got to put the cars in the dollies, you've got to put them in at 45 degrees, and you want to make sure that nobody is absolutely dashing around looking for half a second here or a second there. The second, more fundamentally, is about fuel flow. And if you look carefully, and you haven't seen this before, the fueling is done by way of what you might call a filling station or a supermarket petrol pump with a pistol grip on it. This is not super expensive, high-tech, big fuel flow, dump it in so that the fuel goes down and compresses the cars on its springs, as we've seen sometimes. No, it is literally a pistol grip. It goes in. You're not allowed to pre-fill any of your churns if you need to use a dry brake on your churns. That's just got to go in. So it fills at the speed of a petrol pump at a service station or a supermarket. Now, as much as they try here at the Nurburgring, and trust me, they are very good at such things, it is impossible to get all of those to run at the same speed. Even from my limited knowledge of Creventic racing, where there's normally 8, 10 or 12 standard fuel pumps outside of the pit lane, you go and time all of them before the race starts, and you have a favourite pump, then you have a second favourite pump, then you have a third favourite pump, just in case it's full by the time you come in. Well, you can't do that clearly in that pit lane and go, oh, I want the one right, the third one from the end, third one from the end, third one. That's not going to happen here. So they basically even that out with an amount of time that the car has to be stationary. So there's no advantage or indeed disadvantage to anybody whose fuel pump fills a little bit slower. And you are allowed to put the fuel in whilst the car is at 45 degrees if you need to. There's plenty of time to do anything. There's no real disadvantage to changing tyres, to changing the driver. And again, I know that there's a lot of strategy involved in other forms of endurance racing, but there's particular needs and reasons for the way it's done here. And it's a very complicated algorithm to get it done. It's amazing to me that more people don't get it wrong, but it's not about saving 2 or 3 seconds in the pit lane here, and that is what the organisers, that's the way they want it. They don't want it to be about that. Tandy's got traffic here, so he starts climbing the hill.
I was just going to say that, John. I was just watching that little bit of battle there, or going to think about it there. That Frank Stippler's back in the running again, despite that little error. He's in fourth position now, but he's only 0.4 behind Caroli's Manthey Porsche in front, which in turn was held up as a moment there by Nick Tandy, our second place car. Patrick Piret is in the sister number 31 Fricadelli Porsche that's still leading, but that was just a little bit held up in traffic there, which, as we said, ebbs and flows. I think Bruce Jones has a great phrase for it. There's traffic giveth and it taketh.
It certainly does.
It's absolutely spot on, but it does look at the moment that Frank Stipler's just got a little bit more, I wouldn't say punchy or pace, but he just seems to have, he's kind of poised, a bit almost like a coiled spring there. I think he's waiting for the opportunity. Not that the Fricadella car is holding them up, that's just a bit of traffic, but he is sitting there behind that Manthey car, and I think it's only a matter of time. He's looking really quite, yeah, exactly. He's looking for place, isn't he? John, what's going to happen here with Frank Stipler as he gets onto the Dottingerhoek? That's where they're going to get the drag. Is he going to get a tow, or is he going to get a double tow, or is he not going to be able to do anything about it? I think that's going to be the interesting part of this lap, isn't it?
Well, I reckon that Stipler will be in at the end of this lap, and so will Tandy. So he might take the draft as they weave their way through, left and right, they split. Oh, and the Manthey car got a nice double turn there. Cairoli goes up the outside long before they even get to the new entrance of the Nordschleife off the back of Gottlieb Daimlerstrasse. And here comes Stipler as well. He's side by side, tries a little side draft just to slow Tandy down, but that hasn't worked. Tandy's not being intimidated either by Stipler, but the Manthey Grello car has gone through. I think that's got one more lap for Matteo Cairoli. Stipler does go through in the braking area, such as it is, for the chicane at the end of the lap.
And both cars,
I think we'll see the 11. Yeah, both of them will peel in here, Peter.
Yeah, but so bragging rights before they got to the end of that lap to both come into the pits. You were quite right. You said Stipler was going to be in. I wasn't sure whether Tandy was as well, but Nick Tandy, as you say, not giving any quarter. The phrase you just used was, and not being intimidated. He certainly wasn't, but such is the experience. As they got to the end of the Dottingerhoek, he had to acquiesce. He had to back out of that. There was no point in holding it up. But just a little bit for Frank Stipler there. He's into the pits. He's got that bragging rights. He's back in P3 now. 20 laps completed. Number 31 car it is that's leading the Fricadelli 911. And
in
the
next time around for that one.
Yep. And
oh, hang on. No, sorry. Gee, I keep forgetting. I said we have to reset. I was about to say it looked like the Stippler car was going to get pushed back in the garage, but they've just put it on the dollies and put it at its 45-degree angle.
So that jaunty angle you mentioned for refueling, although that said, the engine cover's coming off the Stippler Audi.
So there might be something there.
There might be something in there. They're looking at something. Now, it's potential that it's... they're just unscrewing something there, John. It looks like they might be doing putting an oil level check on that or something. I'm wondering if there's something on that level there. It's not fuel, certainly. They've got, I would say, a regulation pit stop period, so that there's no urgency. They might be able to do this in time, which is what they're allowed to do. We are, as unbelievably, John, just approaching half distance already. So we've got all this to go again.
I wonder if Vincent Kolb is going to get in that car. I saw Stippler's helmet, the red and white helmet, was out of that. Tandy... Is Tandy going to do a double? Don't know. We'll let you know. Coming up to 3 o'clock, Central European summertime. And that means Pete is going to take a breath, and we'll welcome JP back in a moment or two. Let me give you a very quick rundown before we do that. So it's Patrick Pilet that leads overall for Fricadelli and in SP9 by a healthy 21 seconds. But he will be in at the end of this lap. And 2 pit stops left after this round of pit stops. So they should have all done 4 pit stops by the end of the race, the leading cars. The first car that has made its 3rd stop should be the Rover Racing machine, shouldn't it? So is that going to make a big difference for them towards the end? On the Enger brought in. So Pilet from Cairoli, then Sven Müller, then Haupt, then von der Linde for Rover Racing. That's the 98 car. It's the one car that's made its 3rd stop. Who else has made 3 stops? Fricadelli, Tandy, that's his 3rd stop. So they've still got 2 stops to make. An 8-lap stint is just over the hour mark, about 68, 69 minutes. And we've got 3 hours to go. So 2 more stops after this round of pit stop. 3 o'clock in Central Europe, half distance in the 6-hour qualifying race of the Total ADAC, 24 hours of the Nurburgring 2021 across the RSL network of audio and video channels. At RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch with us in the next hour of racing with Johnny Palmer rejoining us. Starts right now.
Another hour done, and halfway there then for the 6 hours qualification race for the Nürburgring 24 hours. And Patrick Pilet in the number 31 Porsche out front at the moment for Fricadelli Racing. But we also need to focus on when these cars that lead the way last pitted. They're not very far away from needing to stop again. And at the moment the race is generally moving towards those cars that pitted after 5 laps then for Fred Makovici at the time in the 31, Matteo Cairoli in the 911 and Sven Müller in the 44. We've had driver changes since then, but interestingly, as far as the 911 numbered Porsche and the 44, gone back to starting drivers for this next big stint, John Hindhaugh. They were kind of given the start to get that awkward bit of the race out of the way, whether it be 3, 4 or 5 laps, and then you're back into the meat of the race where, you know, Cairoli's just about the strongest guy. I mean, it's very tricky to call, I admit, but interestingly, Cairoli was put out for qualifying in the top 30 today, so they must think he's got the best single lap speed, and he's plugged back in for another stint, done 2 of the 3 so far.
I still don't get the logic of those short stints unless they wanted to change tyre compound, or they weren't sure whether they got the right starting pressures, or they were using one. I don't really get that, because right now, once everybody has done this set of pit stops, and Pilet should be in next time around, as should Cairoli, as should Müller in the Falcon car, as should Haupt in the Mercedes, and von der Linde. They're all on their 8th lap in the minute. So all the way down to the Schubert Motorsport, that's Jesse Krohn, in that. We've got Tracy Crone as well, no relation. And indeed, all the way down to Darren Turner in the SPX leading 25 Space Drive AMG GT3. All of those cars still have 2 stops to do, as the cars did who stopped 2 laps ago. The first one in was the number 1, and that was Eng, and Philip Eng did a double, and I think he's handed over to... Has he handed over to Nick Yellerley? Yes, he has, in that car. And I made a note of it. They stopped at 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, and they are getting an hour and 8, an hour and 9 out of their stints. So they've still got the same amount of stops. So where's the advantage here? Is it just that shorter last stop? Is that what we're thinking, JP?
Well, it's either that or...
Oh, hang on. Stippler, right
together.
into the side of Tracy Crone. Right into the side of Tracy Crone's car.
So that
through the S's.
The 11 Phoenix Audi, did he get away with that, or was that the contact? There were 2 cars. Oh, I noticed one sideways, one certainly a Tracy Crone green-coloured Porsche.
Correct.
And there was a blue car off as well, but I didn't spot who that was at the time. But the 11 machine, which led from pole position, has got through there. But was it all instigated by the Audi?
I would say yes. There was a little bit of after you, Claude, no after you, Sebastian. And I think there was a bit of a mistake there. The 68 Porsche definitely involved. What I can't tell you was who was at the wheel of that.
Well, it's a choice of 2, because Tracy and Nick Johnson are the only drivers in the Porsche, I think. Go on.
Yeah, I thought that earlier on, but then I saw a different name next to that on my timing screen.
That's
Nicholas Johnson, I think, brought the car in, which would mean that Tracy had taken it out. Yes, it was Tracy Crone. Yeah, it was Tracy Crone who was in that. It looked like he was trying to give room down the inside, and then Frank didn't know whether to stick or twist. Got halfway up and then decided just to put his foot in and keep going, and use the front end of the Audi as a bit of a snow plough, or a Crone plough.
Well, this was a moment or 2 ago then. A lot of curb on the run-up, and there is another car involved, go round the outside of a hatchback, which I can't identify from that distance, and then...
That's the Dacia.
Yes, that's the Dacia, is it? The Dacia Logan. And yes, it's the Logan that then got delayed, and this was the point where I started to watch the incident, and the Logan had to take to the grass as a result, but I had missed the initial contact. And as you said, there was a moment when the Audi thought it was being given space, then the door was closed, and unfortunately contact was made right on the apex there, which resulted in the spin for Tracy Crone, and potentially then damage on the left front of the number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi of Frank Stippler.
What I haven't worked out is where of the track that was.
Well, I thought that... I thought the curve that we're taking was at Klostertal, but then you don't have a sharp right-hander immediately after that, so it can't have been there, Kesselchen.
Well, he's just come out of the Caracciolo carousel at the top of the circuit, heads up to Port Act now.
Was it Versifen, perhaps, on the run down the hill towards Exeter?
Yeah, and then Bergwerk. Yeah, it could have been, maybe.
I'd like to be able to describe that to you again, just to be sure of the exact location, but certainly not what the Porsche driver wanted in the form of Tracy Crone, and clearly not damage that Frank Stippler wanted to pick up either. Stippler is normally surgeon-like as he slices his way through traffic, and
I like that.
Yeah,
I'm stealing that.
But,
Top 7 all in the pits, Johnny. These are the cars that we were talking about that did the 5-lap stints at the beginning. So all of those cars have come into the pits together. 31 Frickadelli, 911 Manthey, 44 Falcon, then the Mercedes AMG number 6, Rover Racing BMW, BMW Junior Team 77, KCMG Porsche, Retronic Racing Porsche, Schubert Motorsport, Jesse Kron, Space Drive Racing AMG, Hankook Triple F Racing. So I reckon the number 1 BMW will go back into the lead here, depending on how far back it was down the road as it comes through, because that car was the first of the cars to make its 3rd stop, and that was just, as I say, with about 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, so some 20 minutes ago. So they're going to stop with about 2 hours to go, ish, give or take. And that'll stop with just about an hour to go. That'll be the last stop.
Yeah.
So there's 2 more stops for that number 1 BMW. It's a question of how long the last stops are for the cars that are stopping now. How far in to that last hour or that last 70 minutes when the calculation changes, as you very adequately explained earlier on. How far into that 70 minutes those guys go, and if there's a tipping point. And maybe that's the only tactical and strategic advantage I can think that somebody's found out. They've done a graph and found out where the best part of that equation is in the last 70 minutes.
The only other reason for pitting early would have been decisions made on the fly because of traffic management or track position, shall I say. So if you're caught in a wedge of potentially slower going SP9 cars in front of you, get out of the traffic and hope that then when you're released again from the pit stop, an early pit stop, it's slightly quieter and hopefully a bit more of an open road in front. I mean, you don't get open road around this place after about lap 2, but you know what I mean. So there is that to take into account, as well as a Mercedes, the number 7 car, tries to go around the outside of the number 1 BMW, and that is the fight for 3rd and 4th positions. It's actually the BMW picking off the Daniel Juncadella-driven Mercedes AMG. They're still not fully decided on what order to be, though, as they continue around the Grand Prix lap, and Juncadella's back in front of Nick Yellerly now, with Mathieu Jaminet in the white and red Porsche right behind with the green door mirrors. Possibly in the best position to take advantage here. He runs 5th in the number 30 car with Vincent Cole at a safe distance in an Audi R8 for Phoenix.
So Juncadella was the first of the 3rd stopped cars to come around, but I think Pele, or at least whoever's in those cars now, the 31 Fricadelli and the 911 Manthey Porsche, which in fact they have changed, haven't they? Because the 31 has now got Maxime Martin, the Belgian, behind the wheel, and the number 911 has also swapped drivers because Cairoli has got out. It's Lars Kern, the Nurburgring specialist, and I say that he's the guy who sets all the fast laps for Porsche in their road cars. Well, I think that's Max Martin. I think that's Max Martin behind the wheel of that Porsche. But I think they've got out ahead then of Juncadella and Yellerly having made their 3rd stops, Johnny. That's significant.
Yes, because a 3rd stop now out of the way, and you would think significant chunk of a delay has already been taken, and they've still got decent track position. But it's a question of how much progress you make on the outlap, and they've both got bottled up behind one of the lower order cars. They can wriggle free now on the run. This is after Hatzenbach, so the twist at Flugplatz, and now on over the road bridge as the track crosses over the top of the public road, and the run down towards Schwedenkreuz eventually. We've got to go through the double right-hander though first of all. This is Flugplatz proper, and now really open up the throttle because you don't need to brake again until you reach Arenberg, which is quite a hard stop. The downhill but very much positive camber right-hander at Arenberg, and crucial to get a good slingshot therefore out of Flugplatz and stretch your legs a little bit, which is what Juncadella can do actually. Edges away from the BMW very slightly. Porsche trying to stay with the big M6 on the run through there, and now down into Fuchshofer with Adenauer Force the other side of the trees. But this is where it's just blind faith really, hoping the track continues to go in the same way it did a lap ago.
It's not moved.
No.
I promise you. Mathieu Jaminet has got those 2 cars ahead of him to aim at as they come through the rising part to Adenauer Force. Yeah. So Johnny, here's how I work it out, and we worked together on the WEC, a week ago. Is that only a week ago now?
It feels a lot longer, doesn't it? But I think it was Saturday, though, so it's 8 days rather than 7.
Thank goodness. 8 days in the week. Fine. A very good documentary, that, about the Beatles touring.
It is. I'd second that thought.
I watched that last night. So 2:50 to go is when the Fricadelli 31, the leading car, came in the pit lane. I'm rounding this up very slightly to make it easy. So that means its next stop will be with about 1 hour and 40 to go. And then after that, it's got a 30-minute sprint to the end.
Yes.
So that's another 5-lap sprint at the end. So they'll start with a 5-lap sprint and end with a 5-lap sprint. So what? They've got newer tyres at the end. They're not standing still as long. There's a gain of something. Don't forget, I was working for Audi TV last year. I was at this race, late in the year though it was, and so I was very much Audi-centric, and for the main race, excuse me. So I've kind of, I need to reboot my brain about how the tactics were.
Yes.
But I'm just not seeing it at the moment.
Another thought, when we had that flurry into the pit lane, had the incident between the Matilda Cupra and the Elantra happened, therefore was there a fair segment of the track already under code 60, and did people think this is a good time to pit when cars are going slowly along a fast section of track, you know, Klostertal and Kesselchen? So the lap times have reduced significantly. You're effectively getting a pit stop whilst cars are hampered if they stay out, and the lap times are much more elongated.
Standby caller, I can tell you when that happened.
I think it was the second lap for TCR. It really wasn't that far into the race. No, it was the first lap for TCR. They started from the second group, didn't they? And they were the leaders from Startgruppe 2.
It was 10 minutes into the race, and it was a 30-minute, 36, 37-minute code 60.
Yeah. I think that's why you had cars pitting after just 3 laps, because they said this is going to be a long code 60 to fix the barrier, and we need to make use of the time whilst, you know, should SP9 cars decide to stay out in this, there may be time to gain if you make an early stop. That would have extended to 5 laps because it was easily a code 60 that lasted about half an hour, wasn't it? The amount of damage that had been done to the barrier, both on the right and the left, as we subsequently found out. The initial contact being made on the right side barrier, but then far bigger on the left as both the Cooper and the Hyundai Elantra made contact with the wall. So yeah, I just wonder whether that was ever part of the plan before we got going, and it very quickly became clear to those teams that are in the know about this place that you don't pass up the chance to pit under not a full code 6, because you never get that round here, but a fair segment of the track affected by caution.
It was just shy of 37 minutes, that code 60.
Okay.
So what's that, 4.5, nearly 5 laps, you spot on there, JP, that it was out. Depends where you were when it came out, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, you're spot on. So that is really interesting. I hadn't even thought of that, because we'd literally had a lap and a bit for the leaders. So they would have been coming round to that on their second lap around, I reckon, or maybe their third.
And what you can get is a live report from the driver, if your radio is good enough, to say, how long do you think this is going to be? You're on the site and you can see it at relatively slow speed, 60 Ks, and the driver can report back from the scene saying, this is going to be a long job because there's a long stretch of metal here that needs to be sorted out.
And that would have been them coming in at the end of their second lap. They go past it again. So they come in at the end of the third lap. Yeah, so it happens on their second lap, 10 minutes in. Yeah. So they go past it once, they go past it the second time.
Twice,
and then they go, right, Howie, let's get in, I reckon. That Johnny Palmer, Nicky Katzberg was saying, what's Palmer saying about it? And the Rover Racing team.
He must have been tuned in to RS1, as all the drivers are. I think that's part of the regulations, isn't it? I
think Palmer's just described it again from the onboard of the Porsche behind, and it's carnage.
Yeah,
they're going to be out there for ages. Right, okay, let's have a quick stop, which is exactly how the strategist at Rover Racing speaks, by the way.
Yeah,
come some South Shield.
I've spoken to him, and you're right. You've got the accent bob on. So there you go. I mean, that's I'm not saying that's absolutely the answer, but it will have been a contributory factor.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A lot of teams would have thought about it. And it's interesting that I don't think anybody went beyond the 5-lap marker, did they?
No.
When normally we would expect at the lower classes, I'm sure they did. But the key runners that were expecting to, fill the top 10 or 15 of SP9 all took the opportunity to pit earlier than we would have thought. I mean, the old rule of doing certainly 4-hour races in NLS is just to go as long as you can in every stint. Now I understand that more recently there've been a few tweaks to how the race rules are written, and that's not necessarily always the right thing to do. Probably we got into a phase where every team did that, just went 7 laps, 8 laps, and then somebody went, well, there's a different way we can do it. But battling out on track again, we got the 1 and the 30, very usefully with numbers on their roofs for me to identify.
Nice.
And the BMW managed to stave off the Porsche again, but under stern pressure, Nick Yellerly from Mathieu Jaminet, who's really pressurising both on the left and the right of the Rover Racing BMW. Now taking to the outside line as they head towards the hairpin. There's a good battle a bit further up as well. BMW to the inside line of the hairpin. Porsche around the outside. Ooh. And we'll pick him off, I think. Yes. Slots across the nose of Nick Yellerly. And that's a really nice bit of driving from Mathieu Jaminet to muscle by. No contact. Up to 4th position for the Frenchman. And I was about to say, the duo just in front are just as close with Manthey Racing and the 7 for Get Speed of Daniel Juncadella. So Juncadella is chasing Lars Kern, who we've already spoken about in the Grello liveried 911 GT3R.
Well, at least if they're trade paint, you'll not notice it so much because they're similarly coloured. What happened to the Get Speed car being bright red? That put me right off this morning when I was, and yesterday when I was watching the cars out on the circuit. Magnificent stuff. It's starting to get really interesting, as it has been for the whole race. They passed one of the E90 BMWs at the first part of the Hatzenbach, super quick. This all about rhythm. You get onto the Nurburgring Nordschleife and head through the serpentine run up to 4th, up to 5th gear, brake from the middle of the road, back down to 3rd. Just threading the eye of a needle. Got to know which of the curbs you can take and which you can't. Trying to keep the car with all 4 wheels on the ground as much as possible. Back down to 3rd again for the right-left flick before you dive down the hill and over the bridge. Short shift normally before the rise. And then heading up the hill.
Oh no, there's a slower car that the Porsche and the BMW went through. I thought the BMW was slowing then, but that was a lower class car that both were able to get by. But there's a big gap now emerging between the back bumper of Juncadella and the nose of Mathieu Jaminet as they go through that next sector on the approach to Arenberg.
Top of the hill, and Jaminet goes defensive there. He did actually take the inside line at the very top of the hill under what used to be the Bridgestone Bridge. I don't know what's on that one. See, I haven't noticed that. Down through the foxhole up to Adnau Forest. End of this is super. I mean, you cannot touch the curbs going down the hill there. You are absolutely flat out, even in a road car. That is super scary. And then down one, then down another, and then down a 3rd gear as you come up, and you let the hill help slow you down. As they head out now towards Metzgerfeld.
Yellerly's back in front of Jaminet, isn't he? I thought I'd seen that on the timing screen, but the BMW has got back in front of the Porsche after Jaminet picked the M6 off.
Yeah,
behind him. So Yellerly in the BMW, after Jaminet did a sterling overtake around the outside of the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix track to get into 4th position. Nick's now back in front of Mathieu, and I was slightly confused by the fact that the order had changed again on the timing screen, but it happened through the last split, which actually only takes them 10 seconds. 10.5 seconds time for Sector 4, which is the run through Schwedenkreuz and on towards Arenberg. So the Rover Racing BMW may be benefiting from a slight error from Jaminet. You'll be waiting all year for one of those sometimes from the real talent.
It was Lars. Yeah, it was Lars that went defensive at the top of the hill. Sorry,
in the
Porsche driver.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
My apologies. Which that was my mistake. I'm still trying to calculate various bits and pieces. Just going back to our why would you do that conversation, the first car on the timing screen that didn't stop after 5 laps, that went longer, is the Huber Motorsport number 23. And they did 7 laps in that first run. Now they're sitting down in 17th position at the moment. They've got about another 10 minutes to go. They've got one more lap to go. They'll come in. They'll come in at the end of this lap. So they are going to have somewhere around about 2:35, maybe a little less, to go as Yellowly and Jam Jam are at it again. So let's say 2:35. That'll bring them in at just on an hour. 2:35 to go, an hour and 25 to go. So they have lost out because they can't go that far.
Yeah.
An hour and 20. So that taking that 5 lap stop at the beginning. So there's the answer to that, JP. It has actually worked. The first car that hasn't done that has got this stop, its next stop, which everybody else has got 2 stops, and then a splash for about 10 minutes. They're going to be a lap and a half, 2 laps short at the end in that 23 car. I thought if I went down far enough, I'd find somebody to try and work out the logic of why everybody else had done what they had done. See what I mean?
I do, entirely, but you're right about the Huber Motorsport car. I do remember that leading a lap, actually, deep into the stint. And unfortunately, that's a car that should have featured in top 30 qualifying at 10:30 this morning and didn't. 2 cars didn't appear, that machine and the 16 CP Racing Mercedes. But both are in the race, encouragingly. So whatever kept them out of top 30 qualifying, they were able to sort in time. And it was interesting that, they chose to stay out for as long as possible to at least lead a lap and maybe get a good idea on fuel mileage, which will be useful data ahead of the main 24-hour race. The number 4 HRT Mercedes catches one of the many BMWs in the field and dispatches that. Manuel Metzger on board the number 4 car. Out of the concrete section of the carousel, darts to the right and picks off one BMW, and will need to do the same on another one at Hoher Act, and given plenty of racing room in order to do that. So the number 4 HRT Mercedes is where in the field? It's no longer got Adam Christodoulou at the wheel. It's Manuel Metzger, as I say, and he's 14th, trailing Marco Holzer in the number 18 KCMG Porsche, but there's about 9 seconds between them.
Coming down to one of the many brilliant parts of this circuit, down to Brunchen, right up on the curb on the left-hand side, late apex, as you climb out of Brunchen through the ice curve and towards Flansgarden. Just fantastic. Love that section of the track. So many great parts of the track. Just something that you were mentioning, JP, about getting good data. I mean, this is as few cars as I've seen run competitively, but you get more than this on the tourist foreign days.
Yeah,
there's more traffic than this when you're out there. It's not that much less competitive actually nowadays as well, quite frankly. It's absolutely scary. You've got to really keep your wits about you, but this is a really good opportunity to run fast and run hard. It's been lovely weather, and all the tyre manufacturers will be absolutely rubbing their hands with joy as the battles continue on the Grand Prix circuit. And the 911 Porsche with Lars Kern cannot shake that AMG GT3 behind it, with Daniel Juncadella behind the wheel. So
that's the battle for second, and then the battle for 4th position has become a 3-way scrap now, because the Porsche of Mathieu Jamanet, who's got back in front of Nick Yellowly, they've traded places at least twice on the previous lap. Both have been caught by Vincent Kolb now in the green Phoenix Racing Audi. This is the car that Frank Stifler was piloting in the previous stint, who had contact with the Krone Racing Porsche in SP7, and both the BMW and the Audi having to go around the outside of a car at the bottom of the Grand Prix track, again using that high line through the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. But yes, the green and yellow Porsche that runs in second place of Lars Kern cannot shake the attentions of Spanish driver Daniel Juncadella, who's been glued to that very large rear wing on the back of the GT3R. Something else to point out before I forget, we've had a driver for the 153 car, which is the M Racing by Plusline BMW 325i. runs in V4, and that brought out a caution, a code, certainly a code 120, possibly a code 60 briefly, at Schwalbenschwanz. Now, all the cars I've just talked about had to go through the slow zone, but for the next cars, I think it probably was lifted in time. So therefore, cars maybe in the lower order of the top 10 will have found some time on the previous lap compared to the Manthey Porsche, the Get Speed Mercedes, and then the three that are dicing for fourth and fifth, Fricadelli Porsche, Rover Racing BMW, and the Phoenix Racing Audi. So look out for lap times rapidly improving for those cars in the early teens, quite possibly.
Been impressed with Vincent Kolb, who's slotted in nicely to Phoenix. He's part of their junior program, just 23, and from Frankfurt. And he, I think he got second the first time out. I'm just scanning back through the results back in 2018 when he first joined their program. So he's 3 years older than what I've just mentioned there. There you go. 25. Born in April 1995. And he's really grown as a driver in the last 3 or 4 years. Perhaps not one of the better known names of some of the drivers that we talk about, JP. There's another Porsche versus insert name of front engine German manufacturer of GT cars here. This time Porsche versus Mercedes-Benz Falcon Porsche going to the end of the lap.
Yeah, and these Falcon cars slightly more difficult to tell apart now that they don't run a BMW and a Porsche. I could always tell.
I think that's the 44 with the Team HRT Mercedes behind it.
Yes, so we can work it out by the cars that it's battling. So 44 has had Martin Ragginger in. It's now Lance David Arnold at the wheel of the 911 GT3R. Lance David, more a name that I recognise with Mercedes, actually. So he's switched major German manufacturers to become well recognised now. I think initially with Fricadelli, raced with them last season, possibly the year before that, and now with Falcon Motorsports, but does know his front engine GT cars as well through a number of years of experience. But yeah, Vincent Kolb, going back to that point, I remember him being welcomed into the Phoenix Racing fold and often put into the Pro-Am car to pull out some good results. Kolb and Frank Stipler, I think, have raced together in the past and certainly flirted with race wins without necessarily regularly achieving them in what was VLN, now NLS. But yeah, he's definitely a name on the rise and to keep our eyes peeled for once we get to the 24 hours. Jean-Carl Vernet in the 831, by the way, still leads the TCR category, as we can hear his engine in the background. Sorry, you were about to say.
Yeah, on a clear piece of road for JKV, unusually, but just basically underlining what we talked about the other day. It's just come through Bergwerk and starting to climb the hill. The two Falcon cars, the only thing that I've noticed difference in them is the 33 has got the dive planes on the front are the same colour as the bodywork, whereas the 44 have got them in red, and it's got a red pinstripe underneath the... I had to look at my notes there. Underneath the shade band on the windscreen. Okay. So that's how I've been telling them apart.
Very good.
And there's a red stripe on the wing mirrors as well of the 44. Now, whether that stays like that, please, put some more red on it.
Yeah, it's always useful to have a slight reference point. Purely because if you see them side on, generally I can see the race number, but when you see them head on, the race number is on the top of the bonnet, and it's very difficult to pick out on certain cars, depending on what angle I get a view from. Jean-Carl Vernet's peace and silence up through Klostertal and Kastelschön was suddenly obliterated because he was found on the track by both Lars Kern and Daniel Juncadea. Now the batch of 3 cars are about to zip by him as well. Oh, Jaminet got through, but now the other 2 are going to be caught up, not through no fault of Vernet at all. But we've reached Hoher Act, which is the bit where you thread the needle, and there really is only one racing line through here. So this is allowed Mathieu Jaminet a big gap now away from Nick Yellerly, who finally creeps through, and Vincent Kolb again is going to have to play the patience game before he can slot by the TCR leader as well. And that's just traffic and where you find it. Sometimes it gives you a benefit, other times it really costs you a lot of time.
And that part of the track from the Caracciolo Carousel through the highest part of the circuit at Hohe, Hedwigshöhe, Wipperman, down to Brunchen, you were spot on there, Johnny. It is one line, and it is very, very quick. These guys know this place like the back of their hand, so they're not guessing where the corners are going. They're not going, ooh, is this third or is it fourth? No, they know it's fifth. And they are absolutely on it all the way through. They know exactly where they can make up time. And all of those flowing pieces from effectively the exit of the Caracciolo Carousel all the way down to Schwalbenschwanz, a lot of that looks similar. And you have to know it. And if you do, that's where you make up time. It's all about finding the rhythm of the circuit. And nothing Jean-Carl can do there. He's in a front-wheel drive TCR car. He's on the ragged edge of everything at that point. And so he's just got to stick to his line and let the big GT3 cars go through, which is exactly what he did.
It's also, from the GT driver's perspective, knowing which bit of the asphalt you can use when you can't use the racing line because there's a back marker occupying it. So where can I put the car realistically and still make the corner? And that's, again, just experience around this place. You have to know where the bumps are, particularly if you stray. You have to stray to the outside of a bend, let's say, to not lose much time. But that was pretty costly through nobody's fault for both the BMW of Nick Yellerly and the Audi of Vincent Kolb. The KTM Crossbow number 75 deciding to make a pit stop, by the way, at the end of that previous lap, and managing actually to overtake a Cayman just before the pit lane properly started. So darting, I think, just about legally at the wrong side of the blend line before it started and then hopping back into place. But there is a blend line on the entry here as well as the exit.
There is.
And that's
a hard line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, once you've chosen to come in the pits, you can't then dart over that line in order to jump ahead of a car, which is sort of what the KTM did, although I'm not calling that as absolutely what happened. I'm kind of viewing that out of the corner of my eye, so I would like to view it again before I've fully decided. But like the blend line on the exit, which is a brick wall in one direction and invisible in the other, i.e. if you're leaving the pit lane and looking to rejoin the race, you cannot cross it.
It was actually really good driving by Moritz Österreich, the driver of the Pro Sport Racing Porsche Cayman. He's leading his class, actually, the leading V5, sitting in 54th position, which is a really good run for that car. Started with his right indicator on from the end of Tiergarten and through the final chicane to let them know he was pitting. And I rather thought he was taken advantage of that, if I'm honest, by the KTM Crossbow. That's the Automotor und Sport car, by the way, that's been crewed by Charlie Postens, David Thelius and Lance Bocelli. By Christian Menzel, Tim Schrick, Jens Traller and Marcus Österreich.
And Tim was driving it as he brought it in, I believe. Yeah, Tim Schrick.
Correct. Yeah, correct. But I thought it was very nice driving by the Cayman. I wonder if that was planned for that anyway. So what have we got left, JP? We've got 2 hours and 23 minutes still to go. So who's due in next? Let's have a quick flick through.
Well, after this lap and 2 more, I reckon we'll get the bright yellow Get Speed Mercedes of Daniel Juncadella in, and Nick Yellerly, who's on the same pit stop cycle.
Mike Rockenfeller in the 15 Audi Sport machine.
Yes.
And the 8 Mercedes has got Dirk Muller behind the wheel of that one, hasn't it? Yeah. That's the one with that's another one with a bit of red on it, can tell it from its teammate. Red on the front splitter, or bright orange, and on the wing mirrors. Whereas the other team gets the 7 car, the Maxi Goetz car, that's got bright green, brighter green than even the bright yellow of the car itself. Dirk Werner behind the wheel of the 33. Coming under the Bilstein Stay Safe bridge, as it is now.
Yes, nicely noted with emojis with masks on, I think, as well. He decided to stay safe branding. Porsche heading off the Nordschleife and onto the main start-finish straight is the 44. No, Lance David Arnold is partway around his lap, so that has to be the 33. Process of elimination. What I haven't noticed to tell the cars apart from the back.
Look at the front.
Yeah, the front's fine. Okay, I've sorted the front, but looking for the back at the very large rear wing.
All right.
There is no difference at all. But I'll get there.
Is there a difference on wing end plates? I didn't make a note of that.
Oh, yeah, good question.
Do that.
Very good question.
Do that.
The only cars, certainly in SP9, that run on Falcon tyres, by the way, because that's the sponsor of the team. But there's a mixture of tyre manufacturers up and down the order because, unfortunately, in other classes of motorsport around the world, tyre battles seem to be a bit of a thing of the past, but very definitely not when it comes to racing around the Nurburgring Nordschleife. And
there are some classes that have a
spec tyre. Agreed. Yes. GT4 SP10 is one of them, I believe.
Yes, I think that's as much for justified, at least, for cost reasons for the teams involved.
Yeah.
But there's, I mean, what was it? 2 years ago, as I say, I was work with you guys. Last year, you decided to kick me out to the Audi TV studio. So
that's right. Well, you see, you get your vengeance this year, because unfortunately, I don't think I can do this year's race, sadly, with a clash with another championship I cover. So I'm pleased to be doing the 6 hours at the very least, so I get an idea of the cars that will be running.
Did we have 13 or 12 different tyre manufacturers represented last year?
Oh yeah, it was easily into double figures. 11 or 12, and that takes into account, every class, of which Cup 5 has always traditionally run on a spec tyre. That has been Dunlop in the past, may now be Goodyear, with obviously the decision to change that from a global perspective from Goodyear's marketing strategy. As
a number of people, sorry Johnny.
Well, I was about to say, Daniel Juncker, let's enjoy this just before he pits, because he's still trying to get by Lars Kern, and the Mercedes for me is quicker than the Grello Porsche at this stage, but it's a question of whether he can get through. And Mathieu Jaminet is taking advantage, because the gap now between the two bright yellow cars is closing back to that Fricadelli Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet. So we'll very shortly have 3 cars dicing over second position.
Couple of bits of housekeeping. While you were off, Stippler went off, by the way, in the Grand Prix area of the circuit as he was lapping. The Ford Mustang just getting in the way of that battle. That's the 109 car they've just gone by, and again Jaminet takes an opportunity to close up second, third and fourth close together. The Stippler versus Krohn issue, a number of people have mentioned they thought that was at the top of Adenauer Force, thanks to Morris on that one. Oh, either side! Oh, that scares me when we see them do that, and that's Jaminet who's...
It didn't work for Juncker, did it? Because he tried to go down the right-hand side of that slower car, and already chosen his line was Lars Kern to the left, and actually it's cost the Spaniard, because Mathieu Jaminet made ground, and they're all having to slow down now, though. So is there a code 60 up ahead? The Porsche's definitely backed off.
Yeah, double yellows
car in the barrier.
Good spot. So, oh yes, yeah. I can't recognise that. Nikolai B.
It's certainly Porsche shaped, although slightly less shaped now because it's beveled on the front right corner where it's hit the
I think that's the Peter Bonk and Marco van Ramshorst car. Oh, no, it's not. No,
there's a car off a bit further up. On the next corner, on the left-hand side, there was a car parked partly on the grass, partly on the asphalt. But
that's
it's not
fast there, Johnny.
Yeah,
that's the end of Sprunghögel and Flansgarden too.
We'll have 2 cars connected, therefore, leaving the Porsche Cayman in the barrier on the right, and then one stranded a bit further up. But our protagonist...
That might have been the 144 Pro Sport car. I think that was the 144 Pro Sport Porsche Cayman.
Well, let's try and zoom in to work out which cars are involved. 302 is certainly one of them. Yeah. Is that a Cayman? Yes, it's a Cayman 981.
WS Motorsport car, yeah. It's the Walter Schweikart and Jürgen Werdinger 981. I think it's yellow and grey, that. But never mind, okay, fine. Just a quick note on that number 7 before he comes into the pit lane. Nikolai has noticed that the Lumirank panel in the windscreen that sits up on the top right has dropped off that car. It's hanging by a cable, which must be terribly distracting if it's waving around in front of Daniel Juncadella. So they may have to do a little bit of remedial work for that when it comes in to the pit lane. It normally has it cycles with the car position, the car number, and the driver's 3 letter acronym as they come across the line and start another lap. Nobody pitting there. They must be pitting next time around then, eh?
You would think so. Juncadella thinking about a move up the inside of the Grello Porsche.
Yes.
Very different line heading through the Haug hook, and this should favour the Mercedes because he's able to get on the power much, much earlier than the Porsche. It is a straight drag race between the Mercedes on the inside of Juncadella and Lars Kern on the outside, and I think the Mercedes can pick the Grello Porsche off. It can indeed through the next left-hander at the early part of the Grand Prix track, and Mathieu Jaminet now lining up the Manthey car for a potential overtake for his Fricadelli Racing machine. That's not the first time, by the way, that we've seen one of the Lumirank panels slowly peel itself off from the inside of the windscreen. Don't ask me why, but my pre-bedtime research last night got me exploring the opening hour of the 2019 version of this race, where you and Paul Truswell were calling the event for 2 years ago, and the Lumirank panel peeled off from the inside of the screen there for an Audi, I think, causing a massive distraction, and then the cable was the only thing keeping it on. It was flapping around in the cockpit. You would have thought that the technology would have been slightly better than it is, which just seems to be a bit of gaffer tape holding this digital panel on, especially as we're now 2 years on from that incident affecting an Audi in 2019.
Double-sided sticky of some description.
Yeah.
Sticky enough. And it said nudge there because it was right upside down. Instead of J-U-N, it said N-U-J. or some version of N-U-L, actually, null. It was all over the place there. It's going between... Yeah, it's going between the right-hand side of the windscreen and the right-hand side window. That must be terribly, terribly distracting there. This from Ian McCarthy to RSL_studio. I like this. It's a good point. He said, you talked about time stops. I know that some people won't like them, but they are clearly very good for ensuring on-track battles aren't disrupted by pitting. But it's, to me, even more remarkable how those battles are barely disrupted by driver changes. The top drivers really are on another level of pro. And that's absolutely true, isn't it, round here, Johnny, particularly where there is so much to learn, so much that can go wrong. As we saw for Stippler, going down the inside of a BMW and losing it on the Grand Prix circuit, then the Tracy Crone incident. I mean, it didn't really do anything wrong, it wasn't anything nasty, but these battles are just extraordinarily close, right the way from the drop of the green flag to the checker.
Yeah, and even in a 6-hour race, you can't afford to have more than one, and even one is pushing it. And if you do have a little bit of contact, you've got to desperately hope that you haven't then done damage to your car. It's so easy to pick up a puncture through that if it's wheel-to-wheel contact. A spin can flat spot what might be a brand new set of tyres for your car. And it doesn't really take much, as we've said many times around here, to make the slightest of error, be involved in something not of your making, and be in the wall. And that is race over if it happens on the Nordschleife itself. Now an issue heading out of Brunchen towards Flansgarten. That area is affected by a code 120 into a code 60. And is there a car that is obviously either slow or stationary on the tracker there? Just trying to work it out. It's 240, 241, 141, all working their way through, but they're all moving. So I don't know what the issue is there, unless it is barrier damage that needs to be sorted out. We're still trying to piece together exactly what happened in front of the second place battle on the previous lap, which I still think involved two cars, one of which was the Cayman 981 that we told you about. And the clear up there is potentially still going on. Although, actually, the only code 60 that is displayed on my tracker is later on in the lap at Flansgarten. So it looks like if it was two cars involved around the Bergwerk area or Versifen, they've cleared themselves up, and no need for the recovery crews to descend.
The little light blue came in that the battle just went by was one of the GT4 718 Club Sports. I think it was the EPS Rennsport car. Mark Vallavine, Henning Duster and Christian Rosen, the 301 car, but he stayed out the way. He did look to be going slow, so I don't know whether he'd had a problem or he was just mighty relieved to see those GT3s. They come up on you so quick, the GT3 cars. Even when you're driving a decent GT4, you really, I'm fine, I can take them. Where's he come from? I'll tell you what, I'll drop in behind. Ah, right, I see who that is. I'll drop in behind him and follow him through. He's gone. I mean, that's how quick it is.
Yeah.
They are so rapid now. These are GT cars, yes, GT3 cars at that, but they are extremely aerodynamically efficient. As Juncadella in second is climbing the hill from the Steilstrecke to Caracciola Carousel, and he's pulled out a bit now. Back to Lars Kern and Mathieu Jaminet. And then, is that the Rover Racing car, Nick Yellerly, just in behind?
I reckon it has to be, yeah, the number one car.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 laps,
All
6.5 laps into its stint currently. Also thinking about age of tyres, you know, Lars Kern should have a bit more rubber to lean on theoretically, but then has Daniel Juncadella treated his tyres a little better? He's longer into his stint. This will be 7 laps for the Spaniard at the end of this particular lap. So 25 completed, nearing the end of lap 26. And 2 hours and 10 minutes to go in the 2021 edition of the 6-hour qualification race for the 24-hour event at the start of next month. Remember that the result of this race doesn't directly impact on the big race. The qualifying has actually already been done. The qualification name of this is more down to top qualifying, because those cars that perform well in that session at 10:30 this morning will have secured, I think it was about 10 places up for grabs. It's getting very tight as well, as the run into Brunchen and then Flansgarten is affected by 2 marshal posts at code 120 and a 3rd at code 60. So Mathieu Jaminet closing up as much as possible, but then as he leaves the affected area, didn't really get the hammer down quite to the extent of Lars Kern, who was set off. So Jaminet closed the gap to the German, but couldn't react in time to stick with the green and yellow Porsche, who romps away now, coming the other side of that caution area.
And just coming out of that, the Duck Egg Blue Hyundai i20N, they've just gone by. Juncadella's disappeared from this battle. Despite his flappy panel, as it were, through the Kleiner Carousel, I'm just wondering, it looked as though those flags were about to be removed, because I could see the marshals getting back behind the barriers there, and I wonder then if Vincent Kolb might benefit from that by not having to slow down and pull a little tight in the Phoenix Audi, the bright green car, out of those ahead. I'm a big fan of numbers on the roof, by the way, of these cars.
More of those, please.
Yes, absolutely. It should be mentioned, a really big thank you to all of our technical colleagues who provide us with the facilities to be able to see all the way around the circuit, and the extra use, and you can hear it in the background, so we're not telling you anything you don't know if you haven't got the pictures, but the extra use of the helicopter this year, the early VLN races, NLS races, €10 in the chart this year, has been spectacular. And there's some new camera positions as well, and a number of people have spotted that in the early races and indeed here today. It helps when it's such lovely weather and you can see everything so well. But it really is, for those who've been following the DNLS down through the last season and a half or so, it is almost iRacing-like. It is, some of the camera positions almost look like they've taken a leaf out of the book, and certainly the overheads look fantastic. So Michael and all of our contacts on the technical side at the Nurburgring Nordschleife, making sure that everything gets out to the world. Thank you very much indeed, and can't wait for the big race itself. Even if you're not going to be working with us, Johnny. Well, you go and do what you want then.
Well, Paul Ricard calls, sadly, for the European Le Mans Series, but I would
my heart bleeds.
Yeah, isn't it a tragedy? I would absolutely be with you for the N24. It is one of, if not the most favourite race of the year for me, just because of the variables that could be thrown at drivers virtually every lap, and a fit to bursting entry expected again for the 2021 edition. I'm puzzled, John, by the pit stop for Vincent Kolb on this lap. He wasn't due to come in, so is that a tyre issue for the number 11 car that was going very nicely indeed? But Vincent Kolb, 6 laps, needs to be on the 8s, as running very wide indeed coming out of the Haug there was the number 8 car of Dirk Muller, and that's going to give a bit of time back again to Van der Linde. So Sheldon Van der Linde in the BMW, all over the back now of Dirk Muller with Manuel Metzger. He's not part of this group. He's got a bit of 12 seconds or so to find, but there are 4 cars completely together. Lance David Arnold, Hubert Hout, Dirk Muller, and then Van der Linde, the number 98 BMW, as I say.
It's not going to hurt them that much. There's just over 2 hours to go, so there's still one more stop. So again, it's managing where you take your last stop. If there is a problem, there's no panic there. Has he lost a lot of time on his in-lap? What was his in-lap like? What was his splits like? I've not got that screen up at the moment, but they stop now. They can stop with about an hour to go, Johnny.
Yeah.
Any time within the last, let's call it 70 minutes. If you do 8 laps at the end, it's as near as makes no difference, 70 minutes. So you're going to stop somewhere around about an hour to go, and then that gives you a lap's grace just in case you get caught on the wrong side of where the checkered flag comes out, if it comes out right behind you.
I'd say his lap times are absolutely fine, because bear in mind that was an in-lap, 8:53 I've got for the 11 car, and you compare that to, well, the race leader did an 8:43 without the pit stop, but it takes a bit of extra time to head down pit road and actually find the timing loop.
I think you're right.
So 11's no problem. They've switched to Nicky Team, intriguingly, so they're already thinking about the final few stints here. And the Dane started the race, but I think he's only done the short run to the first pit stop, has Nicky, and they've been holding him back. So maybe this was all part of the plan. We've had.
Well, he does a double to the end?
Quite possibly, but Vincent Kolb's only done 6 laps, Stippler 8 laps, Beretta 8 laps. You did tell me that Stippler had been off the track, didn't you, whilst I was away? And we know about the contact with Tracy Crone as well.
He was quick, mind. He was.
Stippler.
He just actually taken position from Patrick Pilet.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And having hunted him down, and literally having done that, coming down the Dottinger Höhe into the Ford curve on the Grand Prix circuit, literally just after he'd done that, he ended up backwards with a little tap on the barrier.
Right. Okay, well, it's a little puzzling, but it may be part of the complex strategy that Phoenix Racing have adopted now. I'm not necessarily sure.
Are you going to argue with Phoenix?
No, not at all. But at the start of the race, I'm not necessarily sure they would have gone with this, but often it's down to how the race pans out as well.
Correct.
And the opportunity that it might present here and there. And I like the fact that they're a little off rhythm with those towards the sharp end, but you can't discount them for that very fact, because they've decided to run their own rhythm in the race, which may well come very good indeed, particularly with Nicky Team may be in for a double. But then having just made a stop, yeah, I'm just saying, having just made a stop, so he's back out again, is Nicky Team in the 11.
Yeah.
Are they good to the end of the race now with just a single stop?
Yes.
Is the question.
They need to get under an hour from here. So they had about 2 hours and 3 to go. An 8-lap stint is 67, 68 minutes. I've been saying 70 minutes, but it's not really that much. Slow car in the Dottinger Höhe.
Ferrari.
White flags being raised.
Yeah, and 3 Ferraris in the race. Is it the Racing 1 car? 30th position.
30.
It is. Yeah, so it's
good
the
spot.
14 Ferrari for Thomas Jaeger. Certainly a Jaeger.
Mike Jaeger's in that car, I think.
Mike Jaeger, thank you. Yeah, sharing
That's
it
the
with
blue
Christian Kohlhaas and Stefan Koller. And Mike Jaeger, as you quite rightly say, the Kaiserslautern-based driver, nursing it to the end of the lap. But yes,
That's another tyre issue, isn't it?
yeah, I have to think so. Rear
that
tyre,
left
maybe.
rear? Left rear.
Just
The
trying to
right's
work out whether
okay.
it's down on any of those on either side, or is it an engine problem? Almost on limp mode to get it back again.
Yeah.
Snowy's shaking his head to me, saying, "Don't think it is a tyre."
No, I think he's right.
Engine
if
note
I'm
does
honest.
sound a bit off, actually. And yeah, changing down the
Looks all
box
straight,
very
doesn't
early
it?
indeed.
All looks straight, JP.
It all looks straight on the tyres, yeah, and I couldn't see a suspension problem either. So
No.
engine struggling for a couple of cylinders, maybe. Not sure, but the 488 GT3, so that is a full GT3 spec car running with the twin turbocharged 3.9 litre V8, as the 488s do. And Mike Jaeger hitting a problem, well, where on the lap? It was a very long middle sector. I mean, it is anyway, if you're going flat out. It's almost a 2-minute sector, that, and it took him over 2.5 minutes for Mike. So I think the problem's hit there. And at the Sector 7 took him over 5 minutes on the in-lap. So he's had that problem for a while on lap 26.
He hasn't done anything silly and run out of fuel, has he?
Ooh, I hope not. What car number did I say it was again? Let's just see where he is on the cycle.
14, didn't you?
14, yes.
14. Well, he's
Kohlhaas did a 9-lap
lap.
stint.
Yeah.
And this is the first lap out again, I think, isn't it, for the Ferrari?
Yeah.
And Jaeger's not yet tripped the beam in pit lane, so the Racing 1 car hasn't quite turned up for the first lap completed in the next stint. But I think that's the end of the out lap, effectively, which has turned into an in lap for Mike Jaeger.
They did remember to put fuel in it, didn't they?
Don't say that, for goodness sake. No, Racing 1 have done so many VLN and now NLS races, and no stranger to the N24 entry either. So vastly experienced and can turn a Ferrari around very quickly indeed. I don't know what the problem is there. Anyway, we have reached the end of another hour. I know, yeah, 4 o'clock and a beautiful afternoon at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. And a race lead for Fricadelli, at least for the time being. But Daniel Juncadella is now starting the flurry of pit stops for many, as from a long way back, Mathieu Jaminet up the inside of Lars Kern to take what will be second place away now from the Frenchman. So Jaminet and Kern stay out. By virtue of that, they inherit third and second, and the places are changed at the start of the lap. John, thank you very much for the last couple of hours. You're going to stay trained,
Hardly a chore,
I'm sure.
mate, to be honest. Hardly a chore.
No.
Let's be brutally honest about that. Bring it home, Johnny.
I shall do my very best, and you're most welcome for the last half an hour if you wish. But you'll probably be settling back with an adult beverage and far too distracted for that. But stay close
Whilst they'll be watching
to the radio and to a TV screen if you have the race feed in front of you. I'm sure many of you do. That's John Hindhoff. Grateful very much for the last couple of hours to allow Snowy and myself, Johnny Palmer, to have a little break. And that means that we can give you a quick rundown of where we stand. Oh, there's a drama very nearly. There's a couple of SP9 cars come in for their scheduled pit stop, and the KTM Crossbow, which has done a lap of the Grand Prix track, and comes then in through the back door, as I call it. So rather than heading onto the Hatton back, it turned right at the where everyone normally turns left, and takes a sharp left onto that tricky part of the track. Clearly there was an issue for the KTM, so it came into pit road, and all of a sudden your entry route down pit lane is massively affected by a car looking to get in from driver's right. Amazingly and quite unbelievably, contact was avoided, but the second car in that sequence, when two SP9s are coming in right together and looking to hit the brakes at a marker that they will know well from rehearsing that through sessions earlier on in the weekend, your braking reference point has to change entirely. And they kept it out of the wall, they kept away from each other, and a hairy moment was amazingly avoided, Peter Snowden. But what a way for you to come back after a 60-minute break.
Yeah, I was just listening to John talking away there, and we saw that unfolding in front of us. That was the True Racing KTM Crossbow, the number 75 car. As you say, quite right, it comes in through the back door, as he's perfectly entitled to do. We mentioned it before. That lap won't count, but it gets it back to the pit, saved in the whole Nordschleife. We've been through all that. He rejoins, but those two SP9 GT3 cars, as you said, Johnny, you've got to slow down. And the end, we've said this a few times. Bruce and I have commented on it in the NLS rounds. The end of that pit wall, it's not obvious. I know it sounds silly. It hasn't even got some kind of day glow or marking on the end of it, and it's you sometimes you wince as those cars come in. But they've got to slow down to 60k at that white line. So you're always conscious. You don't want to rear end the car in front. Obviously, it doesn't do either car any good, and it's not very competition minded. So as the car in front slowing down, you quite rightly think, and he jinks one way, and you think, oh, you're not expecting to find a car appearing from the right, are you?
Yeah.
And I'm sure whoever was at the wheel of the number 75 car, was that Jens Drael at the wheel of that again, still, back in the orange?
Well, clearly that car's not right, because it's almost like it's circulating around the Grand Prix track, and that's about it, although it still hangs on to second position in class in Cup X and really isn't that far away from the Teichmann Racing entered Crossbow.
But he would come around there minding his own business. He's saying that closed cockpit KTM car, was that lovely canopy sitting there. There's not a lot of visibility in that car. He's concentrating again that car back to the pits, and all of a sudden, and we're talking super close, two GT3 cars shoot past you with. There won't even been feet. There'll be inches, centimeters, however you wish to do it. We're in Germany, so centimeters to spare, and that will certainly have woken somebody up there. But all disasters avoided mercifully. And then 75 car and the two GT3 cars managed to avoid contact, as Johnny said. But as you say, quite a way to come back to the show,
isn't it? Just welcome back, and cut and thrust racing promised between now and the end of the race. You can be assured of that. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Let's give you a rundown then as things sit. Although I appreciate a batch of cars have just made stops, rather skewing the order for a little while. It looks very rosy indeed for the red and white crew for Fricadelli Racing Team. Both of their Porsches running first and second, and 24.5 seconds apart from one another. So Maxime Martin in the number 31 leads the race from Mathieu Jaminet, having made an overtake work at the start of this lap 28, on Lars Kern. He pulled that out of the bag at the first corner after getting just a hint of an inside line, then was fully committed on the brakes to overtake Lars Kern, who is certainly no mug around here. As John and I were talking about, Lars Kern's record stands for itself around the Nurburgring Nordschleife, the amount of cars that he's tested around here, and is now has been a Porsche specialist for the last 5 or 6 years. Lars Kern, amazingly, still only rated as a silver in the FIA precious metal ranking system, but that's because he doesn't concentrate his racing career on trying to win big titles. His main day job is testing cars around the Nordschleife, and he is very much a venue specialist, as proved by the third position that he occupies for Manthey Racing. So Porsche, and another Porsche in fourth for Falcon Motorsports and Lance David Arnold, car number 44. Then the first of the BMWs is fifth for Sheldon van der Linde for Rover Racing, car number 98. Sixth place for Manuel Metzger in the first of the Mercedes AMG GT3s. That's a car run by Team HRT. Marco Holzer, another Porsche, makes it 4 in the top 7 for KCMG. Marco running in car number 18. Eighth place, the 77 BMW M6 for the BMW Junior team. And in car 77, it's Max Hesse. Ninth place for the number 3 Porsche, and driving the number 3 for Rutronic Racing. It was qualified really well earlier on in the weekend. That is Tobias Muller, the man from Euskirchen, sharing that car with Julian Anlauer, Romain Dumas and Tristan Vidas. And in 10th place, it is Jesse Krohn for the Schubert Motorsport BMW M6, car number 20. I can also give you a very quick rundown of how the classes are doing, with Tim Scheerbart leading SPX for that Space Drive Racing Mercedes. He's 18th overall, but crucially leading SPX, although admittedly there aren't that many cars from that class in the race. SP Pro, again, I think a single entry for Black Falcon Team Identica, but they're still running, crucially. The 350 car leads SP Pro. Cup X is led by Griezmann for Teichmann Racing. That's the one-make KTM Crossbow division, 30th place. Gabriele Piana leads SP10 for all GT4 cars. The BMW M4 from Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport is your SP10 leader, car 70. A Porsche, unsurprisingly, leads the all Porsche Cup class, SP7. Number 58 is leading that, the team with no name. TCR, led by the renumbered 831 Hyundai i30N for the Hyundai Motorsport N entry and Engstler. Then you got at the head of the order for Cup 3, the Porsche 982 Cayman GT4 for Black Falcon Team Techstar, car number 308. In the front of SP8, it is the GT Tyre Motorsport Audi R8 LMS GT4, car 53. Leading Cup 5, a division entirely for BMW M2 CS racing cars, the Schubert Motorsport example, car number 890. The leader in V2T is the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i G20, number 330. Leader in V6 is the number 131, again an entry from Adrenaline Motorsport, which is a Porsche Cayman S981. It's a Cayman that leads V5 for Pro Sport Racing, car number 144. At the head of the order in the BMW M240i class, which, remember, is a new thing for season 2021. They used to run in Cup 5, but they now have a class titled the 240i division, and it's the Avia Zorg Rennsport example, car 230, that leads that, just making a pit stop. Hyundai i20 for the Hyundai Motorsport N outfit leads SP2T for Pierre Eret, car number 165. Class V4 is led by number 152, a BMW E90 325i. SP4T has at the sharp end a 718 Cayman GTS, car number 87, also currently in the pits. Leading the SP4 category is the BMW 325i, which is an E90 car, again a team with no name, but car 105 is the one you're looking for. The Dacia Logan is your SP3 leader, and two cars that are in the pits, but even though they're making pit stops, they still lead their classes. The Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 of Marek Bockman, which is the SP8T leader, car 34, and the leader in AT, which is for the alternatively fueled cars. It's still the big Ford Mustang GT that leads Class AT, car number 109, in that camouflage livery. And that car's, well, certainly 10-15 minutes ago, was definitely still in the race. I think that's a scheduled pit stop for that crew, running in 76th overall. That's how the classes stand, and the top 10 overall, with an hour and 50 minutes to go, Peter Snowden.
Indeed, Johnny, but we now have a flurry of activity in the pits with Jaminet, Kern, Metzger and Müller, Fricadelli, Manthey, Team HRT and Rutronic Racing are all in the pits one way, shape or form. Another 28 laps completed by each of those cars in total, obviously different strategies throughout the four cars there. And indeed now the 10th place car, the Schubert Motorsport M6 of Chrome, also dives into the pits. So we need this to sort of settle itself out now. We're getting into the final third of it now. You know, just under 2 hours to go, an hour and 48. It's a way to go yet. Fricadelli, it is at the top. I still think it's looking pretty good for Fricadelli at the moment. Obviously, a little bit relevant at the moment is the second place car, or the second of those two, the number 30. Maxime Jaminet is in the pits, but we'll see how all that shakes out as we get to the top. Van der Linde, it's in second place for BMW at the moment. Mercedes having a better run at the moment than we, not as we predicted, just on the form we'd seen through NLS, that they just seem to be slightly outside of that top 10 qualifying, scraping into it. A bit unfair to say scraping, but just not the normal form we see of a Mercedes. And I think they seem to have found their pace a little bit more today. But it still seems that a Porsche is the car to have at the moment. It really does, and certainly a Fricadelli one that's in red and white seems to be the favoured car. Which one doesn't really matter actually, but they're looking very good, which augurs well for the 24-hour. Of course, that's 4 of these races back to back.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
a different way of looking at it.
It's a different way, certainly looking at it. And have you worked out how many NLS races that is in a row?
Yes,
I'm sure you have. Got shoes and socks off to bolt all those together. But I don't know whether you can use strategy from a 4-hour race and just apply that to a 24-hour race. I'm sure you've got to be thinking much bigger picture than just that simple fact. And it's a question of, just pushing as far into the stints as possible, 8 laps, and then work out where you are with about 2 hours to go, rather, in the 24-hour race, as to when you're best to finally make that last stop.
I think you just nailed it there exactly with that point, Johnny, that yes, a 4-hour, 6-hour race will have some bearing, of course, but it's the strategy. I think that's you're absolutely spot on there. It's the strategy of 6, 7, 8 lap rate. That's the bit, the stints. How often can we do that? What does that work? Where does it flow? How does it work out? And that's what they're going to be recording and watching. And that's what they'll see it as, not as a series of 4, 6 or 12, 24-hour races. It's a series of strategies.
Yeah. And also having to either react or ignore to code 60s that may litter the track at certain points. It'll be a bigger field for the 24-hour event. Therefore, generally speaking, slower average lap times because there's more traffic to negotiate, and with more cars starting the race in 3 groups rather than the 2 we had today, the potential for more incidents, of course, as well. More cars getting tangled up with each other. You've got the speed differential to factor in as well between the fastest cars and the slowest, and always the risk of the odd incident, particularly in the night. And then the unmentionable, which is weather. And that always affects this place, particularly as we plunge into the darkness hours. Although, because it's held in June, not that many hours of darkness, certainly compared to a Daytona 24 or a Dubai 24, where well over half of those races are held in the darkness. Still troubling the area around Brunchen and Flansgarten is the need, well, not to recover an obvious vehicle, because the only vehicle stopped between Brunchen and Flansgarten appears to be intervention vehicle 2.
I just wonder if it's a bit of debris again or something.
It's
Johnny.
either debris or a bit of wall that needs fixing, yeah. So has someone tagged the arm code down there, needing it to be fixed? But intriguingly, it is only one marshal post displaying the code 60. You've got a 120 into it to gradually slow the pace, and then you can really get the hammer down as you pass the green flag pretty much at Flansgarten. But that is costing some time through the lengthy Sector 7, which takes you almost 2 minutes at the best of times. Well, about a minute and a half, I think it is, when you're on a really quick lap with a clear track. The 831 is still the TCR race leader, and we were denied 2 cars to be able to take the fight to the Engstler 831 car, purely because of the incident that happened on the first lap of the race for the TCR division when 2 cars tangled, and a real shame that was for both. But thankfully, Andreas Gulden and Peter Terting, Mark Basseng reporting to us via German television that both drivers were okay. So that leaves, it is Luca Engstler driving the 831 car, and he's out front from Max Partel in the Bonk Motorsport Cooper Leon Competition 171 by a good clutch of minutes, actually. We're probably talking nearly 4.5 minutes as a TCR race lead. So very comfortable at this stage for the eggshell blue Hyundai i30 that runs 34th overall, but more crucially leads the class.
Change of driver for the number 30 Fricadelli Porsche, Johnny, from Mathieu Jaminet to Matt Campbell, now at the wheel of the number 30 car, which is currently in 8th. That's of course of the pit stops, which is technically it's a 2nd place car, but they have been running 1 and 2 at the front there. We'll keep an eye on those as that it all folds out. A few more driver changes to go. I think we're all sort of settling down at the front there. 28 laps completed. It still seems odd, doesn't it, with 6.25 hours completed and there's still only 28 laps done.
Yeah,
it's still. I know it sounds silly to say that, it's obvious because of the size of the circuit, but it still seems odd that a mere 28 laps completed, which is why any amount of seat time, track time, team, driver, manager, strategist, whatever, any role in a team, that any time track time on the Nordschleife is, well, a whole circuit, the Nurburgring, is valuable because it's just information.
Well, 28 laps.
Race leader into the pits, Maxime Martin. Sorry, Johnny, number 31 into the pits.
28 laps is a key number normally in NLS because that's a race distance. And bear in mind how much after the 4-hour mark we are now, at 17, nearly 18 minutes. So had this been a conventional NLS race, it would have been a very long race because we're only just reaching 28 laps completed now. But that, I think, is testament to the amount of code 60 we've had. So, you know, once the checkered flag waved, or if we had a checkered flag after 4 hours, I wonder how many laps might have been completed. It might have been closer to 27, possibly even 26, which is a very short run for an NLS race. And it just shows you how much time has been taken away from the competitors purely because of the amount of code 60 we've had. And this is a less busy race than a normal domestic NLS event because the entry not quite as big as we have had certainly in some of the regular rounds for VLN in the past and NLS for 2020 and onward into 2021. So an hour and 41. Next question is, what will be our total race distance? Well, the projected time, let's just have a look. I need to find the right page here for the amount of time that we're expecting from this race. Yeah, can't tell you that at the moment, but I'll find the right page. Normally work out how many 8-lap segments there are to go, and we can produce that for you. But with an hour really completed on a full fuel tank, John and I were saying earlier on that probably the number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi pitted at exactly the right time to make it 2 hour-long stints to the finish, with quite possibly Nicky Team in for both of them. A fuel fill with 62, 63 minutes left on the clock, and that will mean quite a long final stop because remember, the minimum pit stop reference time will be judged to the end of the race for that final stop, and that's what makes it very entertaining indeed for the final run to the line.
Top 5 cars all on the pits now. Obviously the race leader, the Ficcardelli Porsche number 31 will be the first out because it was the first in, defined pit stop time. But we have the Van der Linde, the Rover Racing BMW and the Falcon Motorsports Porsche right behind that, and the KCMG Porsche as well, along with the BMW Junior Team BMW M6 by Hesse, driven by Hesse at Wheels. So that's 31, 98, 44, 18 and 77 all into pits, our top 5 cars. So that will shape the order out. It's one of the things that changes so much on this race for us. The circuit is so long, the lap is so long that we normally go out and it'll settle down very quickly, sort of a minute and a half later, less than 2 minutes normally. We have to wait a whole load of time for them to A, get up to speed, do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit, then do a lap of the Nordschleife, and come past and reset the timing screen. So that's why it's a bit of a, but that's why we use the sectors. And I say, don't normally have 9 sectors on a race circuit, do you? It's
Not
quite
at all.
incredible. Three or 4, maybe 5 at best, but 9 is quite incredible.
We might make 46 laps the way we're going. Now, I'd worked out if we're doing 8-lap stints every hour, 8 times 6, 48. So there was the potential to get to 48, -1 quite possibly for the rolling lap. So I think somewhere in the vicinity of 46, 47 were possible at the start, but we have had so much code 60, yes, not affecting the whole of the racetrack at any one time, but bear in mind it was nearly 37 minutes of code 60 to repair the barrier damage after Andreas Gulden and Peter Terting tangled. Since then, we've had a slow zone in place, well, it was only for 3 minutes, and about the same time for the next code 60. A very short blast of code 60, roughly half distance, but that was less than a minute. Then we've had 10 minutes of code 60 since then, and then the big dose of it, which is still ongoing for this problem at Flansgarten. And this latest code 60 is actually now longer, lengthier than the first one that was brought out because of those 2 TCR cars crashing on their first lap. We're nearly up to, in fact, in 5 seconds' time, 40 minutes and running of the latest code 60. So quite possibly another reason why 1 or 2 cars have decided to dart into the pits and make use of that with early stops. I was slightly puzzled why Vincent Kolb only came in after 6 laps rather than pushing to the 8. Well, that was partly so they could get Nicky Thiem in, who I think even Vincent would admit to us is quicker than him on average lap times. So get a quicker driver in, make your stop whilst there's a caution out on track. And as cars are having to trundle their way through at 60 kph through a short segment of the track, you can make a pit stop and potentially take advantage. Matteo Cairoli now leads the motor race in the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche. But bear in mind, he will have to stop, I think, ahead of, well, he's just come out, hasn't he, after making a pit stop. So that car benefiting from the recent pit stop, and the 31 car shown ahead, further ahead on the road than the 911. So I think Cairoli's only scored as the race leader because he made the pit stop timing loop, then he did his pit stop, and subsequently Dennis Olsen has overtaken him.
Absolutely, Dennis Olsen now at the wheel of that, for taking over from Maxime Martin. But of course, the person to watch just behind, of course, is Nicky Thiem back at the wheel of the Phoenix Racing Audi, in just 1.3 seconds down the road. So they were right up at the front of this in qualifying, right up at the front at the start. Ebbed and flowed a little bit, but we'll keep an eye on that car. That'll be an interesting run from the number 11 car. Frank Stippler having his moment with that earlier on, where he's got a couple of wheels on the grass when John and I were covering it, and you were having a little break, and it's he just, when I did make a very, very, I think a kiss is the best word, connection with the barrier. It was a soft tyre part of it, so it was nothing. I said at the time to John, I think it probably damaged the tyres more than it's damaged the Audi, mercifully. But I'm sure he will have, he said, had a metaphorical word with himself about that, just trying to go past the back marker down on the GP circuit. But that car back up in the running, up into third now. It did drop it down to 6, but a little bit of code 60s and traffic just helped. As we've said many a time, Bruce says that the traffic giveth and it taketh away, and it did help Frank Stippler come back up the order there. So that car currently in third position. So Manthey Porsche at the top, Fricadelli second, Phoenix Racing Audi in third position, Fricadelli Porsche in fourth, and Fabian Schiller fifth in the Mercedes, the Get Speed car.
Speaking of the young star Schiller, has he now been in both cars that he was due to drive? The 7, as you said, he's currently at the wheel of, and I reckon he started the 8. Yeah, he did the first stint and a half in car number 8 and has now switched to car 7. That takes a bit of pre-race organisation just to make sure that as your car pits, you've got to make sure that the driver is free and ready to take over that car, because he could be doing a stint in the other one when you're just looking for a new co-pilot. But of course, Get Speed have thought long and hard about that and made sure that Fabian Schiller has had suitable downtime as well, because depending on how long you've been at the wheel of a car, you then need I think it's 50% of your stint time as a break from any racing at all, to then mean that you can legally take charge of another car or the same car, depending on how you want to do it. The Goodyear Shod 152 machine heads out of the first chicane on the Grand Prix lap. That is the V4 class leader, incidentally, car number 152, which is a BMW E90 325i. So car 152, the lineup is Alexander Meixner, Sasha Lott, and driver at the moment Lucas Langer for the Team McChip DKR crew. So they're leading class V4. That class ordinarily for the 24 hours would probably have double figures entered into it. I can only see 2 or 3 cars though entered into V4. You still have to be running by the end of it to win the class. And Langer overtaken through into the left-hand element of the Michael Schumacher S by the 25 Mercedes. Heading now later on into the Grand Prix part of the lap. So was that the 25? Yes, it was the Space Drive Racing Mercedes in the SPX category for Dominic Farnbacher. Car 25 that is also Tim Shearbart and Darren Turner at the wheel of a Mercedes, which seems very alien to say indeed.
It just seems a wrong sentence, isn't it? You can't say that's like saying Nicky Thiem at the wheel of an Audi.
Yeah, it's
They're Aston Martin men. Stop it.
I know. But I also remember go back long enough, Darren Turner being a regular in the British Touring Car Championship, where he was a SEAT Works driver, so, and hadn't done any work for Aston Martin, I don't think, by that point. So you register a particular manufacturer in your mind in a period of time. Are we going to see Darren driving a few more AMGs in the years to come?
Well, he's certainly going to be driving an Aston GT4 car a bit later in the season, somewhere else. He'll be back. He has not works driving, but he's still connected very much with Aston Martin. As you say, utterly synonymous. As you say, it's a set in time. You just get used to it, and it's quite strange to adapt, as you say, just a different car. But we will see Darren back at the wheel of an Aston, synonymous, a little bit later in this year in a different series, but not here. At the moment, he's driving the, as John put it, the columnless Mercedes.
Like that.
Save the weight. Yeah. I'm sure it's compensated for somewhere else, but it's again, it's a strange way of thinking, isn't it? It's just what you said there. You get used to a driver in a team, it becomes synonymous. We get used to the fly-by-wire throttle. It becomes a phrase. We don't bat an eye on it. Fly-by-wire, yeah, okay, comes from aeroplanes, obviously, originally, first thing. But now fly-by steering, and we naturally, I think you, John, and I have all done it today. We've kind of almost recoiled, haven't we, and gone, what do you mean the steering wheel's not actually connected to the steered wheels?
Yeah.
Well, why not? It's technology. It's the best testing ground in the world. The Nordschleife, a 6-hour race, second to the 24-hour race there, it's the best place to go and test it. But we do naturally recoil and just go, oh, there's no physical connection. But point is, if you weren't told, would you know? Probably not.
No, probably not. You would probably think that the steering was very accurate indeed, because you would think to tune that up, to fine-tune it to the driver's liking, should be a lot easier than having to physically adjust components on the column.
And throughout the sport, I'm sure they thought the same when we went from, wooden wheels to spoked wheels. And whatever. Back in the 30s or 20s, when the Bugattis came out of alloy wheels, they were banned originally because they were deemed not safe compared to a spoked wheel. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
So it's exactly the same thing. It's just progress, isn't it?
Yeah. Drum brakes to disc brakes debuting at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Don't stop me on drum brakes.
Okay. But disc brakes,
don't stop me on drum brakes. That's the problem.
Indeed. So yes, but had it not been for the 24 hours, would we even have road cars that had disc brakes these days? Because that was
Checo C-Type.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So out of motorsport and out of rapid development come the next technology for road-going cars, street cars.
So I think racing improves the breed. That's exactly what it is.
I'm now mindful of one of those questions of, would you rather this or would you rather that? Would you rather a fly-by-wire throttle system fail, or would you rather the fly-by-wire steering fail on a racing car? Because, to be honest, it doesn't sound great. When you first introduced the fly-by-wire throttle system, hang on a minute, I don't have full control and connection to how fast this car might go. It's a computer basically talking from my right foot to the engine. It just sounds as worrying as the steering drama to me.
But that's the point. It's a mindset, isn't it? And I'm sure Darren Turner and the rest of his teammates in that car won't be batting an eyelid about it. It'd be quite safe to just get on with it. It's one of those things. It's technology. Exactly. You just drive the car. Does it feel any different? No. Is it competitive? That's what's more important. That's what they'll want to know. And not is it safe. They assume it's safe. It's out there in the first place. It was tested on a Cayman. Was it in the 24-hour last year? An SBX category?
I think so.
Cayman ran one, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the Space Drive first in a lower category, if you like. So a little bit slower, but an accident still happening. To say we don't like the idea of the wheel not being connected, but it's just the mind. It'll be fine. It's out there. It's doing well. We'll try and get it. I have asked Darren the question about this, see what he thinks of it, and I'm sure he'll respond probably after the show. Tell me what he thought of it.
Don't text whilst driving.
Exactly.
Matteo Cairoli still leading in the Grello Manthey Porsche. Now 2 laps into the stint. So when we get 6 further laps on, that will take us to, I reckon, lap 36. And then there's a question as to how much time left will there be for the 911 car. Are the cars immediately behind? Well, it's interesting because we've got a car that's immediately behind that is only 1 lap or 1 and a bit laps into its opening part of this phase of the race. And Nicky Team who pitted 4 laps ago. So you've almost got the various different ways that teams have approached this represented in the top 3, which almost suggests it's all down to the kind of randomness of the race. And whichever way you chose to do it, either pitting after 4 laps, 3 laps or 5 laps, there's still the potential to take race victory. As there was almost contact then at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix track between the large, long nose of Mercedes number 8 and the Porsche from Routronic Racing that the 8 car is tailing.
Well, that's a three-way battle, isn't there, between the BMW, the Porsche, and the Mercedes of Rover Racing, Routronic, and GetSpeed of De Filippi, Amula, and Vassivière, having a great old battle there, and they are just going for that. They're 0.9 and 0.3 of a second apart between them. Three-way battle there between three different marks, and we're going to just get to the end of the GP circuit, and once again, they just got through. The Porsche came in and just kept out of the way neatly. I thought the Rover Racing BMW was going to get the advantage there. We've got a new code 60, Johnny, at Flantsgarden.
Yeah, now is that just an extension of the one that's been there for 45 minutes? I would suggest not, because it's further down the track.
Yeah.
And car 22 is currently being displayed on my tracker as being stopped on the approach to Flantsgarten itself. That was where the green flag was being displayed. So does that suggest an incident almost within the original code 60? It's Daniel Keilwitz who's come to grief in the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, powered by Phoenix Ferrari. And also, there's a problem early on in the lap because there's a BMW off.
I think it's a GT tyre.
GT tyre.
167 off, I think.
Okay. 167 is not a... Yeah, it is a BMW. It's an F30 from the V2T class and runs on GT tyres, unsurprisingly. 167... trying to get you a driver name whilst I'm at it as well. It's Nicholas Krei who drives that car with Niels Steinberg, Tobias Wolff and Nikolai Kanborg.
I think Steinberg's in it at the moment, isn't he?
I've got Krei next to 167. But I'm about to...
No, I think you're right.
Okay, good. It's a rare thing for me to be right on a driver straight away. But yeah, so that's early in the lap. I think that's coming out of Hatzenbach and on towards... not very far away from Flugplatz. It is. It's the tail end of the Hatzenbach run, in fact. And you come out of that tricky left-hander. It's a downhill right and left, which then leads you onto the fast straight over the public road. And it means that, well, you're going to be on top of that almost before you know it. It's very much a blind approach through the zigzag nature of Hatzenbach, and again, if you're bottled up behind a slower car, you're going to be right into a yellow flag and then a code 60 at Hoch Eichen there to deal with this problem at Marshall Post 74 for the BMW F.
Yeah, the Flantsgarten one's now cleared. Yeah.
Oh, Flantsgarten's gone entirely, has it?
Yes. Now track clear, gone back to green.
Okay. So we're left with the issue at Hatzenbach. And the secondary incident, Flantsgarten, has gone. We're still left, though, with this problem at Brunchen, though. Immediately after Brunchen, where the cars take off, pretty much, and you then head towards Eiskerve. And, yeah, the two marshal posts that were limited to code 60 at Flantsgarten are now back to green. But the stranded car may still be recovered. Did I ever tell you what car number 22 was? We'd identified that. Yes, the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari. Of Daniel Keilwitz, which may have just ground to a halt of its own accord and needed to be recovered. So still lap times compromised to an extent. Good time to come into the pits if you need fuel. But if you're looking to try and get to the end on one more stop, you can't stop now because even a full tank with an hour and 23 to go won't be enough to get you home. And there's another slow car now on the Dottinger Ruhr as well. Conveniently covered by a bit of the vegetation there, but I will, we'll stick with this and identify probably a BMW, I think. It's well over to driver's left, and it looks to be down on one side as well, so with the indicator winking, is that a tyre that's gone on the left-hand side?
It looks like front left corner's gone, almost like the wing's gone, like you almost see the tyre exposed, like it's a single-seater, so
yeah,
it looks like it had some barrier contact, possibly. There's certainly something not right. Probably where the number was on the bonnet, it's just where we need it. That's in the woods somewhere, that's no use. Perhaps somebody could text us the answer of that bonnet that's sitting in the woods. Of course, no spectators can't do that, can we?
It's difficult, yeah.
I said there's definitely front left damage on that car. The wing mirror is missing, etc. But bizarrely, it's very bizarre. You can see the wheel on it, but the indicator's still there, which is the front left corner. You wouldn't expect the indicator still to be there, and disproves that whole theory as well, that BMWs do have working indicators even on a racetrack.
There's a novelty.
Who'd have thought?
I'm looking for a car that has had slow lap times towards the end. That might be it. At the Schubert Motorsport BMW M2 CS racing car. It's a Cup 5 entry for 890.
Johnny's resumed in there. It's a little bit deceiving, actually. There's not the front left of the car. That's why the indicator's still on. It's actually got a sort of checker pattern. It's white on one side of the car, black on the other side of the car, which made it look like its bodywork is missing. That's why I was a bit confused why there's an indicator there on that car still. That's approaching the uphill part of Tiergarten, arriving there in a moment on the Dottinger Höhe, and we'll come up there, so we'll be able to have an iron light in a minute, I think, unless you've found it already, Johnny.
Well, a sector that would normally take, or is currently taking cars 3 and a bit minutes through code 60, it has just taken Michael von Zabienski. It's taken him 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes and 3 seconds to get through a sector that would normally take you 3. So that's got to be the car that's affected. A Cup 5 BMW, which is shown in the last sector currently. It's the Schubert Motorsport BMW from Cup 5, and notably the class leader in Cup 5. So this is really going to now bring back into the equation the 240 entry for Adrenaline Motorsport team Ulsner Automotive. Yannick Fubrick is going to think all of his Christmases have come at once here, because Fubrick tails von Zabienski by 10 minutes, but that's going to condense, well, by 7 minutes already. So a 10-minute advantage has become absolutely nothing. And with that, although Fubrick pits, he takes the class lead in Cup 5. 240 is now ahead of that stricken 890 machine. So that is the one with the problems on the Dottinger Höhe.
Meanwhile, at the front, so it's the Manthey Porsche that is leading. It's Porsche's first and second. It has been most of the race, or a lot of the race. It's been there, but it's been 2 Fricadelli cars most of the time, as it was in the last NLS round just a week ago. This time it's the other way around. It's Manthey re-establishing a hold on the race. 31 laps completed.
Well,
Dennis
is it though? Because I'm still trying to get exactly where they are through the sectors here, and it's very tricky to do because we've got code 60s. Cairoli, you're quite right, is scored as the race leader, but only by 2 seconds from Dennis Olsen for Fricadelli. And I still think Fricadelli are the slightly stronger placed Porsche here. With Cairoli pitting, what did we say, a lap before Olsen? Yeah, so at the time it was Lars Kern handing over to Matteo Cairoli. That'll be the 3rd time that Matteo's been at the wheel, and Maxime Martin handed over to Dennis Olsen in the 31.
But Johnny, I know we've got a yellow flag here, which gives them the chance as well to come to the edge of Hatzenbach while they're retrieving that BMW from the left-hand side of the track, which has now gone. But we've got the Manthey Porsche, the Fricadelli Porsche, and the Phoenix Audi of Nicky Thiem there as they went over the line onto the 3P circuit. 2.3 and 3.5 seconds between them. They're now all condensed up as they start to go onto the Hatzenbach, down the Hatzenbach onto the Nordschleife, which is what we said earlier on. Everybody loves that apart from the leader. So they're going to suddenly bunch it all up.
Exactly.
Will Cairoli, does he owe us a pit stop and come in this lap? You think he does?
No, Cairoli will be fine. He's on to lap 4, so he'll do the rest of this lap and 4 more potentially. Of those 3 cars, we're expecting Nicky Thiem in next. And Nicky will be thinking, well, this is great. I'm going to tack onto the back of the 2 Porsches. I'm in effect the car a little bit on the back foot because he's going to be the one that pits next. But I still think Nicky's fine to the end. The question is, when do the Porsches pit? Because they'll need to fit in a stop at some point. Again, they're only 1 stop from the finish, though. And if they can pit closer to the end of the race, their pit stops don't have to take as much time as Nicky Thiem's. The further out from the end of the race you pit, the longer your pit stop's got to be, remember. So Nicky Thiem, in a sense, is at a disadvantage because of that. And that's partly down to Vincent Kolb taking the early stop, remember, as well. He pitted, Vincent Kolb, in the previous stint, only made 6 laps. And John and I were scratching our heads a little bit as to why Vincent didn't run to the full 8. Is it simply because they wanted to get Nicky Thiem, the Aston Martin legend, part of the Dane train lineup for a number of years, remember? but has now been given a little bit of freedom to race for other manufacturers as well, now that Aston's factory initiative, factory run in the World Endurance Championship has come to an end. But Nicky's still contracted to Aston Martin, nevertheless, to race their cars when he needs to. Lights flashing for the black Mercedes. Is that the 10Q entry, which has not really had quite the speed today? 10Q is the number 40 car, which will head across the line now. Let's just confirm that for you. So it is Jaeger in the 40, followed by the 33 of Thomas Preining. So yes, I am right there. 40 car running ahead of the 33. And down towards the first corner. Car 40, it is Thomas Jaeger driving that. Jelmer Berman started it. Kenneth Heyer has had a stint as well. Opel Astra is the 162 runner in V2T. But that car only good enough for 4th position in its class, the 162 being piloted by Volker Strycek. Man very well known indeed for running Opels, but of a different vintage, the Opel Manta, which I haven't seen in this race. I'm going to assume hasn't been entered, at least for the 24-hour qualification race. Surely there is a plan to get that classic Opel Manta out for the 24 hours next month. Big damage for a BMW, which has made its way back. Is this the car that was struggling down the Dottingham?
Yeah, 890 car.
And you were right about there being damage on the front left corner. Yes, the paintwork or its livery was a little bit deceptive, being white on the front right and black on the front left.
Yeah,
but
it's the black motorsport car.
The black area that's damaged and big time. It's nearly taken the light fitting with it. I'm surprised the indicator was still winking, to be honest.
Exactly.
It's still going now in the garage.
It's still going now, but some considerable damage to the front left there. That's had a run wide and a clatter of the barriers. Good and proper there. The bodywork, because it's metal wings on that car still. It's a production type car, so it's all metal. So it's absorbed it to a certain extent. But say the indicator's still going remarkably, which is quite extraordinary. The mechanics are starting to work on that car and having a lot of activity going around that front left. So whether something failed first for it to go off, cause and effect, which is one chicken and egg, we don't know what's caused it. Had something gone on the front left, taken it off, understeered off and clattered the barriers, or is it clattering the barriers that's done the damage? I'm sure we'll find out at some point during the rest of this race. But that's the Schubert Motorsport car, the BMW M2 CS from the Cup 5 class, which is in its box at the moment, having a fair bit of work on it. I'm not sure who was driving that at the moment. We'll find out in a second. So
the 890, it was Michael von Zabienski, the Oschersleben licensed driver at least.
So I knew exactly who was driving. I just couldn't pronounce it. But thanks for jumping in there, John. That's called teamwork.
We also got in that car Marcel Lennertz, Torsten Schubert. Well, connection there very much with Schubert Motorsport, who run the car, and Chris Dryspring. And
you're just showing off now, aren't you?
I'm just trying to read names, to be honest, and sort of muddling my way through. The advantage with German from an English speaker's point of view is that you sort of say all the syllables, but not necessarily in the right order in my case. So that's a Cup 5 BMW. As I say, crucially, it was the Cup 5 leader at the time, and von Zabienski, he's going to struggle at the end of the race now, having really dominated Cup 5 in that exclusively BMW M2 CS Racing class. I actually missed the fact that Cup 5 had become those new BMWs. I think for this season, Peter, I mean, you've done the 2 NLS races so far this year, but Cup 5 was always in the past for the BMW M235s, then it became for the M240s, and now it's adopted completely the M2s, and that is a very popular division. And what it means is we've still got 240s in the race, but they've now quirkily been called the BMW M240 class, which rolls off the tongue not too well. But Avia Zorg Rennsport leads the BMW M240i class, and that car, number 230, is leading its part of the race. I'm not sure how many other cars. They are the only one in that, actually. So Cup 5 is more popular, as predicted, for the new the BMW M2, of which we've got 3, 4, 5 M2s in the race. And as I say, the Von Zabienski car is going to do well to actually feature in the top 4 of a 5-car field. Very intense finish to the lap for Dennis Olsen, who has more than his mirrors filled with a bright green Audi R8 LMS of Nicky Team. Now, these cars were totally together as they headed through the Code 60 at Hoek Eiken, which has subsequently cleared, by the way. So the problem... Oh, it's going for a move here, Nicky Team, to the inside of the Haug hook. But the better line, the second element of it, the left-hander, will favour the 31 Porsche, who will stay ahead of Nicky Team. And it's actually a good exit for Dennis Olsen, who is a big, big talent when it comes to Porsche racing. So Olsen judged that perfectly. But I don't feel that his Porsche is quite in the sweet spot compared to the Audi behind. With the Audi's been fast for the last 2 days. Topped qualifying 1 late last night. More flashing of the lights for Danish driver Nicky Team. But he is following Dennis Olsen, his Norwegian rival in the number 30 car. And Dennis Olsen, who has been a champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland in the past when he ran with Conrad Motorsport. He's been a race winner in the Bathurst 12 Hours as well, in that famous Earl Bamber Motorsport victory on the mountain at the start of 2019. And he's also been a champion in GT Challenge racing as well with Fricadelli. So no stranger to the top of the podium in isolated events and also for championship runs. More than capable of fending off Nicky Team, but you sense he's going to have a real job on his hands here until Nicky Team pits. And as I say, it's the Audi expected in first before the 2 Porsches that are currently ahead.
As they progress round, got oil flags basically out at, well, slippery surface like, I think oil flag out at High Oak, which is not ideal. We'll see if that gets cleared shortly, but just something else, just another permutation for them to consider as they approach it. Oil flags, just what you don't need. Nice sunny afternoon, just over an hour and 10 minutes to go, and somebody drops some oil. I think the 890, by the way, had the BMW that goes into the pits with its quite damaged left-hand front corner. I think it had gone off on its own at Hatzenbach by the sound of it, and bounced back. Which is why we just saw it. We saw it on the Dottinger Hout. It had done an awful lot of the lap of that damage. It's done it going on to the Nordschleife. So it's done the rest of that lap to come round. That car, as far as we're aware, still in the pits being, well, I said it's still being worked on in the pits. Hopefully we'll rejoin. I think it had done more suspension damage on the front left than anything else, but it appears it went off on its own.
Yeah, the problem hit about halfway round. As I say, that... Well, you've got a 40-second sector, which took Michael 2.5 minutes. So 2.5 minutes compared to normally 40 seconds, and then 10 minutes as opposed to everybody else around that car that was doing that particular sector in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So it took him about 3 times as long to limp the 890 around. So he's clattered the barrier, we reckon, entirely on his own. 71 Aston Martin is where in its class? It looks like a GT4 car.
It is.
Yeah, for second place being run by Pro Sport Racing. Pro Sport also a regular in the 24H series, and Pro Sport running this car, I assume this very chassis actually, in the 24 Hours of Paul Ricard just a couple of weekends ago.
Yes, indeed, and it was out in NLS last weekend as well. So it's a busy time. It's a busy chassis, that car. It'll want a service, won't it, by the end of the day?
So Alexander Walker currently at the wheel of that now. He's sharing with Jürgen Kroner and Guido Dumoulin, the Belgian. Dumoulin, perhaps, in 71. But beautiful looking car. And
Bruce and I talked about this last week, because Bruce asked me, what do you think of its colour scheme? It's almost a kind of retro colour scheme, isn't it? It's almost like oil colours. Other brands are available, so I'm not going to mention a particular make, but it is almost a sort of 1950s, 60s oil company colour scheme, quite different to that deep green and orange.
You've got the dark green bonnet and then the orange, the orange wings, and that orange line is continued all the way down the length of the car through the roof line and across the back as well. So there's the interesting mix of a sort of deep orange and then the dark, almost British racing green combine there, but being run by a German squad, there may well be cues to the Aston British Racing Green, of course, with a little bit of extra orange for a bonus.
Now we've got one of the Ferraris into the garage.
That's the Wochenspiegel team Monchak Ferrari, isn't
exactly.
it? So the 22 car of Daniel Keilwitz, and I gave you that number in reference to it being stranded at Flansgarten. Now, do you remember we had a long, lingering code 60 at Flansgarten, and then one immediately after it appeared out of nowhere, and I reckoned it was the 22 car that got stranded. So, unfortunately for WTM, powered by Phoenix for this season, that car has made its way back to the paddock, but I think via some of the public roads, maybe on a flatbed. And the team looking a little bit lost for words, lost for direction. I reckon that's race over, sadly, for the Ferrari 488 and Daniel Keilwitz. They'll be hoping they're getting all of their bad luck out of the way ahead of running that car in the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. They have, in the past, run a couple of Ferraris in these events, the 11 and the 22, but it is just the one car for the German squad this time around. So that's a shame as well. I mean, this race only had, say only, 83 cars running in it, but compared to normal Nordschleife numbers, that is a smallish amount.
165 last weekend for NLS3.
There you go.
Yeah, so double the number effectively.
Exactly.
Yeah, or half the number this time.
But we will get more, no doubt, for the 24 hours. There is less of a need for the lower order cars to actually run in this race, because although yes, it is a qualifying race, actually you can't qualify for the big race if you're in one of the smaller classes and for the lower powered cars. So better really to avoid any potential damage and be fully committed for the event at the start of June. But as I say, 83 cars started. It's been really quite attritional, with a number of cars dropping out of sequence and dropping out of contention far earlier than expected. Notably for the TCR division, when we lost 2 cars really early on in the piece. And then since then, we've had 1 or 2 cars maybe catching the scenery and not being involved with others. Some cars sadly being involved in incidents that were not of their own making as well. Opel Astra OPC car heading out of the first couple of corners there, which is the 6th placed V2T entry. So 161 is being driven by Yannick Biniek, who hails from Wiesbaden and is driving with Parisian driver Guillaume Noiret, Tim Roberts and Lars Futing from Wuppertal, number 161. But that's the great thing about this race. You know, you can enter in a thoroughbred GT3 car, or you can enter in a little Opel Astra there.
Just I was going to say that car basically it's just black. It's got a little bit of token sponsorship on it. Obviously, somebody's paying or something, or a mate's name on the side, or we don't know the exact story. But more to the point, exactly as you've just said, Johnny, it just looks like exactly what it is, a road-going Astra. Obviously, the tyres are different. It'll have its safety features, its roll cage, its seat, etc. Quite natural, as it should do. But from the outside, just looking in, it ain't no GT3 car breasting with wings and aero and slicks and ducts and all that kind of stuff. It's a little Opel Astra pottering around. I don't mean that at all disdainfully. It's just an ordinary production car going around. It just looks like a little black Astra with a few decals on it. I've seen more decal cars in the high street on the road. Certainly in Astras.
So it's quite a mixed class V2T where the Astra races. The class is led by a BMW 330i G20 for the Adrenaline Motorsport crew. Second place actually is another BMW 330i, and third place is another 330i. This is a varied class, my example of a varied class, and 3 cars all identical. But then outside of the top 3, you've got the Opel Astra, you've got a BMW F30, a VW Golf, so Mark 7 Golf, another BMW F30. So you can enter several different types of car. The favoured one appears to be a BMW, well, not necessarily always the same shape. And the front-wheel drive Opel and the VW Golf trying to punch above their weights a little bit to get involved in the top 3. But an 8-car field in V2T, that must be one of the, outside of SP9 and SP10, one of the most heavily subscribed classes. It's good to see.
I love the heritage that you showed there, the keeping the spirit of Murray Walker alive.
There you go.
Legendary motorsport commentator that covered all sorts of motorsport, motorbikes, Formula One is what he was known for, but he covered everything, rallycross, bikes, etc., etc. But in the spirit of Murray, you kept something alive there of him, and just saying that my idea of a varied class is 3 cars identical. Brilliant. I think that's the soundbite of the show so far.
He shall live
Johnny.
long in all of our memories. We are very much
rightly
dearly missing Murray at this stage. But yeah, sometimes Murrayisms just creep into all of our commentaries. And we take the lead of the great man, definitely. The Manthey Racing Matteo Cairoli Porsche still leading the way. And remember, that car is not due to stop for the next 3 laps. However, Nicky Thiem, who hasn't yet been able to get ahead of Norwegian Dennis Olsen, is due in, I reckon, at the end of this lap. They've just started another one, heading out of Hatzenbach, past the accident scene at Hoch Eichen, but that's all now back to racing speed, following the recovery of the 167 BMW, I think we said. So that's been towed away, and you can now race at full chat all the way through to Flugplatz, the double right-hander, and the run through to Schwedenkreuz. Busy on the Grand Prix lap as well for Mercedes number 4 with Manuel Metzger, who's 5 laps into an 8-lap stint. When do they pit this Mercedes, I wonder? Any earlier than normal? Well, no, that doesn't make sense. You want to run as deep into the stint as possible, because the longer you can stay out, the less time there will be to the end of the race, and therefore the shorter the stop that you make finally can be. And you're trying to make that final stop as short as possible. Now, if you can come in with just a lap to go, that would be excellent, because it really is as quick as you like then for the final stop. Good little move there from Manuel Metzger. He's got speed in the number 4 Mercedes. Got speed in the Get Speed, I was going to say, but that's sadly the wrong Mercedes. So I'm going to have to say got speed in the HRT instead, with the Get Speed Mercedes just up ahead of the number 8 car. Mathieu Vaxivière is the guy he's trying to chase.
It's like a word association game, this.
I tried to make
speed
it
in the
work.
Get Speed, and
Yeah, but got speed in the Get Speed didn't quite work, because, as I say, it's the wrong team for that. I'll go away and work on that.
I'd say 2 Murrayisms in a row there.
It wasn't quite a Murrayism, it was just a mistake.
I was being benevolent. Kind. 1 hour to go, or literally in a matter of seconds, 30 seconds off. The final hour of this 6-hour race, qualifying race for the Nurburgring 24-hour in just a month's time, or in a few weeks' time, actually, in June. It all to play for still, as ever, on the Nordschleife. It never is what you think it's going to be.
So another hour completed, 60 minutes to go right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer glued to this, because there's still plenty more for this race to give. And I sense 1 or 2 twists and turns in the closing stages. The final hour of this year's 6-hour qualification race ahead of the 24 hours next month starts now. Porsches out front, Audi chasing, Manthey, Fricadelli, and then the Phoenix R8 LMS for Nicky Thiem. But I'm expecting the green car in at the end of this lap, and then it's a question of how quickly Phoenix can turn the car around, but especially because they've got to abide by the minimum pit stop time. So it'll be a relatively casual stop, I think. Big question for me, Peter Snowden, is whether they're going to change their driver, because Nicky Thiem was put in for quite a short stint at the start of the race. He's now just done a full stint. And do we keep the Dane at the wheel of car number 11, which is clearly showing very good speed at this stage? Or do you decide to twist and potentially throw Frank Stippler back at the car?
Exactly, that's the point, because Nicky Thiem did a 4-lap stint at the beginning, as you said. Beretta an 8-lap, Stippler an 8-lap, and Kolb a 6-lap. Nicky Thiem is in the car now. He's 7 laps into his stint, as you say. That probably owes us a stop in a lap's time.
I'm just also realising that there's a 4th driver due in that car at some stage, in the form of Kim Louis Schramm, who was at least on the initial entry list that I had.
It's certainly not down on the stats. It's been Thiem, Beretta, Stippler, and Kolb and Thiem in that car.
Okay. So there was a change when we reached qualifying. That's why I keep the qualifying sheets, just to make sure that we've got the latest drivers listed. And yeah, you're quite right. So no Kim Louis Schramm when we got to the qualifying phase of the race. Again, this is an early entry list I'm going by, which misnumbered the Hyundais in the TCR class as well. So no Schramm. We have had a bit of the other 4 drivers, though, or the 4 drivers for that car. 8 laps for Beretta. Sorry, I'm repeating you here, Snowy, but 8 laps for Beretta, 8 laps for Stippler, 6 laps for Kolb, and it will be 8 laps for Team. Add to that the 4 laps that Nicky Team did at the start of the race as well. I mean, I think Frank Stippler will be straining at the leash here to get control of that number 11 car if Phoenix Racing allow him to do so. But it wasn't necessarily a incident-deprived stint for Stippler, because there was an off-track moment when I was away. He also made contact with the Krone Racing Porsche from SP7 when John and I were calling a segment of the race. So Stippler, who normally is a master of staying out of trouble, has had 2 problems in one stint today.
So you think of the team manager might be saying he's been a very naughty boy and like, no more for you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
we mustn't second guess.
You lose more than one dive plane, and I'm afraid that's your driving done for the day.
One mistake is one thing, but 2 in a race. Not so most unlike Frank Stippler. I have to say, very, very out of character for him. But it is going to be interesting to see what happens on that car. I think you're absolutely right that it must owe us a stop at the end of this or the next lap. It's 7 laps completed now, so potentially the end of this lap, Nicky Team may well bring that number 11 Phoenix Audi into the pits, and we'll see then which driver changes or if he stays in it to the end. We have just under the hour to go, 56.5 minutes left of this race, and it's still all to play for. It's quite extraordinary. I was surprised, I have to say, that I thought it is Porsches, but it's Manthey that have kind of they've almost kept the powder dry. Fricadelli were there 1-2 really quite quickly, quite early on. There's a few bits of changes in the Audi and stuff, etc. But Fricadelli kind of established it much as they did a week ago in NLS. But Manthey have just kept chipping away, and all of a sudden that car is there now, and that's into. No, sorry, my time screen just flickering. I thought it was into the pits a minute. Go into the pits, exactly as we predicted, is number 11 Phoenix Audi. Nicky Team brings that car into the pits. So is that going to be a driver change? We'll have that answered in a few moments for us, Johnny.
Well, they are when they came in, 56 minutes away from the scheduled checkered flag. So this is going to be quite a long stop that the 11 crew have to soak up now. Because remember, the further away from the checkered flag you pit, the longer the stop's got to be, and this is actually very casual. They are doing a driver change, though, and it is the yellow overalls of... probably should identify from the helmet, actually. Is that Frank Stippler's helmet? It's white, pink, and black, but Nicky Team very definitely getting out. And who would they replace him with is the big question.
So I'm going to say it's going to be Stippler or Beretta, which of course means as soon as I've said that, it could be one of the others.
That automatically means it's going to be Kolb.
Kolb, yes. Such is the way.
I mean, Vincent Kolb, we've already remarked on this, he's getting quicker and quicker, but I don't know whether he's going to be given the big responsibility of the closing stint. I still reckon Stippler, but we will have to wait and see, as now finding the SCG 004C is the Rover Racing BMW on the Dottinger Hoor, right underneath that very large rear wing of the Glickenhaus car, the SCG, Scuderia Cameron. Glickenhaus is what the 3 letters stand for. Rutronic Racing's Porsche also in the lineup, car number 5, car number 3 rather, from box 5. And in comes the number 4 car of Manuel Metzger. Manuel Metzger pitting earlier than I'd expected. So that car peeling off. There might be a change, might be several changes here as the Rutronic Racing Porsche and the BMW, together with the Get Speed Mercedes, all are able to get by the Glickenhaus in one fell swoop. But that was lappery rather than a change of position. And now the opportunity for Muller to get up alongside the BMW of Connor Di Filippi. And waiting in the wings, Mathieu Vaxivière, who darted to the left, darted to the right, trying to get a tow from both cars, who are still trying to work out which order to run in. Not the ideal exit for the BMW, and that will allow Mathieu Vaxivière now up the inside line of the BMW of Connor Di Filippi, who's going to not have an option to turn in. Mercedes was up alongside in a much, much better road position and makes the pass. So we had one change there. The Porsche getting ahead of, Mercedes getting ahead of the BMW, And I think the Porsche got ahead as well, actually, of the BMW as well. How were they timed across the stripe?
It was Maxi Vaxivière there, just all over that BMW like a cheap suit through the Grand Prix section there, wasn't it? And just got it done left, right, everywhere. It was every chance there was an opportunity. He was there. He showed the intent from the beginning of that lap and got the job done. And he's now hassling the Porsche in front of him, having dealt with the BMW. He's not done with that. He wants to have the BMW as well. And they're having a little look onto the right, a little look to the left-hand side. They're going to get towards the end of this lap before they get onto the GP circuit. Sorry, off the GP circuit, onto the Nordschleife there. The BMW twitching and snaking coming out of the corner there as well as it goes onto there. That's across the BMW. Sorry, not the BMW. The Mercedes in the middle there has lost out a little bit. We're coming up behind one of the KTM crossbows as they start to slingshot down onto the Hatzenbach, and joining into the fray there is, if I'm right, one of the Falcon.
Klaus Bachler.
Yeah, Bachler in the Falcon Porsche as well. So we're going to have a Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, a sandwich there for the two other German makes. Some other makes are available too. But as they disappear off down to the Hatzenbach, Vaxivière there was absolutely on it all over that GP circuit. But now the BMW is having a little run back as they start to go out onto the Nordschleife, where there's less overtaking opportunity, certainly on this first part of it, because there really is no room. It's not for a big, wide GT3 car there. You've got to be very, very brave. So you almost want to be thinking about the end of the lap. And that sounds daft, that Dottinger. You've got 4 cars there in a train. We've said this before, we've seen it time. We've seen the toe, we've seen the double toe. And it sounds odd to be thinking that far ahead, but maybe that's where it's going to happen.
Well, you've got to be thinking, as soon as we hit traffic, I've got to be on the tail of the car in front so that you gain time where possible, because any sort of half thought about which side of the car you're going to go, you could end up losing a couple of seconds, which is massive. I mean, a couple of seconds might manifest itself into about 5 or 6 or 10 seconds by the end of the lap. But I was trying to work out how many overtakes we'd had at the start of that. It's actually only Vaxivière getting ahead of Connor De Filippi, and Tobias Müller for Retronic Racing at the moment fending off Mathieu Vaxivière in his Mercedes. So 3, 8, 98 and 44 is the order that they run at Adenauer Forest currently.
And it was Michele wrong again, Formula 1 there. Beretta that's gone into that Phoenix Racing Audi for the last stint.
That does surprise me, rather than Frank Stippler or Nicky Thiem. But they may say that Beretta is the man that needs a little bit more time behind the wheel, perhaps, during this qualification race. He's silver rated, is a GT Italia champion when he raced with Ombra Racing 4 years ago. So certainly no slouch, and a bit of a sneaky silver. In fact, he was part of the lineup that won the GTE category in the European Le Mans Series last year with Alessio Picariello, and Michele Beretta was the silver-rated driver who, even as a result of winning that title, doesn't revert to gold, or not at this stage anyway. He would have to win, I think he'd have to win at World Championship level to be bumped up from a silver to a gold in the GT rankings. So Beretta shouldn't be overlooked, he says, having just overlooked him, frankly, at the driver change. But let's see what he can do on these average times, and whether he can pull out of the bag an unlikely win for the Phoenix Racing Audi. And I say that purely because of the dominance of Porsche right now in this race, and how well they've gone in the first couple of NLS races we've had so far. So Matteo Cairoli still leads the race. We've been concentrating on the battle for 7th position when you lump Tobias Müller into it as well. So 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, very close to one another indeed. There's also a stonking scrap now between Matt Campbell and Fabian Schiller for Fricadelli Racing Team's second Porsche. That's the number 30. And Fabian Schiller, who drives the number 7 Mercedes for Team Get Speed. And there's about 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds, between the two leading Porsches. Manthey up against Fricadelli Racing. And even though they both run 911 GT3Rs, there's kind of no love lost between those two big German squads. Manthey Racing, considered amongst some to be the true factory team. Manthey have run the factory Porsches in the World Endurance Championship in the past. But Fricadelli Racing, this is kind of very much their backyard. And they've got 2 bullets in the gun, if you like, running 2nd and 3rd currently.
As you say, absolutely no love lost between those two teams. And you say Manthey semi-works, Fricadelli all the more reason to, well, actually, we can do as well as the semi-works team. Why shouldn't we? And that's it. Competition improves the breed, and that's exactly what they want to do. Carioli in that leading Manthey car, he's 6 laps into a stint, Johnny. So we keep so we'll just keep an eye out for that. Interesting, he did a 5-lap stint at the very beginning of the race. Christensen did 8. Coe did another 8-lap stint. Lars Kern 7. And he's 6 into it now. So I keep an eye on. He's starting that, so he's doing an 8th lap.
Yeah, so none of these cars hitting this side of the hour to go will require 2 stops. They're now either into their final stint, as is the case for Michele Beretta in the number 11 Audi, or there is one more stop to make. Now, this is potentially a problem at the end of the Dottinger Ruhr. Yellow flags, and have we got side-by-side cars heading into the yellow flag area? The Mercedes, which is being driven by Fabian Schiller, was right on the boot lid of Matt Campbell, and Matt Campbell is dramatically flashing the lights to try and get a Cayman out of his way, but Schiller's going to take the place. Now, it's very difficult to tell from the foreshortening effect of the camber that overlooks the Dottinger Ruhr to tell whether the cars were overtaking into the yellow flag zone. Now, the yellow's out because of a stopped BMW driver's right. Into the pits will come Fabian Schiller. That's exactly part of the plan, because that's 8 laps completed now for Schiller, who's also a silver-rated driver, similar to Michele Beretta, and they will get a lap. They will get a pit stop done now, but it can be done more quickly than the Phoenix Racing Audi did their stop, because we're closer to the end of the race, remember. And this ticking by minute sliding scale means that because we're now 46 minutes away from the end of the race, that stop can be compressed a little further.
And the car that stopped on the that is the Adrenaline Motorsport 331 BMW 330i from the G20 class, and that's got Marvin Kobus at the wheel, or not at the moment. He's 5 laps into his stint there. So that car's hot at the side of the track, and that caused that the yellow flag, certainly the instant there. We're not quite sure what happened there to our race leaders, whether they got caught up in that or not, and that let's err on the side of not, shall we?
Well, yes, but it's right to highlight a potential problem in case there is a penalty indicated by the race officials. They will definitely be looking into that. Now, there wasn't a slow zone in place, so it wasn't as if Matt Campbell and Fabian Schiller had to adhere to a speed limit, as now it's very much side by side between the 44 Porsche and the Rover Racing BMW of Connor De Filippi, and De Filippi is kind of powerless to being picked off there by Klaus Bachler. So this BMW M6, how far into the stint for Connor are we? 6 to starting his 7th lap. So you wouldn't have thought the tyres were starting to tail off. Again, Michelin tyres for the BMW. Yeah, it's got Michelin stickers on the front of the car. These tyres are designed to present a good performance period through the whole 8-lap stint, really, but just couldn't get any power compared to the Porsche off that twist to the right and twist to the left at the start of the lap through the Haug-Hook S-bend there. So another change of position, which puts Klaus Bachler up to 5th place and ahead of the BMW of Connor De Filippi. Cairoli still leading, due in for the 911's final pit stop at the end of this lap, and Cairoli is somewhere in that lengthy middle sector of the 9, sector 5, which will take you about 1 minute and 47 seconds in current conditions. I'm delighted to say that not one part of the track is affected by yellow flags or code 60s. Even the end of the Dottinger Ruhr, it looks like the marshals have dealt with that BMW that we were talking about, the G20 iteration. G20 is normally a bit of nomenclature addressed or attached to a Ginetta, I thought, but clearly BMW's adopting that as well for their 330i's. We've got a couple of G20s in the field, both run by Adrenaline Motorsport. As nearing the end of the Grand Prix track is Michele Beretta.
hassling and hassling
He really is.
Steph Dusseldorp there in the M6 in front of him. He's blocking, almost getting up the inside, going off the Wiedosch, going onto the Nordschleife. Had a little look down the inside, there's traffic in the way, but he's not holding back as they go through Hatzenbach in that lime green Phoenix number 11 Audi R8, showing that BMW in front of Jens Dusseldorp. Every bit of that lime green bodywork he possibly can, left, right, central mirror, you name it. It's just all over the place. It's not giving him any break whatsoever down there. Two totally different types of car. Big front-engined BMW, mid-engined Audi R8. Totally different types of dynamics, but both at a cracking pace there. Up at the front, though, it's a Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Manthey from two Fricadelli cars, 31 and 30 in that order, and then Rutronic Racing with Muller in fourth at the moment. In fact, it's 5 Porsches. The Backler, you just said it was quite rightly the Falcon Motorsports car, so 5 Porsches right up at the front.
Neil Verhagen's really not very far away from the scrap we were just talking about that involved the number 11 Audi of Beretta, who is pressurising Steph Dusseldorp, but behind him, the approaching BMW Junior Team M6, number 77. That is the car that Augusto Farfus was piloting a little earlier on in the race. We've had Dan Harper and Max Hesse putting in stints. And finally, the Mooresville, North Carolina base, although I think New York born. He's only 20, Neil Verhagen. Bit of a talent to look out for, certainly in the future. He's running NLS for a lot of last year with Valkenhorst Motorsport, so knows his BMWs, although not in the top class. 2021 is the first time that he's been welcomed into the BMW Junior Team. He has been a champion in the past in Formula Ford 1600 back in the US, I believe. 2016 when he ran in F1600 and won the championship. So definitely somebody to keep our eyes on in the next few years, silver rated, and pushing the number 77 BMW as hard as possible. 1.3 seconds behind Michele Beretta. How far away from the end of the lap is Matteo Cairoli? He is somewhere in the lengthy sector 7, which is going to take him the best part of 2.5 minutes. And then in a moment or two, Cairoli will appear at the far end of the Dottinger Ruhr in those instantly recognisable green and yellow colours, the Grello colours as deemed by Manthey themselves. 40 minutes to go. Porsche looking strong. Top 5 cars are all 911 GT3Rs. But how many more pit stops have we got to factor in? Well, I think every car in that top 5 has still got to stop yet, and there is the chance for a slight hiccup for any of them, really. And they come in probably 10 minutes time. Well, it's an 8-minute lap, isn't it? So it'll be the next 10 minutes for Campbell and Tobias Muller in the 30 and the 3 cars, also for the race leader as well. Well, a lot less than that for Cairoli. As I say, he's nearing the Dottinger Ruhr for the final time in this particular stint. And within the next 10 to possibly 15 minutes for Dennis Olsen, for Klaus Bachler, for Conor De Filippi's BMW as well, and for Josh Burden's KCMG Porsche. Is it beyond the realms of possibility to have 6 Porsches occupying those top 6 places by the end of this, depending on what Josh Burden's run is like for KCMG?
New fastest lap of the race for Dennis Olsen in the 2nd place Fricadelli car, fastest of the 2. That's just, and that Manthey just popped into the pits, but that was an 8:18.7 for Dennis Olsen there at this stage of the race with 40 minutes to go. But the, as we said, that the Manthey Racing Porsche pops into the pits, and that puts Dennis Olsen back into the lead for now. So as we said, it was just a matter of time, wasn't it? So Fricadelli 1 and 3 at the moment.
Now the gap, as they came in, that's tricky to tell because, of course, Cairoli's already been scored as 2nd, having clipped the timing loop in the pit road. But the gap was it about 20-odd seconds between Cairoli and Olsen before they came in? Wonder whether I can tell on the in-laps. The in-lap for Cairoli was an 8:29, and the last lap completed an 8:21. So And the gap as they crossed the line was in the favour of the Norwegian by 1.7 seconds. So he's found a little bit of time there of 8 seconds. It was less, wasn't it? It was less time than 20, certainly. Closer to 10 seconds. A little bit less than that, maybe.
I think it was just under 10 seconds, yeah.
Now, you see, because Dennis Olsen will pit a lap later, he has the chance of gaining back maybe about 10 seconds here because his stop can be shorter. So this is properly on between Fricadelli and Manthey.
And Matt Campbell bringing the number 30 Fricadelli car into the pits as well. 36 laps completed. I just want to see what he did on that particular stint.
That was a slower in-lap for Campbell compared to Cairoli's by about 3 seconds.
Yeah, Matt Campbell doing a 7-lap stint there, Johnny. So I'll be intrigued to see whether, again, he stays in the car. He was the opening driver in that car at the start of a 4-lap stint. Nick Tandy and Earl Bamber both do, and Max Jaminet doing 8 laps apiece in there. So Matt Campbell 1 lap shorter there. We'll just see if he stays in that car or comes out or not.
I don't think the 8th lap has quite ticked over, and that's down to where Campbell's pit is. He will clip the timing beam to be 8 laps in a moment. So he's right on the same schedule as Matteo Cairoli, who's now rejoined the motor race. And Manthey Racing, you can bet, have hit that minimum reference time almost right on the nose. I perish the thought that they've gone a little too early on that. I'm sure it is bang on schedule because they know the dimensions of this pit lane, probably to the very millimetre, and they know when to send their car out. And interestingly, they keep the Italian at the wheel. Matteo Cairoli clearly considered in the current lineup for Manthey to be the quickest guy there because he's doing a double stint to end this race, and will have done of the grand total of 6 stints that car has done. 4 of them will have been Cairoli's, so really dominant.
And just saw there that the Beretta has just got ahead of the BMW. He's been hunting down for the Beretta lap. He just picked up that before Tiergarten, so he's got that job done as well. So that's the Phoenix Racing car marching back up the order again. Fricadelli, it is Dennis Olsen at the front. Porsche not looking quite strong now. Rather than the top 5, it's only the top 3.
Oh, dreadful effort.
I know, shocking. Yeah, Sunday drivers.
Might as well just rip up the result straight away. I still think we've got potential for other Porsches to rise to the surface yet. And there are 6 near enough to the sharp end to make it a clean sweep, quite possibly, in the top 6. But it would rely on Rutronic Racing and Tobias Muller returning to the racetrack very quickly indeed. And who do we think maybe will take over Rutronic Racing's Porsche? Perhaps Julian Andlauer to bring that to the checkered flag.
Well, that's in the pits, isn't it? Along with the Schubert BMW. They're both in at the moment.
Yeah.
From 10th and 11th.
So that's what I mean about there very probably being a driver change. And that's the number 3 car, isn't it? Have we actually seen anything from Andlauer so far? Yes, he did do the 3rd stint in that particular car for Rutronic Racing. So an 8-lap stint offered by the Frenchman. Since then, it's been a double from Tobias Muller, and the race started by Romain Dumas. So I don't think we've seen Tristan Vidas at the wheel of the number 3 car, but again, I realise I'm running to an old entry list. So is Vidas even scheduled to be in that car?
Yes, he is. I think he is in it now.
Oh, yes, he is.
Yeah, I think he's just taking the car over. He has indeed.
Right, so that will explain why Tristan Vidas was being held back. Vidas has a really interesting career when it comes to Nurburgring Nordschleife racing in recent years. All sorts of different classes that he has taken part in. He comes from Tallinn in Estonia, only 24 years old, and first Nürburgring 24 hours happened in 2018 when he was racing in Cup 5, so that's BMWs. The following year he was to be found in a Black Falcon Team Identica GT4 car, so running in SP10, and last year ran in SP8T, again with Black Falcon. Finally, though, Tristan Vidas gets a big chance to race in the main show, if you like, SP9 level Porsches with Rutronic Racing. So we really get to see what Tristan Vidas is made of now.
And we're really going to see what Michele Beretta and Earl Bamber are made of in the Phoenix Audi and the Fricadelli Porsche as they're battling it out nose to tail for 6th place, just as we were covering through that, Johnny. So we'll keep an eye out for that as it develops towards the end of the race. Fricadelli, it is, that's Dennis Olsen in the lead, and in 6th place, that battle, say, Earl Bamber there with Well, it was quite a gap between them last time. Was it? 400ths of a second, half a second between them. Yeah, huge gap.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. So Olsen, Cairoli, Battler, De Filippi represent 3 Porsches and that lone BMW. And one Rover racing car going very nicely, as in not very far away from a podium, 2.5 seconds away. The other one hasn't really shown quite possibly its full pace, bearing in mind that is the defending champion from last year's 24 Hours at the Nurburgring, car number 1, although with a changed lineup, because wasn't Alexander Sims as part of the winning quartet for last year. Sims was busy on the streets of Monaco yesterday in the Monaco E-Prix, a horrible race for him, crashing at the, and not because of his own error, but crashing at the hairpin at Monaco on the first lap, which removed him from the race straight away. And I bet he wished he'd come to the Nurburgring rather than to the Principality yesterday. Entertaining race there. First time Formula E had ever done the full Grand Prix track at Monaco. I'm not Formula E's biggest fan, I have to say, but when you get it onto a proper Grand Prix track, it was almost bearable. No, it was a good race. In all fairness, it was a good race.
You're not making any E-friends here.
No. No, but I realise I'm already preaching to the converted in the negative fashion.
Well, exactly.
So
V10s and emissions, that's what we like.
I'm in good company. No, but as a car race, you know, detracting from the fact that, or accepting the fact that they don't have much noise to them, it was very interesting. But I think you can never have a bad race around Monaco. Arguably, some F1 races get a bit processional, but Formula E, not a bit of it yesterday. Alexander Sims and other regulars that have been here in the past, like Alex Lynn was racing in that event, and Antonio Felix da Costa, might they have been here racing GT3 cars had that event not been happening, and therefore can we welcome them in a matter of weeks for the big event. Down the Dottinger Hoor with the 001 flashing on the Lumarank number, which is thankfully holding firm on the inside of that windscreen. We had a drama for the Get Speed Mercedes in that number panel was peeling off earlier on in the event and causing a big distraction for one of the Get Speed drivers. I forget whether that was the 7 or the 8 now.
Into the pits, Dennis Olsen dives into the pits.
Well, that was expected again, because that's another 8-lap stint. Now, as I say, this pit stop will be shorter than Cairoli's a lap ago, because we're closer to the end of the race now. And I'm really interested to know the difference between Cairoli and Olsen when the Norwegian driver pops back onto the racetrack. Could we quite possibly have them door handle to door handle? Remember, the gap was, we reckon, 10 seconds a lap ago in the favour of Cairoli as he came in. And the Fricadelli team will be wasting no time at all here. They will have sufficient time to change tyres, but I notice they're not even thinking about changing the driver.
No, Dennis Olsen staying in that car. Right to the end now. 30 minutes to go, Johnny.
It's almost a bit touch and go as to whether they've got enough time to change the driver. Remember, this pit stop is purely dictated by the time on the stopwatch and the amount of fuel that is required. And the Manthey Racing Porsche isn't yet onto the Dottinger Hoor. It's heading through the right-hander at Galgenkopf now. So looking into the distance as far as Matteo Cairoli's perspective is concerned, it's Lars Kern, I should say, rather than Cairoli. So Lars Kern took the car over from Cairoli in the last stop, and Kern, way into the distance, will be able to see the bridge, the Bilstein Stay Safe Bridge at the apex of Antonius Bucher, as Fricadelli are watching with almost an unbroken stare the amount of litres being pumped into the front of this Porsche. And it's away. Shorter stop, as I said, for Cairoli switching to Lars Kern. And this, I think, briefly at the very least, will give the race lead back again to Fricadelli Racing. And that is the benefit of pitting closer to the end of the race than Manthey managed. And all of a sudden, the lead changes. The pendulum swings in the direction of Fricadelli.
It was the length of that pit straight, wasn't it? Just exactly that. You could just see the Manthey Racing car. I thought it was going to be really close. It's going to be a little bit closer than that. I wasn't convinced.
I thought so too, actually.
I wasn't convinced the Fricadelli car was going to get out in time. But you say, no time to do a driver change. They got with it. You say, just watching patiently those litres counting down into that front-mounted fuel tank of that Porsche. Away it went. All of a sudden, it was off the jacks and out it went.
Yeah.
And it was as close, but it was the length of straight. I bet he got a visual on that. I bet Manthey just saw the team car, just saw it there. Lars Kern, Dennis Olsen, it is that's back in the lead. in the Fricadelli number 31 car, Lance Kern in the number 911 Manthey Falcon it is now. So once again we have 3 Porsches at the top, but it's 3 teams, Fricadelli, Manthey and Falcon Motorsports, all in 911 GT3Rs at the front, the top 3, looking at the podium as is meant. Of course, as soon as I say that, Klaus Bachler brings the Falcon Motorsport car into the pits.
Yeah. The advantage now that the chasing Lars Kern has is that he's heated his tyres for a lap, whereas Dennis Olsen has not. And Olsen, the Norwegian, is desperately swerving left to right. He even did that on the run down to the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix track in an effort to just build some temperature into the Michelin tyres that both of the Fricadelli Racing Porsches run. Audi in control of that, the number 11 is Michele Beretta for Phoenix Racing. And over the line to start the second lap of his stint is the number 30 Porsche for Earl Bamber, who took over from fellow Antipodean driver Matty Campbell at the previous stop. So yes, Campbell to Kiwi Earl Bamber, and that's good enough for third position now for Fricadelli. So they were running 1-2 a little earlier on, but the Lars Kern Manthey Racing Porsche now splits the red and white cars, with Michele Beretta, the first of the non-Porsche GT3Rs. Audi R8 LMS running 4th place, but only 1.1 seconds away. So a Phoenix Racing podium is very definitely on here, so long as Beretta can stick with Bamber and maybe take advantage of a little bit of slow-moving traffic, or if we get a code 60 in the final half an hour, that will be definitely a chance to close up a gap, even if it is as wide as a minute, which is the gap currently that separates Lars Kern and Earl Bamber. There's still the scope for that to condense significantly if there are yellow flags into a code 60, but it is a clear racetrack at the moment in the remaining 27 minutes. And the track's clearly in a very good condition right now, because Manuel Metzger's just done his car, number 4's best lap of the race, an 8:20, which is certainly not hanging around.
It's not, and Beretta now, the hunt is on in that Phoenix Audi, hunting down Earl Bamber in the Fricadelli. They were, as you say, 1.1 second across the line. There was a little bit of traffic just keeping out of the way for them on the GP circuit there. That hasn't impeded Beretta's progress, my apologies, at all at the moment. He's hunting down Earl Bamber. Little bit of traffic there going onto the Hats and back. That's just given a tiny breather to Earl Bamber. In fact, 3 or 4 car lengths all of a sudden. That's almost gone out to a couple of seconds there visually, I would say, which is I'm sure Beretta will have an idea about how to do something about that as he disappears off down through the Hats and back. Fricadelli it is, 1-2 there, sandwiching, or as you say, Kern splitting the Manthey Porsche between the 3 Porsches there. It's still a Porsche podium at the moment with 25 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race so far belongs to our, as you say, to our 818 car, the number Dennis Olsen, the leading car at the moment, 818, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's one of the Mercedes into the pits, just out of my sight there, just caught it out of the corner of my eye. I think that's, I'll tell you which one it is in a minute.
All right. You may have to do a little bit of digging further down the order, actually, depending on what sort of Mercedes it was. Yeah. Might have been the SP8T car of Marek Bachmann.
I think it was.
For Schnitzelarm Racing. I always struggle with that name, so apologies. But the SP8T race leader, number 34, Marek Bachmann and Marcel Marshevitz, are the 2 drivers. Certainly brave to attempt the 6-hour race with just 2 drivers, although they do it in the WEC regularly. The SP7 Porsche number 68 from Krone Racing, happily just with Tracy Krone, returning to a racetrack after having practically sat out the whole of 2020 with Nicholas Jonsson, and they're doing it as a twosome as well across the 6 hours. And of course for Get Speed, they're sort of doing it with 2.5 drivers, because Fabian Schiller is having to be shared across 2 different cars, the 7 and the 8, so you don't have the chance to put Schiller in whenever you wish. Now, the much talked about potential code 60 in this final half an hour has happened. I hope that's not commentator's curse hitting, but Galgenkopf suddenly becomes the scene of a yellow flag and now a code 120. It's car 105 which is stopped on that right-hander that leads directly onto the Dottinger Ruhr. And I reckon that's the SP4 race leader. SP4.
It is.
Yeah.
Christian Schotter, BMW 325i.
I say race leader. He's actually the only SP4 car entered into the race. But
Still race leader.
There is a trophy on offer for winning the SP4 class. And if you stopped at Galgenkopf, a race win is not going to come your way. Now, the benefit of the regulations being run today is that I think if you finish 75% or so of the race, you still will get a classification. It's unlike Le Mans from memory, this event, in that you have to cross the line at the end of it if you've completed the requisite amount of laps. You should be fine, but I mean, 105 after all this effort, being now 5.5 hours into this afternoon's race, they would dearly want to get a race finish completed. But 105 stranded at Galgenkopf, and how much is this going to delay cars in the penultimate and final sectors? Will this also provide an opportunity for maybe one or two that are staring at a unsurmountable 30-second gap to finally start to eat into that because of the yellow flag rule into a code 120? There is the chance, I think, of maybe, well, certainly Michele Beretta closing in a little bit more on Earl Bamber towards the end of this lap. And they're not very far away from heading into the yellow flag zone with a code 120, but nothing more severe than that at Galgenkopf itself. So the officials clearly don't think a code 60 is quite necessary at this stage. Going to be completing this lap very shortly indeed. And bearing in mind the lap times will extend, are we almost in the vicinity now to be 2 laps from the end? It's going to be tight. 2.5 minutes it's just taken Dennis Olsen to head through Sector 7. He's heading for Schwalbenschwanz, the Kleiner carousel. So very fast approach. In fact, he's further along than that. Carousel, no, he's not. Schwalbenschwanz is coming up for the red and white car right now. So that's the second bit of concrete. No, I should have stuck with my second thought. The red and white car is right at the end of the lap. That is Dennis Olsen, isn't it, with the yellow door mirrors? Yes. So he's already through the area affected by code 60, code 120, in fact. And although his final sector time will have been compromised very slightly because of that, Olsen still scored as the race leader. 29.3 seconds it has taken that Porsche to head across the line. A Cayman darts to the right to take a final pit stop with 20.5 minutes to go. And Lars Kern, well, what was his lap like? An 8:30, which is most respectable on already heated tyres. The outlap for Dennis Olsen, difficult to read because it's taken him nearly 10 minutes, but bear in mind the pit stop that he did on that lap is all counted within that that final stint, just because of where Fricadelli are based in pit lane. They are after the timing loop, so therefore their pit stop is included in the lap just completed by the Norwegian. Going to get more of an idea of the gap in just a second or two. It's hovering around 12 or 13 seconds between Dennis Olsen and Lars Kern. And this is what I mean about Lars really hoping for a code 60 to help him in closing that gap. But unfortunately for him, Galgenkopf is now clear. So car 105 has obviously been recovered, and you can go at race pace all the way around the 25 kilometres. Peter Snowden.
Well, you talk about race pace. Juncadella and Winkelhock both setting fastest laps for their respective cars. Fastest lap of the race is an 8.187. Juncadella did an 18.8, and Winkelhock did an 8.19.6 with in the Audi Sport Phoenix car, just with 20 minutes to go. So they don't give up. They've had 5 hours, 40 minutes of racing, and they're still plugging in the fastest laps of that particular car. Meanwhile, we have the battle royale once again between Audi and BMW as they come to the end of the Dottinger, that rise up like a roller coaster, shoot up and land on that sort of plateau at the top of Tiergarten. And there's two of them battling it out there. They're just going past the pits. Now the Audi taking the right-hand side. I think that's the Rover. It is indeed the Rover BMW.
number 98 as opposed to the number 1.
Yeah, the car that's hunting down Winkelhock, the guy that's just set the fastest lap in of that car of the race, the number 15 Phoenix Audi.
Inside the final 20 minutes of the 2021 edition of the ADAC Qualifications Rennen, and this is of course the precursor to the 24 hours of the Nurburgring Nordschleife next month, and it's looking like Fricadelli are in a great position here, purely because they lead the race by 15 odd seconds. But what can Lars Kern offer in an attempt to try and reel in the race leader, Dennis Olsen? And Earl Bamber could yet be up to no good as well in respect of trying to get a Fricadelli 1-2. But the problem is, it's a best part of 60 seconds that stand in his way between a chance to overtake Lars Kern and not. So it might be, even for the very rapid Kiwi, just a little bit too much to ask.
I know that you're bilingual, Johnny, but I didn't realise that partway through a sentence you could change from a Spanish accent to a German accent. That was very impressive in 2 words.
I'm pleased you thought the second attempt was German, because I still think I was a bit off. I think I moved from Spanish to French. But I got the Rennen bit right anyway.
Well, I said the Rennen was the part I heard, so I'm going with that.
Yeah, I can manage Rennen just about. Meaning race, of course, qualification race. Get me out of this, Heinolf, will you? I asked you to come back for the last half an hour, and Julie, you've done exactly that.
Well, he can't. That's not fair to John. Poor chap's there laughing in the background, listening to your different accents. Give the man a chance. It's not fair to you, is it, John?
Well, he's bilingual in German and Spanish. Can't do English though, can he?
No,
I'm not. I'm keeping out of this one. I'm not going there.
That's always eluded me, as you know too well.
Well, you and me both, JP. In fairness, listen, I've been watching this, sitting quietly with my headphones on here, and watching and just working through this. A couple of things that strike me. First of all, Fricadelli at the front of the field, the 31 car. Johnny, you and I were talking, 3 hours ago about when their last stop would be, and I said 30 minutes, and it was. It's pretty much spot on.
Yep.
30 minutes. That was their choice. That's what they've got to do. They've played a blinder tactically here. It was you that said, well, they must have come in because of that full code 60 early on. They have reacted. They have been dynamic with their race plan. They would have had to stop a couple of laps from the end anyway if they'd gone 8-8-8-8 all the way through. It wouldn't quite have worked that way. So they reacted, they brought the car in early, and they have taken a little bit of pain as Dennis Olsen gets the tyres back up to pace. It dropped down to 12 seconds. He's eased it out again to round about 14 seconds. Lars Kern's on a bit of a charge in the Manthey because he stopped a wee bit earlier, so he's got a bit more heat in the tyres. I think this is good for Fricadelli. I'm not sure that even the might of Earl Bamber can pull back the sort of time that he needs to. There are 1 or 2 people putting in fastest laps of the race. Juncadella, as Peter said a moment or 2 ago, and he's got to, because he's under a bit of pressure and trying to put some pressure rather on Michele Beretta. There are still places up for grabs here. Tell you what I'm interested in, though, gentlemen, and I'd be interested to hear what our viewers and listeners think here as well in the last 15 minutes of the race at RSL_studio. Porsche's 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Now, Porsche have been very canny over the years, Johnny, have they not, about not showing too much before getting to the big race. Clearly, they don't care. They have sent these teams out. Fricadelli have already had a 1-2 this season in the NLS, and they're going to have at least a 1-3 at the moment, presuming Michele Beretta doesn't catch Bamber. This is very interesting to me to see where the standings are. Are the other teams, are Audi, are Mercedes, are BMW, are they trying to be too cool for school? And have they handed Porsche an advantage here, or have Porsche really got that performance gap between themselves and the rest of the German manufacturers? Big questions to answer before the big race.
Yeah, and Snowy's got a thought on this. I'll bring him in a second, but I'm just thinking back to the last victory in the Nürburgring 24 for Porsche, which was only 3 years ago, 2018, for Ricard Leitz, Patrick Pilet, Fred Makovic, Nick Tandy although Porsche won that race, it wasn't really a Porsche year beyond that, because you're looking down to 11th position for the next, 9th position for the next Porsche, but it beat along the way a couple of the Mercedes AMGs, the Aston Martin that was well up there as well. But that was that bizarre race, was it not, that had a red flag.
Radiators on the first lap?
Say again?
Was that the year where they did their radiators on the first lap and then fought back?
It might have been. It was the one, if you remember, that when we had a red flag up until about 2 hours to go, and everyone said, well, this isn't going to restart. We were sitting in the Aston Martin lounge, and Aston were desperate for the race not to restart, because they knew they weren't in the best position if we did get the final 120 minutes done. And in the end, they finished fourth with Max Martin, Marco Sorensen, Nicky Thiem and DT, Darren Turner. But eventually we did get about 2 hours of running in, and Fred McAveety just pulled off a blinder and beat everybody. But I wouldn't have said ordinarily, prior to the rain stoppage, that was a Porsche year. It was just a bit of good luck that went the 9-12 way. So you could say Porsche are due a stronger year, but I don't think balance of performance works like that. It doesn't tend to favour one particular manufacturer because it's had a barren spell. You're right, though. If they've got speed, why would they show it quite as plainly as they've been doing today, Peter?
My thoughts, just throwing something slightly different to it. John is absolutely right. Porsche don't normally show their hand. However, we're on the back of a pandemic year, very different last year. It's a whole different dynamic now. Plus, we lost NLS1, didn't we? Is it a question of Porsche just saying, go large or go home? I just wonder. Just a thought.
Yeah, well, maybe. But
what have they got to lose?
Well, there are tweaks potentially to how the cars...
Don't say the 24-hour, the big one.
No. But, we always say about test day at Le Mans, if you show your hand too early, then the officials can start to get involved by saying these cars are too fast. But what it might be is that there's some sandbagging happening elsewhere in the field. I mean, is it the fact that the other three massive German manufacturers are deciding not to show what sort of speed they have got? And one manufacturer does tend to rise to the surface, but this is quite a statement from Porsche to be running 1, 2, 3, and potentially the 44 Klaus Bachler-driven Falcon car is not very far away. Maybe that car could break into the top 5 by the end, although we've only got 11 minutes left to go, and all the pit stops have been done now, haven't they? Certainly for the leaders, as in the top 10. So we're good to the finish for all of these cars now. And many questions were asked from John and myself about whether cars would require a splash at the end. The most we've needed really is for that final half an hour for Lars Kern, who took over from Matteo Cairoli, and a bit tighter than that actually for Dennis Olsen, who came in with 25 minutes or so to go. But the great thing for Fricadelli was that they could spend less time on pit road. They were closer to the end of the race, and I actually thought Fricadelli and Manthey would arrive at the first corner at the same time pretty much for that first out lap for Dennis Olsen, but it was much more comfortable for the Norwegian. Mercedes having a good ding-dong, though. 3 abreast. How do you like that? Into Antonius Bucher. Number 4 car with the slightly better line. The 10Q Racing team car right in the middle. And that's a Get Speed car as well, either the 7 or the 8. Try and work it out from where the number 4 car is situated in the race. So car 4 has driving it, Manuel Metzger. That was Patrick Assenheimer in the 6 and Mathieu Vaxivière in the 8, isn't it? In 12th position. And that's KCMG in front of them. And that's Alexander Imperatori. Don't tell me this is all for position.
It's all position. That's all for position. 4 wide into turn 1, JP.
Goodness me. The KCMG Porsche just about gets out in front, and Vaxivière pulls off a blinder to go around the outside of Manuel Metzger and get that position away. So the KCMG car is being driven by Alex Imperatori. He hangs on to 10th position, but now up to 11th spot is Vaxivière, who I think's found 2 places. He's got ahead of Tristan Vidas for Brutronic Racing in the silver Porsche, and the Manuel Metzger, the deeper, more golden yellow for Team HRT. So Vaxivière now ahead of Metzger and Vidas.
5 cars battling it out for 10th place in a 6-hour race with 9 minutes to go. Brilliant. That sums up the Nordschleife for you.
It's 2 laps though, isn't it? That's 2 laps for
It
these
will be
guys
now,
as they've
yeah.
got across the line. Here's an interesting thing, though, guys. We talked about Porsche first, second, and third, but they're 3 different Porsches by the entry list. The leader, Frickadelli, is a 911 GT3R. Second place, Manthey Racing, is a 911 GT3R 991 Gen 2 in brackets, and the third place Frickadelli is a GT3R, no 911, MJK. And I thought I knew my Porsches. I've no clue what MJK means.
Nor me. Don't look at me for the MJK. I've kind of been ignoring it or avoiding it for the whole of the race, to be honest. But somebody will know. The MJK iteration of Porsche. Very tight indeed. Still for this 10th position. Vidas in the Rutronic racing car. Just passed then, was he, by Assenheimer's black Mercedes?
Correct.
Yeah,
exactly so, JP.
Assenheimer's got ahead. Patrick Assenheimer's really impressed me over the last few years for that squad. And I tell you what, Alex Imperatori is not going to have it all his own way for the remainder of this lap and one more. And the problem is, Dennis Olsen tells us when the end of the race is, and he's way out in front. So he will squeeze another lap out of it.
Imperatori was the last of those cars to stop. So he was still getting his tyres up to temperature on that lap. They'll have banged a new set of rubber on that 18 car. I think Vidas was exactly the same. So the other guys had 4 or 5 laps on their tyres. So he was struggling just a little bit on that first lap. It will take a good lap, taking it even at racing speed, to get your tyres up to pressure here. It's not just going to be around the Grand Prix circuit. It's not how it works here.
So Imperatori, the 34-year-old Swiss from Andeli, a champion previously in the World Endurance Championship when he raced in the privateer part of the top class LMP1 for Rebellion Racing, but there was a privateer championship on the lines in those days. And he's going to have to pull out something very special now to keep behind him. And remember, this is for 10th place, but it doesn't really matter for Mathieu Vaxivière because Get Speed will have a headline to write that they finished in the top 10, whereas nobody really cares about 11th place, frankly. So top 10 finish for Get Speed.
Except the person in 11th place, of course.
Imperatori is the car.
It's harsh, isn't he, Stewie?
Yeah.
I don't want him as my team manager or my PR.
Yeah,
Thanks
exactly.
very much.
Yeah.
That's exactly, I can assure you that's what Matthew's being told in the ears right now.
Don't give up the day job,
Get
Johnny.
in front of 10th. Get into 10th place. Well, they're now at the lowest part of the circuit, down at Versailles and Exmuller. Now the climb, the steady climb, up through Klostertal and Kesselchen first, then Klostertal and that tricky right-hander up towards the carousel. But Alex Imperatori, there's a big question mark as to how many more laps he's going to have to defend here, because I'm not entirely sure when the checkered flag comes out for this race, John. Does it come out right at the end of the 6 hours, like the 24-hour race, or does it wait for the race leader? I don't know. But we will find out very, very shortly.
Every time
indeed.
I make a pronouncement about this, I'm normally told I've picked the wrong way of going.
Yeah. Well, certainly NLS, you do wait for the race leader, so it can be, it is 4 hours of change very often. But for the 24 hours, they just stick the flag out, and then if you haven't made it onto the lead lap in a GT3 car, you don't get any more chance to do that. As again, the Porsche in the yellow and in the white and blue livery of KCMG feints to the right, feints to the left, with a hint of just defending, quite frankly, and hanging on by its fingertips. John?
JP, I've got the answer. And
Good.
Of course, it's Janos Wimpfen who's let me know. MJK is model year car, model year K, which is a 2019. Is what it means.
Right.
It is effectively, it's one of those Porsche things. The K is the model year. They do exactly the same in their street car, their road car chassis numbers with letters to identify the model year. A very good point from Marcel Duke, by the way. I believe, he says, Porsche have brought all their works drivers and Nurburgring specialists Audi and AMG, some of their guys have been racing elsewhere today.
Yeah.
So, and that is a very good point, because GT World Challenge has been on today. But I think this is very interesting by Porsche. They've set their stall out today and basically said, chase me, chase me.
With just 3.5 minutes to go, confirmation for you, gentlemen, that the checkered flag waits for the leader.
Okay.
For this, just like an NLS race, not in the 24-hour.
Right. Not in the 24-hour race.
Leader.
Okay, good to have that confirmation. Thank you. The Marco Seyfried Porsche has just been... I think that's Marco Seyfried anyway. Well, maybe not in the sky blue car, but the race leader, Dennis Olsen, has just got by.
That's the 23 car.
Okay, good. Thank you.
That's the Huber car. That was the car that went long at the start, JP.
Yes.
And basically started my whole calculation of working backwards. Now, that car has dropped...
It's down in 23rd, actually, to match its race number. That's why I couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, and he's just off the lead lap.
Just now, yeah, literally just been lapped by Dennis Olsen, yeah. 40 laps up, by the way.
Yeah, they had to make a stop on that 23. Just a lap ago for Marco Seyfried. I thought they might be 2 laps short. They are 2 laps short. And that's what happened by doing 7, 8, 8. They did a 6 in the middle for Neuffer. And then Seyfried's jumped in at the end. But even, you see, if they'd got 8 laps out of that stint, they might have been able to save a pit stop.
Imperatori's a sitting duck here, although he's keeping pace, I have to say, with a bit of side draft maybe from the Mercedes. So all of a sudden, the KCMG Porsche came into a second lease of life. And for Antonius Bucher, the left-hand king, the Porsche will just about get there. Tiergarten, this is for really the ragged edge of the nerves, but finally the Mercedes did get through. Goodness me. You kind of wanted to look away, but also couldn't take your eyes off that battle, and they were door handle to door handle until the very last moment, and Mathieu Vaxivière is able to pick off the Swiss driver. But the KCMG car, I thought, was going to stay ahead purely because of a little bit of aero he picked up from the side of the Mercedes.
Well, if ever there was a definition of duking it out, definitely dotting a hoe up to the Tiergarten, that was it. Like you, gentlemen, I thought the Porsche had got it, but he did. Discretion better part of valor and all that. There is only just a minute left for this race to go, so another lap to go. No time to go and throw it off at the end there. But I did think, John, like you, that and Johnny, that the Porsche was going to hold on there. But great drive from Mercedes there.
Palmer's happy now, and he can write the press release because nobody cares he's in 11th.
Exactly.
I'll tell you how close that was, though. Watch that back, those of you that can. And watch the marshal with the blue flag on driver's right, just almost at the bottom of the hill there, as the track bottoms out. Has his blue flag out, he's waving, looking back down towards the cars. As they go past him, he stops waving and looks to see what happens at the next corner, because he's expecting it all to go horribly, horribly wrong and have a huge amount of carbon everywhere.
So working as a marshal and spectating, but dual role. Yeah, it gets both.
With the hand very close to the yellow flag, indeed, ready to pull that out.
Very close.
Clock counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and our 6 hours are up.
They are. And we're obviously now waiting for Dennis Olsen, who is somewhere in that rather lengthy middle sector, sector 5. It's going to take him about 1 minute and 50 seconds to get through there. As an even longer sector to come after that through 7, 2.5 minutes plus. So a long way from home just yet for Dennis Olsen, but he does have the benefit of a 15-second advantage in the back pocket over Lars Kern. Fricadelli Racing and Manthey Racing, yes, they both sport Porsches, but they're eager to take this race win, and certainly not wanting, well, each of them wanting a Porsche win, but from their stable rather from the other.
And John Imperatori may make Johnny get that pen out once more again, because he's not settling for that 11th place. He's hot on the heels of Vaxivière there on that down the Hudson back. He's determined not to do that, and there is that bragging bit, isn't there, being in that top 10? It's that.
You were laughing at me a few minutes ago, but
doesn't matter, does it?
I'm pretty sure the scoring tower at the bottom of the Grand Prix track only goes up to 10, so that's how much 11th place matters.
Just a quick note that number 26, which is Luca Ludwig driving the Octane 126 Ferrari. They've just gone on to another lap that they'll have to complete.
Yeah, no checkered
flag.
flag.
Should be all right.
As confirmed by Snowy, so that's...
that's all right. That's 8. Sorry, I just wanted to check where he was. He's just started his 8th lap at the moment. I was just looking, because this is how my mind works. Anybody who might be struggling to get home if they have to come through again. The Auto Motor und Sport KTM Crossbow, the 75 car, which is leading its class, that's already on its 8th lap. So we'll need to see where that is on the circuit, as is the Teichmann Racing 111 already on its 8th lap. So that's going to depend where they are relative to the leader and whether they get lapped again, because I don't think they can do another lap without stopping. Now, that said, they haven't got much issue. It's the other Teichmann car, which is a lap or so behind.
I can't see any SP9 cars anywhere close to the race leader, as in the 31's got to lap on this final run into the country. The 75 Cup X leader, which is the Auto Motor und Sport KTM Crossbow, that car is right in front of the leader. Now, there is a chance that the 75 will be lapped by the end of this.
Needs to be, I reckon. Because he's on his 8th lap right now, JP.
Yeah, that is a concern then for the KTM Crossbow.
That was my point there.
And it might even be worth, I mean, for the guys down at Auto Motor and Sport, they'll probably be working out where the 75 is on the tracker and saying to Menzel, it's worth blending out the throttle here on the Dottinger Hoor just to ensure that the 31 car gets by. It's Christian Menzel, by the way, sharing that car with Tim Schrick, who we already mentioned. But get out of the throttle on the Dottinger Hoor. Make sure you are lapped, which is a bizarre thing to say to a racing driver, but it means that they'll get to the finish then on the current fuel mileage. Yeah,
it's an interesting one, that, because he's got about, what's he got on the second place car in that class?
20
JP.
seconds, 21 and a half seconds.
Which means Runneforth's already been lapped, I think, by the leader.
Yes, he has. So, the leader is between those two crossbows now. And actually rapidly approaching 75, so I don't think there's going to be an issue with picking it off. It should be right ahead of the 31 red and white Porsche now, and the crossbow is overtaken, so there's no problem there as far as 75 getting to the finish. All sorted, and I reckon you can wipe that sweat from the brow now. A clear road in front of the 31, so there may be one or two stragglers heading around the Grand Prix track, but even they will be fine to the finish. And what a blinder Fricadelli have played all day, really. I mean, Dennis Olsen ending it with a double stint, and he's not put a wheel wrong. We had Maxime Martin in for 8 laps, Patrick Pilet and Fred Makovic kicking things off with that momentous 13-lap stint. So that double set the foundations from the Frenchman, and you couldn't be much closer to the pit wall as far as Dennis Olsen is concerned. He is glued to the concrete as he receives the checkered flag, which did wait for the leader, as noted by Peter Snowden. Thank you for digging that out from the regulations. It'll be a 14-second advantage for Dennis Olsen and crew over the Manthey Racing Grello livery Porsche of Lars Kern, together with Matteo Cairoli, who was in the car for 3 of the car's 6 stints, and Michael Christensen, just the 3 of them in 9/11, but they come home with a second-place finish. And the sister Fricadelli car will cross the line very shortly indeed, quite a bit further down the road for Earl Bamber in car 31.
That's tight.
Okay. Between Bamber and Beretta, you're right, it's less than 2 seconds now. But the green door mirrors of number 30 appearing at Tiergarten with the Michele Beretta Phoenix Racing Audi just in the back, in the rear there behind, in the background at Tiergarten, and the Audi and the Porsche cross the line, but in the favour of the number 30 Fricadelli Racing Porsche of Earl Bamber, Mathieu Jaminet, Nick Tandy and Matty Campbell. And the Audi then, the best of the non-Porsches, will have to make do with a 4th place finish for Michele Beretta, Frank Stibler, Nicky Thiem and Vincent Kolb in car number 11. So although Phoenix looked very strong in the early sessions of the weekend, including after, Q1 and 2 combined, and that car set the best time, remember, in top 30 qualifying as well. They couldn't necessarily translate the single lap speed into producing that across the 8 lap stints once we reached them.
Johnny, Snowy, thanks for having me.
Not at all.
Been brilliant. I'll let you compile as the safety car brings them round to Parc Fermé. I always like the way they do this and bring the cars in. As you compile the class winners, just a thought. This is as we go into the ADAC, the ADAC, excuse me, Total 24 hours for 2021. Fricadelli are the pre-eminent team here. They've had a first and a second, and now a first and a third in the last couple of outings as we lead up to this race. In a season that, for the whole team, and especially for Klaus Abelin, has been so personally devastating. What a way to go in to the biggest race of the year on the Nordschleife. And I know we're not supposed to play favourites, but there would be some kind of a very nice symmetry, wouldn't there, if they could pull off some kind of result in 3 weeks' time. Marvellous stuff, tactically perfect, very quick. None of the drivers put a wheel wrong. Split by the Manthey cars, and Olaf's cars are always quick around here. Heavens above, they can push them from their workshop on the back of Gottlieb Daimlerstrasse, just down the road. And they'll be having their traditional big barbecue tonight after this. In fact, they'll have had it last night, won't they, for a Sunday race. That looks good to me. That new style of red and white livery for the 31 and the 30. They'll both be on the podium tonight. I like that. I think that's pretty cool.
There will have been a few Fricadellis wolfed down at the barbecue that you speak about. Absolutely. And we are remembering with true fondness Sabine Schmitz this weekend, and even more so when we get to the start of June for the 24 hours of the Nurburgring, a race that she's won, of course, a couple of times in the 90s. Yep. But yeah, you're quite right. It says there's something in the stars for this year and for Fricadelli Racing Team. Well, they've gone the right way about it for this event, no doubt. And cross the line then with Dennis Olsen winning the race. I also am now noting, and I hope that's possibly a glitch to the timing screen rather than an alteration, but the 911 car down in fifth place. But I think that's purely because of the order that they've come in the pits rather than an adjustment. But I noticed that Fricadelli won 2 now with 41 laps completed. Has there been
in the pit order, the 31 cars in first, then the 911 cars in first. So you say they're just the order to come in the pits.
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch that.
It's about whether they've crossed the the start-finish line again, isn't it?
Yeah, 31 has Fricadelli cars come in, and and the Manthey cars come in as well. I think where they triggered it.
Still 41 laps showing for all cars, though. And obviously the checkered flag pins them into position. So we have the risk here of Manthey maybe facing a penalty, purely because on my timing screen, and I think you gentlemen agree with me, it is displayed in 5th at the moment, the number 911 Manthey Porsche, rather than 2nd, which would promote the number 30 Fricadelli car. And the 911's not in the podium positions. The cars are parked beneath the podium, and it is 31 from 30 and 11. That has changed. 911's been given a penalty.
Well, that can only be for pit lane infringement, surely, on its last pit stop.
Yes, and of course you don't get the chance to serve that penalty because it's done during a normal pit stop, but in the penalty box at the start of the pit lane, right by the media centre, and the podium positions are reserved for the top 3. There's a 4th car as well, but turning right into the scrutineering bay. That was one of the Mercedes, I think, from Get Speed. But a dramatic turn. I did say there were going to be twists and turns in the final half an hour. I hadn't quite expected one beyond the checkered flag. But it takes the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche out of the equation entirely. This happened 2 years ago, but it was 2 weeks on from the event when the Manthey Racing Porsche finished 2nd on the road and then was given a penalty about 14 days later. Well, it's a much quicker penalty this time around, I'm afraid.
Thank goodness.
Yes. Well, if there are penalties to be dished out, I'd much prefer it to be before the podium than afterwards. But there you go. We're talking about Fricadelli. Could it be their year? They've suddenly got a 1-2, John.
extraordinary stuff.
There you go.
Extraordinary stuff. I'm quickly going through the ticket to see what I can find out there. And at the moment, I'm not seeing anything at the moment, but there's no doubt that the 3 cars underneath the podium, ready for the formalities, are 2 Porsches and a very bright green number 11 Phoenix Audi. And now you've got to think, Peter, how costly then were those 2 incidents from Frank Stippler, one on the Grand Prix circuit and one in Adenauer Forst, when he came together with the Krone Porsche in the second event and lost somewhere close to half a minute.
Absolutely extraordinary. We've said time and time again, haven't we? The Nordschleife, it always throws up something. Just when you think you know everything, it throws something else at you. Last lap there, we even had a yellow slow zone on the Dottinger again for the same number 105 car that stopped for the second time on there. Further down the order, it doesn't affect the first few cars, but it affects them down the order. It obviously affects everybody on the car completing their laps. But yet again, and that Audi number 11, we didn't think it was going to be there. We thought it was a Porsche lockout. It isn't. It was going to be a fricadella sandwich or Manthey splitting fricadella, whichever way you look at it. And all of a sudden, that Manthey car, it's had a penalty of some form, which, as Johnny said quite rightly a few minutes ago, it can't serve it, because you normally serve that within a pit stop. But it can't. It's the last one. And I'm guessing, as you said, John, absolutely just a pit stop infringement. It's just one of those things. You can't do anything about it.
I'm hearing now, and thank you to Michael and the team who are close to the race control. Non-respect of flag signals. 1 minute and 7 seconds. 1 minute and 7 second penalty for that number 911. Non-respect of flag signals. And we talked about this, JP. You mentioned it earlier on about how important it is for safety reasons on a circuit that has such an awesome reputation and a fearsome reputation, how important it is to know what you're doing, and for everyone to have respect. Non-respect of flag signals. 1 minute and 7 seconds takes the Manthey car not just off the podium but down to 5th position.
I may be misremembering this, but in the opening Code 60 that lasted nearly 40 minutes, that involved 2 TCR cars, I have a distinct memory of the Manthey car overlapping, I think, a Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Now, whether the penalty extends quite that far back into the race, because that was in the opening hour, so they've had plenty of time to serve that, or it might be a completely separate infringement. I don't know, but that was more overlapping, heading into a yellow rather than a full overtake. But somewhere along the line, a non-respect of flag signals, and that's most likely to be single or double wave yellows and just not backing off sufficiently. The race officials will know who was driving at the time, and it kind of doesn't matter which pilot was guilty, because the car takes the penalty and it should have been served. The
team takes penalty. You're quite right, John. I'd forgotten that. We discussed that, didn't we, when that happened quite early on.
I said it quietly because I didn't really want to draw too much attention to it.
As you said at the time, I said at the time, if it's overlapped and given it back, does it matter? Let's hope not. But you said quite rightly at the time, they're very, very strict on this. Correctly so, around the Nordschleife. It may not be that one, but it's something like that.
I think it is like that.
That's the principle, isn't it? It may not be that very first one.
It wasn't that exact,
but it is that principle. You don't obey the flags. You've got to, John.
Guys, just now having a look. I've now found it. I was going back too far. That penalty was assessed at 8 minutes past 6. So 8 minutes past the end of the race is when it was declared. 1 minute and 7 seconds, ignoring flag signals. So that must have been at the end of the race. I'd gone back too far on the ticker. I was looking in the last half an hour of 40 minutes, and I've just scrolled through it all. And Ian McCarthy makes a very good point. Frank Stippler was passed by 4 cars by going off the track in the Grand Prix sector alone. Surely that would have been a comfortable, in inverted commas, Audi win without that. I hate to put that on Frank, because he's such a good driver, but on such small margins, Snowy and JP, that is, I mean, this track is large, the race is bizarre, but on such small margins, can victories go one way or the other?
Well, I think that won't be lost for a minute on Frank Stippler. So perhaps we shouldn't remind him of it too much.
He beat himself up, I tell you.
Exactly. I did say earlier, didn't I, John, that nobody's going to beat himself up or berate himself as much as himself. and he will rue that. I'm
so
sure.
Unusual.
Yeah, exactly. That's the odd thing, isn't it? And two incidents are just not like him at all. But you say it might well have cost him the race there, just that little bit.
I will say, in Frank's defence, I think the incident with Tracy Krone's Porsche was just a little bit of mixed messages. He thought the door was being opened, and then it wasn't. And Tracy's not raced for a year. Maybe you've spoken, John, about how quickly these GT3 cars arrive in your mirrors before you even expected it, and it was a tricky part of the race to judge for both drivers. I wasn't around when Stippler left the track on the Grand Prix circuit, so can't really judge that one. But
he went down the inside coming up to the Ford curve of a slower category car. Peter and I were watching it, and we managed to pick up what had happened. It was a very odd set of skid marks across the track and then through the gravel, and he just, from memory, Peter, he'd just gone past, I think it was Pele, wasn't it, at the end of the previous lap, and he was trying to get a gap. And I said at the time, I thought, oh, Pele's had to go back at him, or there was some traffic. Well, it was traffic, and he just got his wheels, his right-hand tyres, onto the dirt, coming down the inside to the right-hander at the Ford curve on the early part of the Grand Prix circuit, and lost grip, speared across the front of the other car, which I think from memory was a BMW.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, it was a nothing kind of incident, and yet it cost him a good 20 seconds.
Well, he was lucky not to catch the BMW, if you think about it, John, because as we saw it, he was on the brakes going into the Ford chicane there. So as he got those two right-hand wheels on the grass there, obviously no traction, so the left-hand wheels gripped and gave him the braking, which flipped the car around, as you said, and across the gravel. Lucky not to catch the BMW. He was overtaken. That could have been a lot worse, as he said at the time. But it skated across the gravel, and it did. I think I used the phrase at the time. It kissed the soft part of the barrier, as in the tyres. It just moved them. It sort of dislodged, and as I said, it was so gentle. It probably did more damage to the paintwork on the tyres.
Yeah.
The Audi. But that was the point. That was where, effectively, putting it not being harsh or trying to make it worse. But that was the point, basically, that the Phoenix team lost that race.
JP,
yes, sir.
Thanks very much. I'll leave you with your thoughts. Thanks for letting me be involved. What a cracking race, JP, right from the start.
Yeah, intense. The opening couple of corners, really, at the stroke of midday, and a Ferrari led. You have to have a very long memory to recall that, but the Octane 126 Ferrari got away like lightning. Then a horrible incident at the front of the TCR field where the Matilda Racing and the Hyundai Elantra tangled big style, and the Cupra ended up on top of the nose of the fastback Hyundai. That was Peter Turting in the eggshell blue car, who'd been trying several times to get through. That wasn't the first bit of contact that Andreas Goulden and Turting had, and that brought out a lengthy Code 60 in the early stages. Really great to witness the fight for Nicky Team in the number 11 Phoenix Racing Audi, dueling away with a Fricadelli racing car, and Frank Stippler's moment off into the gravel at the Ford Curva as he went across the nose of a BMW, lost the car into the gravel trap. There was no coming back from that, and collided with the red and white tyre wall fairly heavily. Amazing that car would come back to finish in third place, but a big question of what might have been finishing on the road in fourth, but inheriting third because of a penalty, a late penalty for the 911 Grello livery Porsche of Manthey Racing. Manthey and Fricadelli putting on a real show for us, whether it be the 30 or the 31 car for the Avalon sponsored number 30 machine, as the 31 also with the Avalon branding. Started to get a little bit into its stride, courtesy of a good couple of opening stints from Frenchman Fred Makovic. Patrick Pele with an eight-lap stint for stint 3 of the race. Max Martin also really imperious when it came to the anti-penultimate run for that car. And then Dennis Olsen bringing the car home. A confirmation then of the results after the 6-hour ADAC qualification race for the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Porsche's first and second, but it's not a clean sweep of the podium after a late race penalty, which drops the 911 car to 5th. But well done to Patrick Pele, Fred Makovic, Max Martin and Dennis Olsen, who completed the driving, finishing ahead of the sister car of Earl Bamber, Matt Campbell, Nick Tandy and Mathieu Jaminet, and onto the podium for the number 11 Audi that started from pole. Michele Beretta, who finished in that car, Frank Stippler, Nicky Team and Vincent Kolb. Then the best of the Mercedes finished 4th, ahead of the demoted and penalised 911 Porsche, 911 numbered Porsche. 6th place for the 44 class Backler-driven Falcon Motorsports Porsche, and it was an Audi and a BMW to complete the top 8 for Audi Sport Team Phoenix with their number 15, and the 98 Marco Wittmann-driven Rover Racing BMW that also had in their lineup Connor Di Filippi, Martin Tomczyk, and Sheldon van der Linde. Trophy is the podium rather is dressed and ready with trophies and bottles of champagne, readiness to welcome the top 3 then in SP9. And we'll get to some more results, of course, in a moment or two, but with some very smart hooded tops for the Phoenix Racing crew. Michele Beretta in the all yellow overalls, Nicky Team with the bleached blonde hair just peeking out from the cap, together with teammates at 31, Patrick Pilet and Maxime Martin. Martin and Nicky Team, of course, formerly of the Aston Martin parish. So to the 3rd step of the podium go the quartet from Audi number 11. So that's Beretta, Stippler, Nicky Team, and not Kim Louis Schramm, as was on my original entry list, but Vincent Kolb. 2nd place going to the 30 crew, Mathieu Jaminet, Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, and Matt Campbell. And to the top step of the podium, Patrick Pilet, Fred Makovici, Maxime Martin, and Dennis Olsen. And the trophy, the big trophy for the Fricadelli team, also being awarded to the team manager there on the podium. And we await the national anthem for the winning team, Fricadelli. Just clicked onto the Fricadelli website, and the top line brilliantly is the world's fastest meatball that enjoys cult status amongst the spectators here at the Nurburgring Nordschleife. Well, sadly, no spectators in person, but I am sure there are many, many Fricadelli fans, not only around Germany, but all around the world, who are loving this result. And as I mentioned, a number of Fricadellis will have been consumed in the traditional barbecue that will have been last night for this race weekend. There'll be another one planned for a couple of weeks' time as well for the main event at the start of next month. And 8 very smart Fricadelli race overalls now, race suits, are about to get doused in champagne, but that's exactly the way we would want it. 1st and 2nd for that team, and an Audi from Team Phoenix finishing in 3rd position. And the ones to lose out are the crew in 911. They do still finish in 5th place, but a penny for the thoughts of those drivers involved, Matteo Cairoli, Lars Kern, who brought the car to the finish as well. And Peter Snowden has got a bit of a thought about the 911 car. Words of wisdom?
Well, I think you're overselling it as words of wisdom, but just thoughts. John just mentioned a few minutes ago that he'd gone back through the ticket and actually gone back too far. It was very late in the race for that. The 105 car had a 2nd stoppage on the Dottingerhoe, which caused a yellow flag in literally the last lap of the leading car. I just wonder, as it was a flag infringement for the car, the Manthey car, I just wonder if he got caught out. It was at the beginning of the Dottingerhoe. I wonder if they just got caught out pulled back and just saw that, didn't quite see the flag in time, and just that's what it was. And just if so, super cruel luck. It wasn't a pit stop. Super cruel luck on the last lap of that race for Manthey.
We will get to the bottom of it, I'm sure, in due course. Many column inches to be written about this race, and what a great scene-setting exercise this has been ahead of the mammoth weekend that is to come over the opening weekend of June, the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th of June for the opening race for the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Not quite a year on from the last time that ran, of course, last September. We are really looking forward to that event. We'll have full coverage right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels of the latest edition of the Nurburgring 24 hours. Many smiling faces, sadly behind COVID masks on the podium, but a very big well done to Fricadelli Racing and to all of our class winners as well, many of which we don't quite have the time to mention, but brilliant races from so many up and down the order, and we will see those teams back again in a matter of weeks. We'll catch you then. Bye for now.